One winter day, a heavy snowfall blanketed the brown-red tiled roof of the old villa, the gray sky and dense clouds casting a cold, romantic scene. Suddenly, a voice rose. "Have you heard the rumor?" Two men were talking. The brown-haired man spoke. "There's been a madman wandering battlefields lately." The blond man across asked back, "A madman?" The brown-haired man tossed up his beer and continued. "They say he has the hollow eyes of a mercenary. Whenever one battle ends, he vanishes and seeks another." A mercenary tired of living. Strange. The two resumed their talk. "But that madman always says I survived again. They say he shows up at battles related to the Empire. It seems driven by personal grudge more than money." The blonde, leisurely sipping his beer, commented. "Just hearing it gives me goosebumps. What kind of madman is he?" The other immediately answered, "There's another rumor. Apparently he's a prince from some fallen kingdom, and he's looking for a place to die." The frame cut to the snow-white ground, stained with splotches of red syrup spreading across the snow, soaking the earth. A man sat slumped, breathing hard. In front of him, a figure in armor was watching him. The armored man slowly lifted his helmet and sneered. "Suicide is the best answer you could come up with?" The armored man spoke to the hollow-faced young man before him. "Third Prince of Betrayal, Yuri Betrayal." Yuri Betrayal, a contemptible name, the one who destroyed his kingdom with his own hands. 10 years ago, at Casino XX, everyone was reveling. Come on, the name of the culprit, and also the sole survivor of that fallen kingdom. A young man, his face flushed from drinking, beat the table laughing loudly. "I'm feeling lucky today." He was the third prince of the kingdom of Betrayal, Yuri Betrayal, 18 years old. The man beside him, fiddling with a chip, asked in astonishment, "Unbelievable. How do you keep winning like this?" He pushed a betting chip forward. That man was Royal Major Nando. The other gamblers rose to leave. Yuri chatted cheerfully, "It's just luck. I have nothing." Seeing them preparing to go, he called out, "Oh, leaving already? One more round." Yuri was dead drunk and exuberant. This time, he doubled the stakes. Hernando, worried for him, hushed, "We should go, my lord. If we stay any longer, we'll be late for our appointment." Suddenly, they angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Why don't you leave while we're still being nice about it?" The brown-haired man snapped irritably, "Do you think we don't see you're cheating?" The blonde chimed in, "Playing dirty tricks? What nonsense." Yuri slammed the table and stood up, furious, shouting, "What dirty tricks? Who do you think I am?" Another man cut in, "With how you behave, you can't be nobility. What king are you from?" The blonde sneered, "A king? If he were royal, I wouldn't let him walk away so easily." Yuri glared at them, his anger simmering at their taunts. They continued to insult him, pressing in more and more until his rage made him tremble. That's why tensions with the Empire only escalate. Princes are all the same, useless like their fathers. What use is a noble family that only knows how to swing swords? Those words were the last straw. Yuri reached out and overturned the table, roaring at the top of his lungs. The brown-haired man's eyes widened at the scene. The expressions of the two beside him were no better. He stamped his foot on the broken wine jug on the floor. Yuri's voice rose, "Listen up, you three idiots." He lifted his face and began cracking his knuckles. "I'm the third prince of Betrayal, Yuri Betrayal." His words made them recoil in fear. Yuri's tone was cold. "Allow me to see you off." He smiled brightly at them. "Go ahead and reincarnate." They panicked, faces draining pale, as they all shouted in unison, sweating coldly. Then, as predicted, syrup splattered everywhere. Outside, the night sky stretched like a length of velvet, studded with countless stars that flickered in and out in the gentle darkness. Beneath the canopy of the tree in front, shadows were cast against the sky by the cool night breeze. An explanation rang out. "I'm telling the truth. I was late because Father called an urgent meeting. I already notified you through the messenger." The woman remained silent, watching his explanation without speaking. Following that useless explanation came a pleading voice. "So, can you forgive me this time?" The woman still stood motionless. She was the Empire's princess, Catherine Ivarna Granzan. Seeing Yuri fall silent, she snapped in irritation. "Do you think only you were busy? Do you know how long I had to travel? How many eyes I had to avoid to get here?" Seeing her anger, Yuri tried to explain, "I know, but I have my own circumstances." He scratched his head. "My father is away, so I must be careful now. I really shouldn't be telling others this." Catherine kept a stern look on Yuri. She gave a bleak smile. "Ah, so I'm just someone else, am I?" Yuri realized he'd cornered himself and forced a smile, immediately protesting. "Huh? That's not it at all." Catherine wasn't appeased. She hurled the necklace with the blue gem, their betrothal token, at him, yelling, "If you don't trust me, Why give me this? Why not give it to some woman you do trust? Yuri could only watch in silence as the necklace flew away. She turned and walked away, leaving Yuri with one command. Don't call me unless I call first. He panicked and shouted, wait. He called her name in desperation, Catherine. She decisively left without even glancing back. Yuri looked down at the necklace he had picked up and worried, asking himself what to do. He muttered to himself, apologizing. Winning her forgiveness would be difficult. Meanwhile, someone had been waiting behind a nearby wall for a long time. He had heard the conversation. A sinister smile began to spread across his face. And from that day on, the already fragile relationship between Brial and the Empire reached its limit. The balance wavered, and the Empire's actions, originally basic provocations, began to cross clear boundaries. While tensions boiled over, clashes between the two nations gradually spun out of control. A sudden shout of intrusion echoed. Yuri's pupils dilated to the maximum, sweat starting to run from his temples. Before him now stood the castle engulfed in a sea of flames, accompanied by cries. The Empire had poured into Brial. Everyone, evacuate now. The voice grew more urgent. Some who couldn't escape lay strewn on the ground. Yuri ran through the inferno, running through the announcements, urging all those near the castle to get out. Yuri stood before the castle, once towering, now only a towering blaze. The outcome: war with the Empire had officially begun. He could only stand silently, watching the castle burn away before his eyes, unable to do anything after countless people had fallen. The sky was gloomy and cold, carrying a biting wind. In that seemingly endless war, his royal brother fell in battle, departing without rest, Prince Joshua. Others urged him, Your Highness, please retreat, but he refused, still trying to hold the line. Reinforcements. Aren't they here yet? The strongest force of Brial, famed as the mightiest on the continent. Floor Brial. Because one person was absent, the Empire gradually gained the upper hand. At first I treated it as coincidence and let it pass. Perhaps I denied the reality because I didn't want to believe it. As I thought this, the sword in my hand was already stained with blood. Still, thoughts of battles where I risked my life and reason together reached a conclusion. It was Catherine's betrayal, the only person to whom I had revealed everything. When the king left Brial, it coincided with the Empire's unrelenting invasion. After the fighting, he looked up. The sun was high, and a pigeon lingered nearby. It landed on his hand. I had hoped these strange coincidences were only my paranoia. But the answer to the letter I had painstakingly sent to Catherine. He stared in shock beneath the pigeon. On the letter was a single line, sorry. He carried it with him, nothing but despair. Yuri stood before the sea of fire, piecing everything together, when a voice rose. There, the Prince of Brial. Catch him, and Brial is ours. He ground his teeth in resentment, always coming. Yuri lunged up to block the man's attack. Seeing an opening, he swung hard at his opponent, a finishing strike. No sooner had he taken down one than another appeared, striking from nowhere. He glanced up in surprise. Luckily, he reacted in time, raising his sword to parry the blow. By then his strength was nearly spent. He could only grit his teeth and tremble. Yuri summoned his last strength to counterattack and eventually felled the attacker. Now he could only pant, nearly exhausted. Then someone else stepped up behind him, making him turn his head. More ranks of soldiers were approaching. He stood there watching them steadily advance. Yuri, astonished, began to fall back, silently cursing, damned, this is the end? Then they thrust their swords toward him. He couldn't dodge in time and cried out in pain. His sword clattered from his hand, startling him. He closed his eyes and bit his lip, as if accepting his fate. The other's sword slowly descended to finish Yuri, but someone stepped in front and took the killing blow for him. He stared, bloodless, at the person before him. The soldier grinned triumphantly at having felled someone. Yuri could only call the name. Roland. Roland used the last of his strength, voice trembling, Your Highness, please live. He couldn't believe it and shouted out, Roland. Before he could grieve, the battle resumed. Another knight stepped forward to shield him. The knights behind urged him, No, Your Highness, flee. If anything happens to you, Brial has no future. Yuri, still in shock, couldn't fully take in the scene. They pressed him, Hurry, Your Highness, get up. He shut his eyes and gritted his teeth, enduring. Those behind, seeing him escaping, shouted, The Prince of Brial is fleeing. Seize him. The next morning, the sun rose. After a night of pursuit, they cornered him at a wooden house and began searching around. He can't have escaped. Find the prince. He was hiding inside that house. Yuri was exhausted, panting, thinking he couldn't hide here forever. He stared resolutely at the door. He had to find a way to break the siege and plan for the future. Yuri thought of Floor. He worried for him and wondered what had happened to the king. With no sign of return, there was only one reason. Perhaps the Empire had killed him. As he pondered, the front door suddenly opened, startling him. A man in armor looked at him. He didn't know what to do and only backed away, telling himself, "No, if I die, Brial's future." Then he begged aloud, "Spare me." He knelt before him. "If I die, Brial can't hold on." Yuri mourned inwardly. Brial's knights had sacrificed themselves for him. He clenched his hands and spoke in a trembling voice. "What I mean is," as Yuri squeezed his eyes shut in fear, the man's voice sounded, "I'm sorry." He continued, "I can't explain at length. What the Empire has done will be paid for." He listened to each word. "Imperial soldiers will storm in soon. So go. Leave now." On hearing that, he ran straight out, not looking back as he charged forward. Now he had no plan other than to run from this hell, telling himself as he fled that he must survive. He must live and restore Brial and avenge the Empire. The sky was dark, as if about to rain, yet my ideals were nothing but empty illusions. Reality was merciless. Suddenly, a heavy rain began, fine droplets falling down. He ran alone, retreating, thinking to himself that everyone was dead. What was all this bloodshed for? He could no longer find a reason. The paper Catherine had sent him lay tossed in a puddle. Yes, he still held his sword to punish himself. Clutching the necklace, their betrothal token, he thought that one day someone would come and kill him. Looking back at the syrup-soaked scene, the armored man spoke, "Go find a place to die." What a pitiful sight. His face was gaunt and frightening, as if he had no soul. The armored man said, "You charge into the most dangerous battlefields and risk your life just to rest. Self-harm is the best answer you can think of? In the end, you're still selfish." The man in armor continued, "People like you don't deserve to die." He cut in irritably, "You look like you want to kill me, and yet you talk so much." The man ignored him and said, "The third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial." He was shocked to be called the third prince. He thought to himself that those who knew his past were dead already. The armored man began to remove his mask. "All because of you." The man's face was scarred all over, twisted with vengeful hatred. Because of him. He stared in horror at the man opposite and cried, "Roland." He recalled the moment the man blocked his blade, puzzled. That voice, it's him all right, but he should have been dead then, how? Roland slowly drew his sword from its sheath and began, each word heavy. The kingdom of Brial fell under the Empire's vile schemes. The Flandre family's oath of honor to the royal house, their dignity and loyalty, had all turned to ashes. Shouting his name, he rushed forward, Brial. At that moment, Yuri's thoughts churned. Someone who had died had become a demon. The sword had pierced his chest. Everything was to punish past mistakes, his own sins. Damn it. I thought my heavy heart would feel lighter in death, but the necklace I wore began to glow, this sense of guilt. The gem on the necklace snapped free from him. His thoughts continued, dragging him down to the very last moment, when a voice intoned that Brial's successors never abandon honor, even unto death. Yuri jolted awake to faint voices in his ears. His dark eyes were dazed, not yet able to take in the light after the stupor. Yuri Brial. Suddenly his pupils contracted for a moment when he heard the man before him say, "You've only opened your eyes after 3 days." Before him stood Floor, his black hair neatly groomed, his beard trimmed close to his jaw as he softly asked, "Are you all right, my son?" Seeing the king's concern, he sat up straight, rubbed his tangled hair, and as if still incredulous, called out 2 words, "Father." He couldn't believe that the man standing here like a phantom was the king. How could someone who should have been dead be here? His head drooped slightly as he muttered like a sleepwalker. "So you've gone to hell too? I could understand myself, but father as well?" Surprised, Floor asked, "What?" His small hand clasped one of the man's hands. The other, larger and firmer, was gloved in black. "Yes." He turned his star-bright eyes to Floor, leaving the king momentarily stunned. Despite always preaching honor, he truly lives freely. Huh. Before their father-son moment could deepen, Floor struck him so hard his eyes nearly popped out. "What nonsense are you talking?" The blow left a swelling on his head. He winced, eyes tearing like an innocent fawn, but couldn't help retorting, "You're supposed to be in hell, and yet you still haven't broken the habit of hitting at the slightest thing. Have some remorse." He was about to continue protesting when a green leaf gently fluttered across his vision, and he realized, at least for now. Floor kept watching his every movement while he gazed out the window, where sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves. In that brief second, he noticed a crucial detail. His eyes sparkled. They haven't arrived here. His gaze continued to the window, where streams of water ran down the slope of a waterfall. There he saw two maids, one carrying a large bucket of water, the other balancing a basin for washing, chattering away, confirming his thought. They weren't here at all. If this were hell, there should be sinners and purifying flames. Devils would mock and torment me. Confronted with this new truth, he turned back to Floor and the others present, unable to speak. Wait, so this is... And finally his mind seemed to lack the courage to face this story. His vision grew hazy and began to darken. At Floor's loud call, he slipped back into unconsciousness once more. Yuri. All eyes turned to him, breathing evenly on the large bed. Yuri Bryal, third Prince of Bryal, 13 years old. In Yuri's thoughts, he reflected that at first he had thought it was a dream or a replaying memory. But whatever it was, I couldn't wake up, and the world had not yet ended. Instead, old scenes long buried kept repeating. And I couldn't admit that. I had returned to the past, back to the spring when I just turned 13. The truth was I had been given another chance. A pair of delicate hands pushed aside the dark curtains so sunlight could stream through the glass and dance across the spacious room. On that wide bed, he lazily burrowed under the covers to avoid the glaring light as a gentle voice called, "Prince, please wake up." She let him snore on, eyes still shut and resisting the light. Grumbling, he asked me to wake you. Aina was clever. She mentioned what mattered most to him to pull him out of his sleep. "It's time for your sword training, sire." He shoved the blanket off mercilessly and let out a small yelp. Quickly getting into gear, he buttoned his tunic at the chest and, ready to step out, called for her help. "Aina, hurry and bring me my clothes," meaning my bathing things. His small feet started moving in a rush. Understanding Yuri's mood, she gently soothed him. "Prince, calm down." Aina looked gentle and polite, hands properly folded before her, smiling brightly as she said softly and kindly, "I'll help you wash your face first. Please sit still." Seeing her so pretty and radiant, he couldn't help but remember that fateful day. Aina sitting on the floor, back against the wall, a killing stroke stealing her life, syrupy blood splattering the wall and floor in a large blotch. He thought that image would haunt Yuri for the rest of his life. He suddenly turned to her and called softly, "Aina." She replied politely as etiquette demanded, "Yes, Your Highness." He raised 3 long fingers toward Aina's face and suggested, "Give me 3 sharp slaps. Make them loud." She seemed frightened and asked again, her expression showing confusion. "Sir, you want me to betray?" He replied indifferently, "If I order it, it's not betrayal." Still stunned, she asked, "Are you sure, sir?" He readily answered again, "Yes." To seal his words, his eyes narrowed into a curve, and in an elegant voice he began, "I, Yuri Bryal, once I swear, will keep my word." Outside, clouds rolled in great swells across the deep blue sky, and the sun's dazzling light kept visiting everything. Thus the vast castle seemed to shine even more brilliantly. In a corner of the magnificent castle, a large empty courtyard looked like the nobles' training yard. Near the gate stood a slightly darkened straw scarecrow, its arms outstretched like prey, surrendering. He was in guard stance, a large swelling on his face causing him constant pain. Eyes closed, he kept thinking, I forgot how terrifying Aina is. Although his back faced the people behind him, he knew their gazes and remarks were aimed at him. Not one offered to apply balm to his bruise. Suddenly, a crisp thrust came at Yuri. He nearly failed to react, but managed to parry in time. His eyes fell on the man before him. Bernard in fighting stance, gripping a wooden sword, his calm face making Yuri resentful. Bernard didn't even ask about his cheek. The man before him was Yuri's swordmaster, Bernard. The techniques the two practiced were fast and professional, but he quickly noticed the problem. Bernard only sparred with him, never corrected his form. One large and one small, one attacking and one defending. So dull it sapped his focus. For a moment he recalled the day Bernard stood before Floor and spoke of him. He is very smart, but that's also a pity. As he spoke, Bernard bowed his head slightly, brow knitting as if clenching his teeth to say something. If His Majesty had just been a bit more sincere, he could have become a great blessing for Bryal. At that time, Yuri had been outside the door, hands clasped behind his back in a relaxed pose, listening to their conversation with no expression. Yes, certainly since then. He quickly steadied himself to prepare for the next bout with Bernard. Both assumed ready stances, but he couldn't shake his earlier thoughts, so training had become only sparring because he kept being uncooperative. Thinking this, his hand clenched tighter, veins standing out as he scowled at himself for growing lazier instead of putting in effort. Suddenly he called out, cutting through the gloomy air and startling Bernard for a moment. "Bernard." His sword tip pointed at him lightly, but decisively as he declared in a firm tone, "From today on." Though his face still looked somewhat immature, it clearly radiated his determination to learn the sword. "Teach me properly." Before Bernard, he was still just a 13-year-old boy, yet the wooden sword in his hand felt somewhat imposing, and combined with his resolute voice earlier, it surprised the man. "I, Yuri Bryal, will truly train from now on." For a moment, Bernard smiled quietly as if he caught the intention behind the boy's words. No idea what wind changed his highness' mind, though. Hearing Bernard's assurance, his face brightened noticeably. The depths of his eyes trembled slightly, yet he was clearly afraid and sweating cold. "I understand, sir." Now the man training him had truly become a master. Bernard held his sword firmly parallel to his body while the other hand drew back. Determination flashed in his eyes, and his brows knitted hard like steel. "From now on." Saying that, he lunged like the wind, closed in on the boy, and delivered a decisive strike before Yuri could react. "We will begin real training." Clearly intimidated by his momentum, Yuri felt a bit fearful and muttered, "Wait, Bernard." Realizing the boy wasn't fully ready, Bernard stepped back a few paces, bringing his sword back to prepare for the next blow. His terrifying presence made Yuri's heart race and legs tremble. After all, he was still 13 and a little frightened, sweating coldly. "Oh, right." Bernard executed a thin, wind-like cut decisively. He gripped the hilt with one hand, and the other held the sword. His body moved rhythmically step by step toward Yuri, and a strange light glinted in his eyes. Compared to Yuri's hunched, pale stance, he realized just how monstrous a force he was facing. Back before Bernard came to Bryal, training continued, and clearly Yuri absorbed much from him. No wonder he was called the Fierce Sword. The sun had risen high, its dazzling rays pouring down. White clouds of every shape drifted across the deep blue sky. His hands were finally too tired, and he dropped the wooden sword to the ground with a clack. He lay flat on the ground, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. So this is real training with the fierce Bernard. Without experience as a mercenary, I might have been badly beaten. He raised his small, sweat-soaked hands before his face to shield part of his eyes from the blazing sun, a bit tired but relieved. His hands were scratched from the weight of the wooden sword, his face dotted with sweat. Yet at this rate his skills would improve quickly. Not bad. Bernard looked somewhat surprised and puzzled. Yuri's swordsmanship had reached a new level, and he couldn't help but wonder, "Your Highness parried all my strikes. When did you improve so much?" He lay there regaining his breath when suddenly a hurried call echoed from afar. "Your Highness." Aina ran so fast she seemed out of breath, barely mustering strength to shove open a large door as she panted. "I think you should stop and go inside, please." She continued, "His Majesty requests an audience with you." Hearing that he sat bolt upright, puzzled. His Majesty? Why? Aina told him what she knew. It seemed Count Johannes had brought his son. Hearing that, his eyes went blank for a moment as a buzzing premonition filled his head. Count Johannes' son was. He thought of his previous life and that unforgettable day when the kingdom fell. He gripping a sword to his brow, bloodied wound unbandaged, face pale and frantic. The one who betrayed the kingdom and opened the way for the empire before. Even if that bastard were dead, he'd drag him down to the grave and curse him. God Bakvar, that vile name. The call for her, Aina, made her startle and wonder, but she still answered yes. His clothes were still stained with dust from training, but he paid it no mind. His face grew numb and cold as he asked Aina, "That one, where is he?" An array of visually stunning, luxurious dishes was laid out on the table. On the long table exuding nobility, those of high rank sat and dined. Yuri was cutting a piece of beef with his eyes shut when a voice said, "The third prince looks different now." The count placed a hand on his chest, smiling as he praised the king, saying he looked even healthier. Contrary to the count's cheer, the king seemed displeased. "I wonder if my son drank something by mistake." At that the boy's tutor chimed in, "If such a thing exists, I'd give it to my son too." The king looked toward the one praising him. "Your son was already clever." The man hurriedly replied, "The boy still has much to learn." Gott's face flushed, and his admiring eyes were fixed on Cedric as he ate, the man seeming to glow. Yuri radiated gloom. His unpleasant expression made Gott startle. Gott, anxious and uneasy, turned his head away, sweat streaming down his face. Joshua beside him nudged Yuri with his elbow and called, "Yuri." He curiously asked, "Do you have a problem with him?" Yuri scowled and answered, "Yes, he stabbed me in the back." Hearing this, Joshua curled his lip in a probing, mocking tone. "So what will you do, omnipotent Yuri Bryal?" He fell silent, not answering, lost in thought, putting on an air of nobility while inside plotting how to manage others' emotions. Yuri looked at God, avoiding his gaze. Assessing him, nothing had changed. God said nothing, eyes closed in endurance, his brows tightening. As if he could no longer bear it, God looked up with a scowl, lips pressed tight, staring at Yuri. After a while, he finally answered Joshua's question. "Nothing." He pushed in. He needs to control his temper. Yuri recalled the desperate scenes from his past life, filled with resolve. "This is all for you, God. I won't repeat the mistakes of that life." In the palace garden, the sunlight was blinding. Yuri's thoughts echoed. "I fought God around here before, mostly dishing out blows. Did he betray out of resentment that day?" A wooden sword was tossed into God's hand with the comment, "All right, God, I hear your skill with a blade." He nervously eyed the sword and replied, "I only know a little. Shall we?" Yuri cut him off before he finished, silent. Joshua leaned against the wall, watching the two in silence, then haughtily declared, "The kingdom doesn't need knights of weak will." Got confused, asked, "What will?" "I'm not even an official knight yet." Yuri held the wooden sword and asked, "Aren't you supposed to become a knight serving this kingdom?" Got embarrassed, stammered, Yes, that's right." While he still stood, dazed with the sword, Yuri lunged forward with his blade. Then fight. He charged with a beast-like glare, striking toward Got's sword. Got, taken aback, only managed to raise his blade to block. The attack was sudden and cowardly. This time Yuri used his foot to kick up a spray of dirt, like kicking a ball. The dirt flew into Got's face, causing him to shut his eyes and cry out in pain. He rubbed the dirt from his eye, brandished his sword angrily, and said, "Third Prince, remember the spirit of chivalry." Yuri opened his hand, letting the sword fall to the ground. God stared in astonishment at the sight and discarded his weapon. Yuri lunged forward, hair streaming back, a smile blooming on his lips. He kicked, sending both the man and his sword flying. With a thud to the ground, God lay on the grass in pain. Then Yuri suddenly picked up the sword again. He pointed the blade straight at his face and called his full name, "Got Bakvar. In my past life, you sold information to the Empire using your father's name." Got lay on the ground, speechless, as the sword hovered near his throat. Yuri asked, "Your father is a great count and a respected knight. How did he earn such a title?" Then he sheathed the sword on his shoulder. "What for? Gotchtameret. That matter." He told himself, "I know you just want to live. This time you'll stand with Bryal." He held out his hand and asked, "Are these questions too hard?" Got replied, "No, sir, I don't understand what you mean." Silence fell. Yuri said nothing but sank into thought. He couldn't allow knights to think that way, himself included. Another question rang out. "So how did your father become a count, and who granted him the title?" Got clasped Yuri's offered hand. Yuri warned, "From now on, try to understand the nature of things. Think carefully about what I say." Got answered briskly, "Yes, sir." In the sky were clouds and sunbeams, and the sunlight even formed a rainbow. Got left, turned, and bowed to Yuri. Joshua approached teasingly. "Ooh, inspiring. You're good at fighting now." Yuri didn't look back and asked, "Did you think I'd lose?" His reply came with a laugh. "Uh-huh," leaving him speechless. Yuri brushed dust from his clothes and asked his brother, "Hey, how do I look in your eyes?" He began to describe his younger brother as the kingdom's worst troublemaker and gambler, words that made Yuri flush with embarrassment. Suddenly his tone grew serious. "I'm not like that anymore, and you shouldn't cause trouble either." Joshua froze at the words. Have you banged your head somewhere?" Yuri said nothing, only smiled under the late afternoon sun. The sunset had arrived. The sun was beginning to set, and from the wall it was almost gone. Yuri knelt on one knee amid drifting dust, exhaling heavily, done. Unable to bear the exhaustion any longer, he collapsed to the ground, breathing in ragged gasps. Bernard, seeing this, praised, "Well done, let's call it for today." He addressed the panting, sweat-drenched youth, "Prince." Then he leaned down and announced, "I think it's time you learn a method to use mana." Hearing this, Yuri immediately jumped up and fired questions. "Really? You're going to teach me your method?" He denied it and proposed another. "No, mine isn't enough for your potential. You should learn the Bryal method." Yuri froze, puzzled. "Why?" Bernard explained the advantages of the method. "It's a wonderful technique, very effective and pure." At the mention of the Bryal method, he clenched the sword in his hand. He'd learned it in his past life and mastered it as a mercenary. But Bernard, seeing this, guessed his thought. Are you considering learning a different method? Yuri stared at the sword and replied absently, I'm thinking. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes widened. He excitedly proposed to his teacher, Bernard, arrange some steady guards for me, based on potential rather than skill. He recalled another matter. There was one technique he had tried in his past life, but never managed to learn. Hearing that, Bernard stroked his chin, pondering potential. Bernard squinted, remembered someone, and nominated him. If we're focusing on raw talent, Gerald would fit. Yuri doubtful asked him, based only on potential? Bernard answered. Hearing the name, he muttered to himself, Gerald. He closed his eyes and recalled memories. Before returning, he had met him at the end of the war. In a sea of fire during the war, Gerald trembled on his knees. That he survived to that point was truly surprising. He still knelt trembling amid the flames, but his voice was full of rage. I'm furious. Yuri sat calmly on a rock. Why? Yuri seemed to think highly of him. His potential was indeed special. Gerald's voice wavered with a tremor. If I'd trained back then, I could have been much stronger, but he never honed it. Because of his laziness, when war broke out, Yuri gave him a bitter smile. What use was it now? Both had become rusted swords. He rose from the ground and brushed the dust off himself. Well then, Yuri walked in the sunset light, his face full of expectation. Just going to meet that lazy knight, right? Over there, Gerald was still training with the other knights. Yuri smiled. He had a plan. I'll enlighten him. The sky was crimson at sunset, birds flying across the rooftops. A knight stood on the balcony, looking down and listening to the soldiers' training. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open from behind, causing him to turn around. Seeing who had appeared, Rosso cheerfully called, Your Highness, what brings you here? Yuri waved happily and smiled. I'm just checking if they're working hard. He laughed heartily. They're not like Your Highness, but they're working hard. Yuri stepped closer, leaned on the railing, and looked down intently. Watching the soldiers train so earnestly below, he thought to himself, they really are all dedicated. Then he turned to Rosso and asked, Where's Gerald? Rosso replied, Oh, that new soldier over there. Yuri propped his chin on his hand, sighed his thoughts in turmoil. Now I understand Bernard's meaning. He looked down. Gerald had just brought his sword up to parry an opponent. Yuri kept thinking. Training needs willpower to improve. He only does the bare minimum to be passable. He grew serious and said, At this rate his skills will deteriorate. Yuri then turned to Rosso with a request. Rosso, give me a wooden sword. I want to join the sparring. Rosso smiled. Very well. Who would you like to spar? Yuri pointed to someone below, turned, smiled, eyes bright with confidence. That slippery one over there. Now on the training field, Yuri and Gerald each held a wooden sword, facing each other as those around watched the match closely. The knight beside Rosso wore an arrogant grin, eyes full of contempt. He folded his arms and laughed. New recruit, good luck. Rosso leaned on the railing, smiling encouragement but wary. Gerald lifted his head, his face a picture of helplessness. Yuri tightened his grip on the wooden sword and spoke slowly. Gerald, I've heard you're talented. Yuri smiled, his sharp gaze showing confidence. Don't mind showing me what kind of knight you are. Gerald, anxious with sweat streaming down his cheek, murmured, Yes, sir. Yuri took a step to brace with his foot. Then, he smiled, eyes sharp, and lunged at him swiftly, gripping the wooden sword. Yuri said, Don't disappoint me. Seeing Yuri charge, Gerald's expression didn't change. He remained utterly calm. He gently raised his sword and parried Yuri's powerful strike. Watching the intense match from above, Rosso remarked, Just as I thought, he has no wasted movements, then shouted, Your Highness, we're cheering for you. The observing knights chimed in, Your Highness isn't bad at all. But in the ring, Gerald's brow furrowed. No, something was off. A strong slash from Yuri came down, and he managed to block in time. Gerald kept warding off Yuri's relentless, powerful strikes. His brows were tightly knitted now. He swung his sword, continuously intercepting Yuri's blows. Gerald's face had gone stern as he thought. Each strike is unnervingly steady. Yuri didn't hesitate, delivering rapid, fluid strikes with a confident face. At that moment, a thought came to Gerald's mind. As if he realized he's adjusting to my pace. Yuri's face glowed in the sunlight, a smile spreading across it. Suddenly, Yuri's voice rang out. This isn't fun, is it? The two wooden swords clashed again, and he continued. This is just acting. Now let's fight for real. Yuri unexpectedly increased his force and quickly brought down a powerful strike that Gerald had to block with both hands. The wooden sword struck and sent out a fierce flash. Gerald cried out in alarm, his eyes wide in disbelief. Yuri laughed inwardly, thinking he blocked that. Just as I thought, his reflexes are monstrous. He quickly followed with a slash at Gerald's belly, but Gerald nimbly evaded the incoming blow. Yuri's strikes kept coming without pause. Gerald dodged and countered swiftly. Watching Yuri's powerful assaults rain down, Gerald gritted his teeth. I only meant to take it easy. Yuri raised his sword to block, brows knitted, sweat streaming down his face. Damn it, not good. He kept thinking, even with memories from a past life, Gerald is still a grown knight. I thought I could beat him. Then his eyes brightened, but Gerald's eyes suddenly widened as if startled, realizing something. His face showed utter disbelief. Yuri leaned down, thrusting a strong upward cut that sent Gerald's wooden sword flying from his hands to his astonishment. Yuri smiled. At least I landed one hit. He moved swiftly, slipped past Gerald, and struck him forcefully. Yuri happily jumped up, all right. The surrounding knights, seeing his hit, cheered. He actually landed that. Your Highness, well done. Yuri gripped the sword firmly. Gerald asked, are you going to hold back? No, came the reply. Gerald frowned, face uneasy. Strange, I have the advantage, yet I feel like I'm the one being pushed into a corner. Yuri stepped forward. He suddenly launched a strike that forced Gerald to dodge quickly. Yuri raised his sword, face full of regret. What a pity. Hearing that, the hand holding Gerald's sword abruptly froze. He fell silent, suffocated by discomfort. A surge of blue power began to spread along the wooden sword in his hand. Rosso and the knight on the balcony panicked and shouted, Gerald, are you mad? Gerald tightened his grip on the sword, burning with blue flame, eyes furious and ready to strike. Someone shouted in alarm, man of form. Those around yelled to stop him. He's dueling the third prince. Calm down. The blue-flamed sword suddenly whistled past Yuri's head, forcing him to dodge. Gerald seemed to come to his senses, his eyes widening in surprise. A few strands of black hair fluttered and fell to the ground. Yuri suddenly cried out. Before he could react, a cut appeared across his eyebrow, and a few more strands of hair were sliced off. Gerald hastily lowered his sword, his face dark as he called, Your Highness. Rosso and the knight beside him were equally alarmed. This madman. Your Highness, are you all right? Yuri waved his hand. I'm fine. It's my first time watching sparring. Rosso remained worried, but the wound. He wrapped a cloth around his head and tied it tight. Yuri said, Gerald, take up your sword again. He gripped the sword. The tip flashed with light. Now it's getting fun. He swung the sword hard toward Gerald. Yuri planted his feet to gain momentum. He accelerated, delivering powerful, rapid slashes at Gerald. Staring at Yuri's murderous gaze and non-stop attacks, Gerald thought, the prince is different from me. He kept dodging Yuri's storm of assaults as they kept coming, pushing him to his limit. Yuri smiled confidently, unleashing a barrage of fast, strong strikes. Gerald thought, he's forcing himself. He continuously used his sword to block the blows. Yuri and Gerald faced off with swords. Yuri closed in with a confident smile, while Gerald stood tense and sweating. Gerald's thoughts rang in his head, exceed the limit. Now he stood opposite Yuri in an extremely tense duel. He gripped his sword tightly, focusing everything ahead, staring at his opponent and thinking my blood feels like it's boiling. Then Gerald dashed like the wind toward Yuri, who stood ready to fight. He'd never felt like this, even having faced stronger foes. He quickly parried the strike, his face resolute with no fear, eyes brimming with killing intent. Gerald looked at him, an indescribable feeling rising within. This young prince. Yuri suddenly stepped back, then sprang forward to charge. His face was full of confidence as he lunged at his opponent with the wooden sword. Yuri cut toward Gerald like a blade. Gerald quickly leaned back to dodge, panic on his face. Something within him was being awakened. Gerald gritted his teeth and tried to open his eyes. Although he dodged, a few strands of his fringe were cut by the slash. He shouted, "Damn it!" Shortly after, Gerald regained his composure, gripping his sword with both hands. It seemed he was swinging with all his might, striking at Yuri without mercy. The impact caused Yuri's wooden sword to start cracking. Moments later, it split in two under the force of the other sword. The sword in Yuri's hand broke. One half fell to the ground while he still held the other half. Yuri stood still, bowed his head, and sighed quietly. He then rested the sword on his shoulder, smiled happily at Gerald, and said, "It's over." At that moment, Gerald still held the sword with both hands, panting. A large amount of mana swirled around him. Yuri reached out toward him as if to make peace. "Gerald, You've opened my eyes. Gerald, not proud, hurriedly shook his hand and offered praise. No, Your Highness, you've fought very well. He stared at his clenched hand, pondering for a long while. There was a fierce determination and endurance he'd never seen before. How could such resolve come from a young prince? Yuri found Gerald's continued staring puzzling. While they were still shaking hands, Yuri suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" Which left Gerald frozen. Yuri looked at the hand, gripping his, and teased, "Why are you holding my hand like that?" He kept joking, "You made the prince bleed on his head, and you're still standing there?" Gerald hurriedly released his hand and stammered, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Yuri sighed as he watched the other rush off in a fluster. Just a small mistake. He seemed to have let out the fatigue in his chest and flopped onto the floor to rest. Suddenly a cheering voice rang out from somewhere, startling Yuri. Above, the soldiers kept shouting, "Your Highness, you're amazing." The soldier glanced over and froze when he saw a figure approaching. He called out, "Captain, you're here." Sane peered down and replied, "I just arrived." From afar, he saw the small figure of Yuri lying on the arena floor with his sword broken in two. Attention gradually focused on the broken half of his sword. He stroked his chin, pondering as if calculating something. A few days later, a grand building rose magnificently beneath the clear blue sky. A figure moved through the corridor inside. It was Gerald. He paused mid-step when he heard a voice, "You're off duty, right?" Gerald turned and saw Yuri smiling at him, leaning against a nearby pillar. He looked at him, mouth curving into a laugh. Yuri walked ahead and ordered Gerald to follow. "Come with me. We need to go somewhere." Gerald looked awkward. "I was planning to train." Yuri regained a serious air and glanced at Gerald, thinking he seemed to have figured things out. "It's all thanks to me, so you're in my debt." He gave in reluctantly, looking sullen as he replied, "Yes, Your Highness." "Yuri, please," said Good. Yuri smiled at Gerald, considering that he was beginning to use his strength, still imperfect, but acceptable for now. He stepped closer, asking, "Where are we going?" Yuri crossed his arms and told Gerald, "Just follow silently." He hesitated, a little fearful it might be dangerous. Yuri mischievously reassured him, "It's fine. I brought one more person along." He was confused as he watched Yuri call out. "Call whom?" Suddenly Yuri shouted toward someone in the distance, "Hey." It was Bryal's royal mage, Hernando. He started at the sound of his name being called. "Hernando?" Hernando hurried over, smiling in a friendly greeting. "Your Highness, do you need something?" Yuri calmly invited, "We need to go somewhere. Help us." He forced a smile and declined Yuri before turning away. "I'd love to go with you, sir, but I have urgent business." As Hernando turned away, before his words finished, he froze at the boy's declaration. "I'll clear all your gambling debts." He spun back in astonishment, unable to believe his ears, and asked, "Really?" Yuri smiled firmly and confirmed, "Yes, I'll pay back everything you lost to me." He continued, "Have I ever cheated you?" Hernando pondered for a long moment. "Not in the casino, no." Then he concluded, "No, sir." Yuri brightened at that, right? While pleased, Hernando added, "I mean, I've never seen you at a casino before." The smile on Yuri's face froze as he inspected himself. "Am I really like that?" Yuri left the two of them behind and ordered, "Anyway, I'm clearing your debts, so shut up and follow me." Hernando's expression registered confusion as he reached inside his coat to take something out, wondering if that's what he should do. A sheet of paper appeared in his hand. Hernando beamed and said, "I want it in black and white, please." Yuri went stone still when he saw it, dumbfounded and speechless. He clutched his head in disbelief as the two stood waiting behind him. Was that all the third Prince of Bryal would say? Then he suddenly turned back, pointed at the stunned Gerald, and ordered, "Gerald, witness this for me." Gerald could only stare, shocked and at a loss for words. Yuri's face grew fierce as he kept pointing at Gerald and repeated, "I said witness my words." Yuri, Bryal himself. Gerald, helpless, obediently complied. "Yes, sir." Hernando laughed brightly, tucked the paper into his coat, and said, "Then let's go, Your Highness." Yuri's expression turned serious as he heard the question. What exactly is this place that requires a knight and a mage? He answered crisply, making them more curious, to Sword Mountain. Yuri curled a lip and, in a mysterious tone, said, "From now on we..." Then he declared bluntly, face alight with excitement, "are going to raid our ancestors' dungeon." The three entered the cold, dark vault together. There was no light inside. Gerald led with a candle while the other two followed. Hernando scanned the surroundings and said, "I didn't expect such a large tunnel under the palace." Gerald looked straight ahead and asked, "Your Highness, what lies at the end of this cavern?" Yuri responded briefly. It connects to Sword Mountain. He felt a bit unfamiliar, glanced back, and added, Sword Mountain, the only place with legends about the Founder's relics. He lowered his head, somewhat pensive, and as they walked he confirmed that's right. Yuri recalled memories from his previous life, sitting and reading a paper about the family secret. In that life, when the Empire seized Betrayal, they discovered a dungeon hidden in Sword Mountain. Relics concealed there revealing the founder of Betrayal's legacy, and they made a fuss claiming they'd unearthed the founder's heritage. However, that tunnel had only been an emergency escape for him. A lone foot ran quietly through the dark corridor as his thoughts continued. That's why I couldn't reach Betrayal's legacy, and it fell into the Empire's hands. The small figure now turned his back on the hurried, fleeing silhouette of his grown self. Yuri kept reflecting. This time is different. I won't just run away into the past. I'll advance step by step toward the future. His eyes shone with firm resolve and determination in his decision. Yes, I will see it for myself. The legacy our ancestors left behind. Ahead lay a cool, dense forest, with a sunlit path running through its center. Yuri pushed aside the vine-covered door himself and stepped forward. The three of them went through the door in turn, led by Prince Yuri. Hernando turned to look around once and confirmed with Yuri. So this is the route to Sword Mountain? He suddenly asked the man ahead with some curiosity. Your Highness, where did you get the key? It looks like a holy relic. Yuri remained silent, recollecting the memory of obtaining the key. It had been hidden in the corner of the study, just like in his past life. Back then, he didn't know its purpose and paid a heavy price. He replied nonchalantly to the question, no need to know. Suddenly, Hernando's hand snagged on a thorn. It was visibly scratched and reddened, and he cried out in pain, it hurts. Seeing Hernando injured, Yuri kindly warned, be careful. These leaves are sharp. Don't get hurt. Stay close to me. He silently followed behind Yuri, watching the composed figure leading them and pondering for a while. Hernando turned and called out, Gerald. Gerald, a bit surprised, responded reflexively, yes? In the vast, silent forest, the two voices carried clearly. Hernando asked, Your Highness, have you eaten something strange? Gerald beside him could only smile helplessly. Maybe so. Yuri heard the idle chatter perfectly and shouted angrily, Are you two going to move or not? They blinked and laughed sheepishly, still hot-headed as before. Something ahead seemed to make him stop. He widened his eyes in surprise. Yuri signaled for the two to halt, looked and cautioned, wait a moment. Ahead was a pack of wolves, malicious eyes, mouths foaming as if craving prey, growling at the humans. The three of them hid in the bushes and watched the wolves. Yuri stared and guessed. They hunt in packs. There are likely more of them. Gerald beside him, alarmed, asked, How do you know? Yuri replied coldly and briefly out of courtesy, I read it in a book. Hernando, hiding behind a tree, was stunned and wide-eyed at the revelation. A book, Your Highness? Yuri moved forward again and quietly called to the two, They haven't noticed us yet. Stay silent. Unfortunately, someone's foot clumsily stepped on a dry twig on the ground, producing a loud snap. The two turned in alarm to look at the culprit stumbling behind them. He blushed in embarrassment, scratched his head, avoided their gaze, and could only force a smile. No sooner had Hernando uttered two words, I'm sorry, than a wolf leaped from behind, looking ferocious. Gerald panicked and rushed forward, shouting that Hernando was in danger. Hernando. Something flashed by, swift and indistinct as a cut. Immediately after, the wolf's head was severed from its neck as it lunged with its mouth open to bite. Hernando awkwardly stared at the large wolf collapsing at his feet, not understanding what had happened. Yuri remained calm, standing with his arms crossed. He praised and warned Gerald, wolf fur is coarse, so use your mana form. Good job, Gerald, but the silhouette of a huge wolf emerged from the bushes. Its eyes burned like fire and its mouth foamed, craving flesh. It lunged forward and let out a long, piercing howl to call in more packmates. Soon the wolves had surrounded the three. Gerald faced them with his sword, shielding the two behind him. He gripped the glowing magical sword tightly, gritted his teeth in a ready stance, and warned the others, don't stray too far from me. The two ferocious wolves, having waited for their moment, were ready to pounce on the human. Then suddenly they sprang, preparing to leap onto where Gerald stood, his face filled with hostility as he took a defensive stance. Gerald pushed back with all his strength. One slash ended the lives of two wolves. Seeing that, Hernando brightened and freely praised, Well done. No wonder you're a Betrayal knight. Yuri immediately agreed. Yes, truly impressive. The sight of Gerald risking himself against the savage pack made him exclaim that he still had a lot to work on. He was grit-teethed and holding on. The wolves' strength was overwhelming, and Gerald's whole body trembled with exhaustion. Yuri turned and called to Hernando as a reminder, "Hernando." He immediately got the hint and replied yes. Hernando summoned a powerful flame, preparing to attack the wolves. Time for him to show his skill. My father would be proud. Many fireballs appeared around him. Hernando stood proudly amid the flames and praised Yuri. You know how to make use of a mage in combat. Gerald, fiercely holding off a hungry wolf, was puzzled by the sudden light and turned to ask, "Huh? What's happening?" Before he could finish, he saw a fireball hurtling toward him. Gerald hastily withdrew the sword that had been blocking the wolf's jaws. He leapt with all his might just before the fireball struck. A massive explosion occurred where Gerald had just been standing. Flames engulfed the area, obscuring everything. Evening fell and the sky cleared. The whole town spread out under the sunset as a voice said, "I didn't expect there to be monsters beyond the wolf pack." Gerald bent over, panting and somewhat irritated. He glanced over reproachfully. "Yes, which is why we were delayed. But we're here now." The three stood proudly atop the peak, gazing at the sky, the summit of Sword Mountain. Gerald stood for a moment, looked around, then turned to Yuri, who was walking off, and asked, "Is this really the place, Your Highness? There's nothing up here." He idly glanced about and replied, "It is the place." Yuri thought to himself that there had to be something, and in that moment his eyes truly caught sight of something unusual. A gleaming red gem suddenly appeared in the ground below. There it is. Yuri immediately crouched down and dug fiercely at the soil. "I have to get this out." Gerald, seeing him like that, panicked and asked, "Your Highness?" He quickly ran over to help and called back to Hernando. Hernando, help too. Hernando, unenthusiastic, complained, "Mages don't do heavy digging, you know." The space fell silent as time passed. Birds merrily flew across the sky. Beneath the dug ground lay an old sword, but the gem set on it shone unbelievably bright. Yuri lifted the dirt-covered sword out with his own hands. He held the sword up before him. Sunlight struck it, and it gleamed. Yuri breathed. "Oh." Hernando stood staring at the sword, pondered, then said, "It doesn't look like it was buried. More like a brand-new blade." It seemed Yuri had noticed something unexpected. His expression changed noticeably. There was an inscription on the sword. Yuri muttered it aloud. "Guidi?" Gerald behind him asked, "Is that the Founder's relic?" Yuri idly stroked the sword and said, "I'm not sure." Suddenly the ground trembled and cracked open, startling all three. Yuri looked very excited and told the others, "We'll know in just a moment." The mountain they were standing on finally crumbled and could no longer support them. The three of them fell together downward as Gerald screamed. They plummeted straight down in a blinding streak of light, their frantic cries continuing to echo. They fell as dust and debris sprayed everywhere. Below appeared a tunnel, at the end of which gleamed the dazzling light of a gem. Yuri suddenly came to, opening his eyes to find himself lying on top of someone. Gerald beneath him groaned continuously as he cushioned the fall, his body emanating blue mana. Yuri pushed himself up, taking in the situation, and despite Gerald's exhaustion and near fainting, he praised him. "Using your mana form to protect the body. Impressive." Turned to look back, he saw Hernando gently lowering himself, 2 mana orbs on either side supporting him. "Oh, this is deeper than I thought." Yuri glared at Hernando, gripping the sword tightly in reproach. "You ignored the prince's safety to save yourself?" Embarrassed, Hernando forced a smile and tried to explain it was urgent. Suddenly a loud noise rang out behind them, causing Hernando to freeze. He immediately turned back to assess the situation. Hernando pointed frantically toward the end of the tunnel. There was a figure surrounded by dark magic. "Your Highness, over there." Yuri, still sulking, turned away unbelievingly. "Don't change the subject, it's not going to work." The shadow was pitch black and indistinct, except for something shining gold. Hernando screamed in terror. "No. Really, there's a ghost." Hearing that, Yuri snapped his head around in alarm and asked him, "What?" Before them strode an enormous figure clad head to toe in iron armor, radiating dense dark magic, its red eyes terrifying. Yuri stood still, mustering courage to face the strange being, thinking to himself, "It's a death knight." He bent down and called to the man writhing in pain on the ground, "Gerald, get up." The man groaned in discomfort. Angry, Yuri ran over and kicked Gerald several times, shouting, "I said get up." Gerald cried out in pain and sprang to his feet. Gerald, not yet understanding the situation, sat up in a panic and looked around. Where is this? He suddenly went rigid when he saw the massive figure approaching him. Gerald straightened, sword in hand, warning in a combat-ready stance. Your Highness, please step back. I will confront the Death Knight. Yuri, seeing this, didn't know how to react and thought, not bad. The knight abruptly halted, motionless. Yuri stared at him, his gaze unshaken. Death Knight. The Death Knight loomed large, a skull with blood-red eyes. True to its name, a knight returned from death. When a knight dies and becomes a Death Knight, their power increases far beyond their living strength. Calmly, Yuri stepped forward to the astonishment of the gaping Gerald. It's fine, this one isn't dangerous. Gerald still wasn't convinced and asked him, how do you know? Only to receive Yuri's casual, joking reply, I can feel it. Yuri approached the Death Knight closely and smiled without fear. He's guarding the Founder's tomb, so he isn't directing murderous intent at me. I'm of that bloodline. He asked the knight directly, is that right? The Death Knight stood silently, saying nothing. Suddenly it drew its sword with no prior movement. Seeing this, Hernando and Gerald panicked and rushed forward, faces blanching as they called, Your Highness. He dodged the Death Knight's unexpected strike as the two warned him, careful. For some reason, the sword was driven straight into the ground, creating a crack. Hernando's face was full of horror. He covered his mouth and stammered, No, it's impossible that His Highness's head was split like that. Yuri, his face radiating killing intent and his bangs cut off, spun around and shouted, What do you mean? Hernando, still trembling, tried to explain, I mean His Highness's hair was cut in half. The Death Knight suddenly spoke, his words mocking and furious, his tone arrogantly identical to that man's. Yuri stood below and calmly asked straight out while the knight drew his sword again. Who are you? The two behind were jolted by the name the Death Knight uttered. Eric Bryall. Gerald cried out in confusion. Eric Bryall is... Hernando hesitated and added, He's the name everyone in Bryall knows. A sword master who united the continent with a single blade. An image of Eric Bryall from the past appeared, magnificent amid the people's acclaim. He was also the ancestor of Bryall, the knightly kingdom's first king. Yuri put his hand to his chest and asked the knight, Am I the first to come here? The Death Knight immediately confirmed, yes. He looked at the sword Yuri held and explained further, If you were not a descendant of Bryall, you could not wield that sword. Yuri then lifted the sword to admire it, his tone serious. So this is the peerless, sacred sword our ancestor used. The Death Knight suddenly spoke unexpectedly, freezing Yuri. I used it. He looked confused by Yuri's disdainful, slightly hostile expression. What does that look? Do you despise it because I used it? Yuri reluctantly explained, I just feel guilty for touching someone else's belongings. Suddenly the Death Knight's voice grew more serious, prompting Yuri to look up anxiously. Descendant of Bryall. His large frame spoke calmly, but with an intimidating presence. Tell me why you have come here. Yuri fell silent, gripping the sword tightly in his hand without a word. Then he reached out, eyes resolute, and declared boldly, I am Yuri Bryall, the third prince of the current Bryall line, a descendant of Eric Bryall. Bestow his legacy upon me. The Death Knight showed no reaction, merely studied him with those glowing eyes. Then it suddenly turned and strode away, leaving the three stunned. It walked toward the end of the tunnel, speaking as it went, Time has come, the moment for me to carry out my duty. Yuri's expression grew more serious at the Death Knight's words. I will give you what you seek. He lifted his foot, intending to follow it to the place it led. Gerald stood frozen, watching the third prince follow behind the Death Knight. His face showed utter shock, disbelief written all over it. No way. Gerald glanced at the ground, his mind filled with thoughts. We've come to the Bryall ancestor's tomb and talked to a Death Knight. This isn't the life of a royal knight, I imagined. Suddenly a voice rang out, pulling him from his thoughts. Gerald. Yuri has gone deeper. Yuri's face was obscured by light. He turned and asked, What are you standing there for? Gerald was jolted awake by the voice, saying, Huh? Then something appeared in his head, startling him. A vision of a swordsman sitting on the battlefield, speaking. Something flashed before him. Gerald thought to himself, Your Highness? The voice startled him again. Aren't you coming? He rubbed his head and shook it, visibly uncomfortable. Impossible. Why am I seeing these random things? Gerald quickly ran toward Yuri, shouting loudly, Come here. The Death Knight stood silently before the glittering gemstone slab. Then he gently sat down right in front of it. Yuri turned and saw the Death Knight sitting there regally, which left him puzzled. A gust of wind and a shaft of light blew in, catching the three of them off guard. They could only shield their eyes from the glare. In the silent space, the Death Knight's voice rang out like a farewell. "I hope so." Yuri forced his eyes open at the sound, the light and wind still pouring over him. He spoke his final words before departing. "You are worthy." Then Yuri found himself holding his sword, the surroundings now somewhere else above ground. He looked around in confusion for the others' figures. Where was this? From the distance, a figure carrying a sword gradually approached, making Yuri a little alarmed. Huh? He stared in that direction and guessed, could it be the ancestor? A breeze brought a sense of unease. Yuri seemed to realize something. Wait, that... The faceless silhouette suddenly took a stance and lunged forward to attack. Its features were indistinct. Its whole body was pale as a statue, rushing in as if flying. Not human. He quickly parried its previous blow, using all his strength to withstand it. A blue vortex contracted, growing progressively smaller. Yuri now stood in the cavern, his face pale and astonished. This is... The faceless figure with a sword appeared, standing imposingly before him. Mana form. Instead of attacking immediately, the phantom raised a hand toward its chest. Deep within, mana spun around, forming a small orb. Not understanding its intent, Yuri raised an eyebrow and watched the phantom's gesture with suspicion. Then the mana orb in its chest grew larger, and blue light began to spread down across its body. Even the sword in its hand became enveloped in the mana aura, transforming into a mystical blue blade. Maintaining a combat stance, Yuri focused intently, studying it, the method of applying mana. It was teaching him the basics. When the sword had fully turned blue, the mana form waved a finger at him, as if signaling Yuri. At that motion, his eyes showed puzzlement as he tried to interpret its purpose. "You want me to mimic you during the fight." Realizing the other's intent, Yuri rubbed his head and burst into laughter. Haha, he thought my ancestor really is crazy. Watching the phantom try to teach him to fight, he pondered, training someone who's never learned mana through actual combat. Then he touched his head, his expression turning serious. This was only possible because he had memories from a past life. Though difficult, he was determined. Yuri knelt on the ground, his hand lightly touching the dry earth as he began to regulate his chi, as before. Immediately, mana began to emanate from his hand as an intense blue light, rising gently like smoke. Seeing this, he held out his hand and examined it for a moment, his tone showing a hint of joy. So that's how it is. Appearing ready, Yuri called out to the phantom, catching its attention with a casual, "Hey." The sword in his hand was quickly wrapped in mana. His expression revealed excitement mixed with challenge. "I don't fully understand yet." The phantom broke into an eager, combative smile when it heard his request. "Let's see what you've got." Facing the imposing phantom, Yuri felt no fear and resolved to fight. He had to grow stronger. Determination and resolve flashed in his eyes as he raised his sword decisively. In the near future, the Empire would begin to reveal its greed and invade Bryal. Imagining the leader of the Empire, cunning and sly, mustered tens of thousands of troops to invade the kingdom of Bryal. Hatred welled up inside him. He would do whatever it took to destroy them and never repeat past mistakes. That hatred drove Yuri, causing the mana on his blade to flare more fiercely. The swordsmanship of Eric Bryal. As quick as a flash, Yuri instantly blinked toward the phantom, leaving a long streak of light. Before he even registered it, Yuri leapt up, his eyes full of killing intent as he swung the sword in his hands with force. Both wore expressions of fierce delight and aggression. With nimble, deft movements, Yuri immediately hacked at his opponent, and the dummy quickly parried. Their intense training erupted. Meanwhile, through a hazy, dreamy gaze, a luxurious chamber gradually came into view. The scene clarified. Before him was a row of training weapons, all stored with care. Scanning the surroundings, Gerald couldn't help but feel puzzled and annoyed. He frowned and muttered, "Huh." After watching the spacious room for a while and seeing the neatly arranged dummies, he vaguely realized, this is a training hall. To be sure, Gerald moved closer to probe, constantly glancing around to scout the situation. After confirming it, Gerald rubbed the lock of hair still stained with blood and said firmly, "So it's not a dream." Suddenly, a mysterious sound rang out. He spun around, his hand clamping on his sword in a ready stance as he shouted bravely, "Where are you hiding? Come out!" Just as he expected, a foot appeared right behind Gerald, and then slowly advanced toward his defensive position. With sharp senses, he immediately detected someone behind him, his cold gaze sweeping to the rear. When he turned, his expression shifted from tense to puzzled. Gerald froze for a beat, staring in surprise at the figure before him. Huh? To his astonishment, the opponent looked exactly like Gerald, as if cast from the same mold, a taunting smile on his lips as he kept advancing. His double. Was this the Death Knight's test? Unfazed, he seriously demanded the other's name. "What is your name? Are you also Gerald?" Immediately the double's eyes turned eerie and dangerous. A provocative smile formed at his mouth as he threatened, "Gerald, don't fight fate." Those words left Gerald stunned, his gaze incredulous and cautious. "What?" Calmly, the double explained with an aggressive look. "Didn't you join the Knight Corps to live comfortably?" Seeing Gerald grow more tense and wary, he kept taunting and threatening. "Stay away from the third prince. Resisting fate will only bring you suffering." Those words struck at Gerald's soft spot. He bowed his head, sighed, and pondered for a while. Gerald's reflection flashed across the blade. With a solemn look he stared at himself and thought, "I'd agree if I were my former self, but just thinking of training with Yuri in the past." Yuri's excited eyes instantly changed his prejudice. "Not boring at all, it's flashy for sure." At that, Gerald's spirit surged. He broke into an eager smile and taunted back, his tone highly provoking. "Because it's fake, you don't get it, do you?" Hearing this, the double's face darkened. He glared at Gerald with displeasure and irritation. "What's done can't be undone. Think about your past actions." As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance while the double cautiously raised his sword, raising an eyebrow at Gerald's words. "It only makes things more troublesome." Gerald's remark annoyed him. He immediately channeled mana into his blade and scowled as he retorted, "That's the wrong answer." Instantly, he took a running step and lunged at Gerald, generating a powerful gust of force. With killing intent and determination flashing in his eyes, he barreled toward where Gerald stood at terrifying speed. When he reached Gerald, he unleashed a fierce strike, but Gerald quickly dodged to the side and blocked the blow with his sword, producing a violent shockwave. In that moment, Gerald's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his face intensely serious as he parried the assault, the clash of weapons ringing out relentlessly. Predictable. Neither showed any intention of yielding. Gerald's eyes remained unflinching as he poured in all his strength until he trembled, the silence broken only by the metallic strikes. His technique focused on defense to minimize risk. Immediately after, Gerald's sword shifted from defense to offense, swiftly knocking his sword aside, so like my former self. Under that intense pressure, the attacker drew his leg back, slammed into the ground with force, and sprang up abruptly and decisively, carefully watching Gerald's blade. At that instant, the corner of Gerald's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. His voice, cold and nonchalant, sounded boring. Finishing his words, he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, and with all his strength delivered a lethal strike. Gerald's blade rose decisively and slashed fiercely into the attacker's chest. The man took the full hit, biting down in pain and recoiling. Quickly, he was felled by Gerald's skillful swordwork and collapsed to the ground, while Gerald remained extremely cautious, breathing heavily and exhausted. But it didn't end there. Inside the attacker's armor, a muddy liquid poured out violently, accompanied by a sinister black miasma. Seeing that scene, he was stunned. His face went pale with shock and amazement, speechless. The mass of muck swelled monstrously, surging until it was 10 times Gerald's size and reaching up to the training hall's roof. Moreover, it took the form of a grotesque giant beast, bulging with muscle and immense bulk, its presence pressing down on Gerald beneath. Of course, there had to be a second phase. Facing that savage monster, his gaze remained unusually calm, resolute, and unyielding. Even his mana flared intensely. Its size was truly overwhelming. The prince must be in a battle too. Gerald slowly lowered himself into a stable fighting stance. Mana surged and enveloped his keen blade as he stared the creature down without a hint of fear, silently pleading, "Please overcome this, your highness." At the same time, in a barren wasteland, jagged rocks rose up, the wind howling through, not a tree in sight. Only a few tufts of grass clung to the crevices. The large slabs were etched with deep, razor-sharp gouges for blades, forming uneven, jagged furrows. Under the blazing, scorching sun, Yuri slumped down, his back against a rock cracked into large fragments, his body gravely wounded as he helplessly watched the phantom slowly approach. After the relentless attacks, he curled up on the cold ground, fresh blood soaking the hem of his clothes, his face scarred with scratches and cuts. At that moment, the phantom raised its sword high toward the sky, showing no mercy or hesitation as it prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Deep blue mana erupted violently, producing a powerful shock that blasted everything aside, flaring like a terrifying explosion. The mana raised its hand. Around its arm, a spreading source of blue power surged outward. It lunged quickly toward where Yuri lay, pouring all its strength into the swing. Yuri's face darkened as he remained motionless. Then, taking advantage of its momentary lapse in vigilance, he gripped the sword's hilt tightly, channeling a bit of mana into it. Yuri sprang up. A cold blue light flashed in his eyes as he thrust the sword straight forward. He swung the blade in a single cut, creating a blue arc that struck the mana form and sent it flying before it could block. The ground beneath cracked from the blow, producing a massive explosion. A plume of white smoke rose from the mana form's body as it planted 1 foot on the ground. Amid the spreading dust, Yuri exhaled, yet he kept his guard up, gripping his sword toward it, not knowing how much time had passed. He lunged at the mana form again, but continued to dodge without committing to an attack, like a cat toying with a mouse. This was a bit risky. How to use mana like this? The mana form suddenly counterattacked. Yuri hastily stepped back to block the strike, marveling inwardly at how it wielded the sword, learned through relentless blade contact. After a while, Yuri sheathed his sword, thinking he was beginning to stabilize. He glanced at the mana form, his voice showing slight surprise. The mana form stood still. The sword in its hand was mottled with cracks. Then it shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Seeing the figure dissolve before him, he felt a bit of joy. It was vanishing. Before it fully faded, the mana form raised its hand and waved at him, as if bidding farewell and offering a compliment. Only then did Yuri relax into a light smile, lowering his guard. So it's over. Yuri closed his eyes and whispered a goodbye. Thank you. The wind rose, weaving through the rock faces, and the mana form's afterimage rode the breeze away. Suddenly, Yuri frowned and let out a soft, irritated sound. Then he opened his eyes and took in the scene before him. A gentle light fell upon him. He heard voices nearby and turned quickly. Hernando and Gerald were talking. Gerald, are you okay? Hernando asked. Gerald scratched his neck and hesitantly replied, yes, I'm fine. Yuri realized then that he had returned. Behind him, the Death Knight sat before a group and, in a hoarse voice, remarked, "You all seem to be dreaming." Yuri glanced at him. What was that just now? The Death Knight stood and answered Yuri's question in a low tone. The mission from Enrich, some things he left for Bryal's heir. Hearing that, Yuri bowed his head in thought, recalling the fire years ago. In his previous life, Sword Mountain was brutally destroyed by the Empire, so no Bryal royalty could claim it. Putting that aside, Yuri looked up at the 4 knights before him. Did the ancestor also use this mana? The Death Knight immediately denied it. No. His bloodshot eyes looked down at him as he slowly explained. Enrich obtained that thing while traveling east in his later years. Pausing, the Death Knight continued. It was his final legacy, forged from the pinnacle of knowledge. You are its first heir. Yuri then asked, puzzled why it wasn't passed down to descendants in the usual way, but left like this. After a moment of silence, the Death Knight said the dungeon only opens at certain times. He stood backlit, which made him appear even more eerie, saying that when the dungeon opens it means the time has come to use that power. Yuri stared at him. What do you mean? The Death Knight paused and said, I cannot answer that question. Find out for yourself. After those words, Yuri bent his head and stared at the radiant blood gem set into the sword's pommel. Watching the mana radiating around the sword, Yuri involuntarily asked, what's the name of this mana form? He answered, Soul Sever. He muttered the name under his breath, Soul Sever. Then the Death Knight said, You Bryal, kneel on one knee. I will bestow the ancestor's legacy to Bryal's heir. His eyes flashed an eerie red light. Yuri obeyed, kneeling on one knee and placing the sword beside him. The 4 knights laid a hand on his head. His tone turned strangely gentle. Do not fear your enemies. He closed his eyes and slowly felt the air hovering around him. Yes. The 4 knights continued their admonition. Act according to your convictions. He replied, yes. To the very end, you must fulfill Bryal's duty. At that moment, a strange black aura appeared around him. Yuri remained unaware, still bowing and accepting. Yes. Suddenly the four knights gripped his head, causing Yuri pain. He opened an eye in surprise and looked at them. This time he drew closer, the black aura enveloping him. His bass voice seemed to sink into Yuri's bones. Remember well. Yuri gritted his teeth and met his gaze sharply. Brial does not abandon his honor, even unto death. This is Brial's vow. After he finished speaking, he had completed his mission. The four knights' bodies, like a breeze, slowly faded from the world. Yuri stared blankly at the sight. His eyes now bore an odd reddish tint. The next day, the sky was clear and sunny, the wind lightly stirring as if scraping at one's heart. Aina pushed back the blanket and turned, her voice gentle as she woke him. "Your Highness, it's morning." Yuri lay in bed and sighed in displeasure, placing a hand over his forehead to block the light streaming onto the bed. She came closer, hands on her hips and concern in her voice. "Are you tired? You came back late last night." Aina mumbled. "You look like you might faint when you lay down." Yuri sat up, rubbing his neck tiredly, and forced a smile. Sorry. He stretched and yawned a long yawn. "I went to the Royal Library last night for a bit." Aina sounded puzzled. "Why the library all of a sudden?" He explained slowly, "Because I needed to find a record." He recalled the information he'd uncovered last night. A record in the library about the royal bloodline described that enriched Brial had a brother or sister. That person had been erased from history and not given a name because they had discarded their honor. He silently concluded that the person must be that Death Knight. Then Yuri looked at the sword placed in the corner of the room and at its original owner. At that moment, Aina returned carrying a set of clothes. "Your Highness, you need to change quickly. His Majesty is looking for you." Yuri got out of bed, puzzled. "Why?" She hurried on. "I'm not sure, but after meeting with Lord Hernando, His Majesty wishes to see you immediately." He closed his eyes as a sense of unease washed over him. Hernando, him? He remembered that when leaving the dungeon, Hernando had called him back. "Your Highness." Yuri turned to look at him, puzzled. "Huh?" His tone had been serious. "I'll report today's events to His Majesty." Yuri frowned at him, sounding reluctant. "Is that necessary?" Gerald also held a torch and stopped to wait for the two of them. Hernando put a hand on his hip and grinned broadly. "Yes, I think it's necessary." He pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling deeply troubled. Apparently, everything had already been reported. Main hall. Yuri stood before Floor and spoke respectfully. "Father wishes to see you." He held his forehead, looking at him gently. "Yes, I heard from Hernando. Last night you not only went out on your own, you also discovered the Ancestors' dungeon in Sword Mountain." He hesitated. "Yes, that's true," but his eyes sneaked a glance at the sword in his hands. Floor noticed as well. He sat up straight and asked, "You found the sword in that dungeon, did you?" Yuri admitted honestly, "Yes, sir." Floor stood and stepped closer. "I've heard you've changed a great deal," he said, approaching Yuri and looking down at him from above. He frowned slightly, listing names one by one. The maid, Bernard, Saint, and even Hernando. "Speak," Floor said, rubbing his son's head. His voice echoed in the great hall. "Tell me how you have changed." Yuri widened his eyes at the question. Yuri was silent, a little tense as he swallowed. His hand gripped the sword's hilt tightly. Then he took a step back. Floor looked astonished at his action. Floor asked again, "You don't want to?" Yuri spoke, his words barely forming. "No, that's not it, sir." Floor asked, "Then why did you step back with that expression?" Looking at Floor's hand clenched, he gave his reason. "Because father was holding my hand tightly, sir." Hearing that, Floor relaxed his hand. "Ah, I see." He looked at him. "Now you may speak." After a moment, Yuri began to tell him, "I had a dream." Floor raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. "A dream?" He stood there with a feeling of helplessness and regret. "Yes, in that dream, I committed a grave sin." Floor looked at Yuri's small frame. "A grave sin? Why do you call him by name?" "Yuri Brial." He glanced down at his son's determined face, wondering what sin he had committed in the dream. Floor looked sternly at Yuri. "What sin did you commit in the dream?" Yuri bowed his head, not meeting his gaze. "My sin is, I couldn't save Brial," he said, his voice tinged with pain. Floor listened intently. Yuri recalled the horrific scenes of his past life, the regret and helplessness, and the utterly tragic death. In the dream, Brial was caught in a war and countless innocent lives were taken. He tried to save the kingdom, but failed. The kingdom collapsed, and I threw away all honor to flee, then died miserably. Yuri placed his hand over the empty spot on his chest. "I woke from the dream, and the necklace my mother gave me was gone." His voice grew low and sorrowful. "I think." Yuri remembered the image of the chain and his mother's features. He stood before his father and confessed that the dream had been his mother's warning. After a long pause, Floor finally asked, "What destroyed the kingdom in your dream?" This time Yuri hesitated, half wanting to tell, half afraid. His face hardened as he calculated carefully. Mentioning the Empire now would be premature. There was a chance the invasion might not occur because he had changed the past. After a long while, he finally spoke. "I'm not certain. It was a dark army I didn't recognize." Floor fell silent, looking at him as if he had seen through everything, but he asked no more questions. Floor put a hand on his hip, his voice softening. "I see. It may have been a random nightmare or a warning from Lily, but I'm glad you've begun to think more clearly." Despite Floor's encouragement, Yuri still didn't feel any less guilty. Did he? "I'm just struggling to be forgiven," he thought, standing there as if watching his past life self flee from reality. At that moment, Floor spoke again, bringing him back. "There's something we must confirm." He folded his arms and looked at him sternly, then picked up his sword. Floor Betrayal, a prodigy with a sword from the moment he could walk, once holding the title of the First, his name engraved across the continent for his superb skill. The continent's strongest were called the 10 Greats. He was regarded as the greatest among them. Now he and Yuri stood facing each other with swords drawn. Simply put, a swordsman so powerful no one on the continent could underestimate him. Yuri tensed, voice betraying his awe. "This is my first time in the training hall." Floor looked down at him. "I didn't think any of my children had sword talent." Yuri pouted, sulking, "Except me, of course." Floor sighed, but the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. "Talent." Then Floor raised his sword and pointed it at Yuri as if issuing a challenge. He asked, "What is the talent of a swordsman?" Yuri hesitated as he stared at the sharp tip before him. Before Yuri could answer, Floor posed another question. "Strength, speed, reflexes, or outstanding intellect?" "If my child possessed all those traits." Yuri's eyes widened in shock as he tightened his grip on the hilt. "Could he become a great knight?" Then Floor dismissed it. "No." Yuri still didn't understand. His expression turned serious. Floor sheathed his sword and held the scabbard straight before him. He began to teach, something more important than what appears above the surface of the iceberg, something that can push you beyond human limits. His eyes sharpened, something surpassing consciousness of duty or danger. Then suddenly Floor's eyes widened, revealing a mysterious glint of red. Only then did Yuri grasp the seriousness of the matter. Panic rose in him, and he hurriedly assumed a stance with his sword. Wait. He saw the powerful aura enveloping Floor and felt an immense pressure. The air around his father had changed. Then Floor returned the sword to its sheath, his voice normal again. "I don't even know what to call it. It's like..." Answering the call from the sword, he said, his face grave. Yuri froze, eyes wide with shock. Then he slowly lowered his sword. Only then did he speak, offering the answer Floor had been waiting for. "Like fate, sir." Floor nodded slightly. "Perhaps so." Yuri picked up his sword again, remaining silent. He looked at the sword. In his previous life, he would not have followed the path of swordsmanship. Yuri watched his reflection on the blade and wondered to himself, what now? Floor stepped closer to him. "What do you think? Should you take up the sword?" His question sounded both like an inquiry and an order. Once given, there would be no choice. "Do you hear the sword's call? When death draws near, will you still grasp your sword?" Faced with Floor's sharp question, Yuri remained still and silent, for he wasn't even sure whether he wanted to or not. In the end, he chose to refuse. Yuri shook his head. "No, I don't feel anything at all." He looked up at him, voice a little tentative. Before he could finish, Yuri saw Floor's face darken. His eyes blazed with danger. The air seemed to freeze, and Yuri felt suffocated by the overwhelming presence. Panicking, he stumbled back, stammering in terror, Father." Yuri looked around in fear. He felt as if thousands of eyes were fixed on him, scrutinizing his whole body, which only increased his panic. Apparently, he hadn't heard the briefing. His face drained of color as he weakly gasped. It was as if he were witnessing the atrocities of his past life. Countless cries of agony overlapping. "No, run, Prince, run, run." Prince Yuri. In his eyes, he seemed to see again the smoke and flame of that brutal battle from before. The fire rose, scorching as if to burn out his sight. The image of Bryal's castle submerged in a sea of fire imprinted itself in his mind, reminding him that was the sin he had committed. He saw the scene of them being slaughtered by the Empire's soldiers. And Yuri had only stood there, helplessly watching, doing nothing, incapable of anything. He stood with vacant eyes. Suddenly Yuri snapped awake, crying out in alarm, "What?" He spun his head frantically, looking around. Why was Bryal engulfed in flames? A voice rang out there. The third prince, the last prince of Bryal. Hearing that, he looked toward the sound in horror. He saw Imperial soldiers rushing this way with swords drawn. Seeing a vast army marching through the sea of fire, he recoiled in shock. Imperial troops. Suddenly he froze. Yuri looked down at his hands, face filled with terror. Wait, what is this? He couldn't believe his eyes. He had returned, looking at the sea of fire and the Imperial army before him. Despair overwhelmed him. Could Bryal truly fall? The blaze surged, drowning the entire kingdom in flames. Yuri stood stunned at the desolation before him, thinking, what is this? A soldier from behind lunged at him with a sword, shouting, Die! Prince of Bryal! Yuri reacted quickly and turned his back. He parried the strike. The clashing blades sent sparks flying. He gritted his teeth and held on. Yuri rallied his strength and counterattacked, finally swinging his sword to finish the attacker. The knights protecting Yuri shouted, Your Highness, we'll hold them off. Please run. The knights stood in the front to block Bryal's enemies. They protected Yuri, urging, Prince, run. One by one the knights fell. They could not withstand the might of the Imperial forces. Yuri stood frozen, stepping on a banner trampled into the ground. He couldn't accept it and asked himself in disbelief, Is this just a dream? Yuri couldn't believe the reality and wondered again. Was Bryal's fate to be destroyed? The iron-tipped sword point struck the scorching ground, leaving a crack. His face darkened, but he had to accept the truth in helplessness and despair. I cannot stop it. He stepped toward the enemies. They gripped their weapons, each point aimed at Yuri, their stance ready to lunge at any moment. Yuri tightened his hold on the sword, but he grew resolute, facing the foes who wanted to tear him apart. Yuri gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a will of determination, recalling the vow he had made to himself that he would not fear the enemy. Thoughts kept coming. He remembered the figure who had ended his life and told himself to act according to his convictions, to carry out Bryal's duty to the end. He began to raise his sword high, shouting as he charged, as if all his strength would erupt in this moment. The blade came down in a devastating slash aimed straight at the chest of the enemy before him. One by one, the men fell beneath each sweep of his sword. Syrup splattered into his eyes, but he no longer cared. Suddenly a sharp spearhead lunged straight at him. Yuri used his hand to block the spear's tip, his other hand still gripping the sword tightly. He gathered force into his sword hand, preparing to thrust forward. The blade pierced through the soldier's head, making him utter a weak cry. He pulled the syrup-coated sword out and readied himself to continue fighting. Yuri panted. Imperial knights surrounded Yuri, shouting triumphantly, Prince of Bryal, your death has come. They taunted him to give up. Yuri bowed his head and, teeth clenched, whispered Bryal. He raised his sword once more with full determination, vowing never to abandon his honor until death. He charged like a flash of light all the way to the end. He descended like a harbinger of destruction toward the Imperial men, determined to fulfill Bryal's duty. Then he returned to the room in the castle. With bloodshot pupils, Yuri kept murmuring that phrase until the end. Floor tried shaking Yuri's shoulder, calling, Yuri, Yuri, do you hear my voice? He shouted loudly, Yuri. Only then did Yuri come to his senses, drenched in cold sweat. Yuri looked at the person before him in panic. Father. He gripped the sword and frantically looked around. A legion, a black legion. Floor put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Yuri, calm down. It's only an illusion. Yuri trembled as he looked at the sword in his hand. He gripped it tighter and gradually calmed down. Yes, it's only an illusion. Floor fell silent and watched Yuri for a long time without saying anything more. After a while, he exhaled heavily. It seems I was wrong. He acknowledged Yuri's decision. It seemed Yuri would grasp the sword. Yuri was surprised by those words. Then he smiled cheerfully. Yuri affirmed to his father once more, Yes, I have made up my mind. Floor gazed at Yuri pensively. Seeing him look at him like that made him inwardly annoyed. Why is father looking at me that way? Who would think I'm dead? He reached out to touch him. Yuri joked, as if chatting with a friend, which surprised the king with this warm gesture. It's fine. Nothing to worry about. He pointed at himself. Excessively vain. I'm a genius, after all. Floor only smiled faintly. He raised his fist, leaving Yuri puzzled. Yuri's shout echoed through the castle. The sky was deep blue, and birds flew beneath the sun. Yuri went to the training grounds. Bernard turned and looked at Yuri in puzzlement. Seeing Yuri's swollen head, he exclaimed, Your Highness. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked as if it were routine, "Who is it from today?" Yuri answered bashfully, "Father." Bernard remarked, "It seems His Majesty was a bit heavy-handed, but I won't go easy either." He put a hand to the back of his neck and calmly replied, "I know." Yuri shot a cold, steely glance. Only now did he notice Bernard stayed because of his father. He scratched his head and asked, "Bernard, you stayed in Brial on the condition you could spar with my father, right?" Bernard answered, "Yes, that's right." He crossed his arms seriously and asked him, "Would you continue to stay here if I asked you to, even if you couldn't fight my father?" Bernard looked down at the boy before him with an indifferent expression. Then he smiled and replied, "No." Yuri inwardly grumbled in displeasure. Damn it, still thoughtless as ever. He smiled at the corner of his mouth, a smile Yuri did not see. He voiced what he felt. "It seems your highness wants me to stay here." Bernard stroked his chin and said, "Condition. I'll accept if you show me something convincing. Something like..." He paused, then continued, "The swordsmanship of Brial's ancestor, Eric Brial." Yuri's face went pale, and he stepped back in shock. "You want me to teach the ancestor's sword style?" Bernard rubbed his hands and laughed. "I'm interested." Yuri scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, Bernard, but that's difficult." He thought to himself that the demand made sense coming from one called the Fierce Sword. Bernard explained that not mastering the mana form yet was normal. It's fine if he hadn't controlled it. He had already taken that into account. Yuri prepared to draw his sword to explain, "You're right, but I mean this won't help you much." He raised the sword and let the rising power flow out. A blue light enveloped him. The sword style had to be paired with a mana form. Bernard rubbed his chin, puzzled, then said what he knew. "Pair together? First I'm hearing that. Usually mana forms only enhance sword techniques." Yuri closed his eyes. He put one hand on his hip, the other holding the sword, and replied, "That's right, which is why I said passing it on is difficult. It's only half perfected." Bernard fell silent, contemplative. After a moment of inner struggle, he said, "All right then." Yuri looked up in surprise. "Really?" He pressed a hand to his chest and pledged on his honor, "Even half is enough. In return, I will stay in Brial." He said confidently, "Even half will contain something I can understand." Yuri snorted to himself, crazy confidence. He smiled faintly. Yuri asked once more to be sure, "All right, so you'll still stay in Brial as promised, right?" Bernard replied firmly, "Yes, your highness." He turned away, stepping back from Yuri. "Very well." He pointed the sword toward Yuri and demanded, "Show me, please." Yuri agreed and took his stance. "Fine, watch, Soul Slash by Yuri Brial." Bernard suddenly spoke again, causing Yuri to pause. "Ah, there's something I haven't told you." He smiled and revealed a truth that stunned Yuri. "Actually, I intended to stay in Brial from the start. His Majesty ordered me to remain here another 10 years. Yuri felt tricked and shouted, "What? You mean?" He swung the sword forward provocatively and asked, "You're not going to attack?" Bernard assumed a stance and lunged forward. "Then I'll go first." Yuri, furious, clenched his sword tighter. "What the..." The iron tip of the sword slammed hard into the ground. He charged in anger with a shout. Finally speaking up, "Huh?" Bernard quickly parried the attack. Dusk fell over the magnificent castle. Lying on a large bed, Yuri stared thoughtfully at the ceiling. His pupils reflected the flames of that fateful night. His heart felt lighter. Things had changed. He recalled the image of the castle engulfed in fire. Yuri wanted a future where Brial would not be destroyed by his mistakes. He thought about his teacher's decision. Though there was no special plan, Bernard's choice to remain in Brial was proof enough. He punched the air determinedly. Changing the future was vague and uncertain, but bit by bit, it was surely changing. He narrowed his eyes, planning for the greater cause. "It's not over yet. This time I must stop the Empire." His gaze was full of resolve. "Do not fail. Yes, do not fail." A sound beside him made Yuri startle and let out a small cry as he turned. Aina warned him, "You must avoid causing trouble." He sat up and asked her, "Anything else?" She placed a hand on her hip, angrily retorting, "You cause problems every day, so you don't even understand what I'm saying, do you?" Aina closed her eyes, sighed, and clarified for Yuri, "You have a meeting tomorrow. That's why I warned you." Surprised, he asked, "A meeting?" She answered, "Yes, a Council of Elders meeting." She continued and asked him, "His Majesty said you'll attend this time. Haven't you heard?" Yuri really hadn't known. He stared at Aina, feeling slightly uneasy. Yuri ruffled his hair until it was a mess, then swore, "Damn it." Aina provided what she knew. "You must leave first thing tomorrow morning. Most of the Elder Council will be present." Aina took Yuri's small hands in hers. With an earnest look, she cautioned Yuri, "There will surely be stubborn and intimidating people, but do not be aggressive toward them. Yuri waved his hand to reassure her. Worried about that? Don't. I won't do that. Aina doubted and asked again. Really? Promise. Yuri affirmed firmly. I told you there's nothing to worry about. Another beautiful day in Bryal. Inside the council chamber, Janet slammed his fist on the table and shouted, absolutely not. Yuri watched, somewhat fearful, silently approving Aina's earlier warning. She was right. From the start, they've all opposed it. This man was Duke Janet, Duke Yubes Janet Jetheri. He adamantly opposed. Your Highness cannot learn a mana form that hasn't been verified. Yuri looked at the other members without speaking, silently calculating, and the rest of the council members. They sat in grim silence, pondering. This should be a place to discuss running the kingdom. But he glanced at the empty seat and realized this place has long been used to obstruct the throne. Now he understood why his father stopped attending. Janet tried to persuade them. Learning Bryal's mana form would be far better than wasting time on something like that. Another member challenged. What do you mean it's unverified? This is an ancestral legacy. Janet sneered. How do we know it's truly an ancestral legacy? The other, enraged at that, shouted, Are you doubting His Highness the Prince? He resumed his indifferent tone. I mean, it's better to be certain. Aren't we gathered here to care for the prince's future? Yuri smiled faintly and spoke with sarcasm. You called this whole council just to debate my mana form? How touching, Duke Janet. He gripped his arm hard, cursing inwardly. Shameless. The traitor bowed to the Empire the moment Bryal fell, smooth-tongued as ever. Janet then turned his attention to someone else. Lord Saint. He asked, seeing this person silent the whole time, what are your thoughts? The person he addressed was Saint, captain of Bryal's night squad. Saint had his hands clasped together, hesitating as he said, I'm in a position where I can't make a hasty decision. Janet pressed again. What is the reason? Saint explained that each mana form has pros and cons, and each person has their own strengths. Janet stood up abruptly and said loudly, Look here. He turned Saint's words into ammunition for himself. Even the captain isn't certain about this mana form, so it's not just baseless worry. He said thoughtfully, I think it's better to abandon this mana form altogether. The member from before disagreed, objecting that Saint was merely uncertain and had said each mana form held its own value. Another man, siding with Jernard, stood and said loudly, It's all the same. The Duke worries this form will be harmful to the prince. The others didn't know what to say and remained silent. Perhaps they didn't want to get involved. Yuri looked at those people and thought, just look at that. His eyes suddenly went steel sharp. He thought grimly, this is bad. At that moment, someone at the table raised a hand in agreement with the count. I think so too. Others began to join in. I agree. Yuri realized the board had been turned. He began analyzing the effects of switching mana forms. If one has only recently learned a form, changing methods won't affect the core, but Yuri recalled the last time he fought a mana form inside the illusion created by the Death Knight. From the ancestors' illusory combat experience, the Soul Sever technique had already rooted into his core. He worried. Sweat rolled down from his temple. He felt trapped. He couldn't explain this part. What should he do? Suddenly a voice spoke up. Your tongue is certainly slick. Yuri looked toward the speaker in surprise. Someone beside him asked in alarm, What did you say? The man raised his hand and began to speak. Forgive me, but I wish to say one thing. That man was the free, noble Calcio Irantia. He wore a composed expression and spoke without beating around the bush, getting straight to the point. How many here have faced an orc before? The attendees at the conference began to murmur. They looked toward Calcio, a free noble. Janet asked displeased, Who are you? What title do you hold? Calcio stood up. He bowed and introduced himself. I am Calcio Irantia, a free noble. Janet sneered, a mere baron. What business has a lowly baron attending a council meeting? Calcio replied reluctantly, I didn't want to either. He sat down once more and continued, but what can be done? A gleam of malice flashed in his eyes. The Count Satyr entrusted this to me. Yuri was taken aback upon hearing that name. The Count Satyr. He recalled information about that count. He was surely the noble guarding Bryal's borderlands. True to his title, he defended the frontier and the front lines, famed as a lifelong battlefield warrior. He wondered about the free noble's appearance. Yuri asked himself, Satyr is known for not caring about noble politics. So why send a representative to this council? The blue-haired man, who shared Yuri's question, spoke up. Why would Count Satyr send you to the Council of Elders? He's not the type to explain things in detail. Calcio interrupted, sneering as he explained. Look at these high lords playing politics and arguing over nothing. I think I understand why the Count sent me here. He stared each of them down and explained about choosing mana forms. The form itself doesn't really change things on the real battlefield. Whether it's a betrayal form or the Empire's mind cultivation technique, it depends on the user. Saying that, he turned to Yuri and asked, "What does your highness think?" Yuri, amused and already liking the man, kept a calm, unreadable face and replied, "As the Prince of Betrayal, I don't see why this is up for debate. Whether I should master the ancestors' mana form or not, I'll learn my ancestors' form regardless of what you say." Calcio agreed with that stance. The prince's inclination is to follow the will of his ancestor in the mana form. He glanced at the others and jeered. "So those who are unrelated, without authority or responsibility, why poke your noses in and speak up?" He spread his arms, as if a halo shone above him, criticizing. "Only those who sit at desks and have never held a sword make a fuss about things like this." Janet scowled at him. "Baron, you're starting to talk recklessly." Calcio remained calm and apologized. "Forgive my rudeness. I can't help it. I'm used to fighting orcs on the border all day." He repeated his earlier question. "I asked before, but could you tell me how many here have fought orcs?" He challenged them. "Do you think orcs pay attention to what mana form their opponent uses?" The man on Janet's side replied, "You're not wrong, but his highness is still young. So your assessment, are you saying we should tear him apart to fix his mana form?" Yuri, displeased, shot back at the noble. "Are you saying I made the wrong choice?" He continued, "You say that even though you know it's impossible, don't you?" Calcio now exposed their intent. "It seems his highness won't back down. Are you planning to forcibly separate his core?" The noble, struck in a nerve, shouted angrily, "What are you saying?" Calcio deliberately replied, "Surely not. So what are we arguing about?" He looked at Yuri and asked, "Your highness agrees too, doesn't he? Yet here you all are, damaging his highness's mental well-being." Janet ground his teeth and asked angrily, "So the royal palace is such a leisurely place, is it?" He suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Leisurely? How insolent! You weren't quiet recently either after receiving that sum, were you?" Calcio's gaze went icy as he retorted, "It would take hundreds dead before you'd stop being quiet. Perhaps you've never seen reports of soldiers dying every day." He recounted, "On the day I left the Count's domain, 4 people died. I had to lay to rest with my own hands a friend I had breakfasted and spoken with that very morning." Calcio explained to them, "Orcs don't know rest, sirs. They live by raiding and killing." Yuri repeated the name in his head, "Orc." He pieced events together and concluded that attention would reveal problems between Bryal and the Principality of Klein around this time. He recalled scenes of homes destroyed. Back then, orcs repeatedly crossed the border and inflicted immeasurable damage. He wondered if the orcs' movement patterns had changed. Calcio answered, "Yes, it's much more worrying than usual." "I see." Yuri continued asking about Klein's situation. Calcio seemed rather surprised and replied, "Yes." Yuri inquired about the border situation. "Aren't the Klein Duchy's forces also stationed there?" Calcio answered hesitantly and worried. Their border guards suddenly withdrew. You asked further, "What about the coastal village?" He recounted the situation there. "It's devastated. Some were killed, the rest taken as slaves. It couldn't be worse." Yuri began to mull it over. Too much of a coincidence, he wondered. Is it a civil war, or... He suddenly asked, "Is the Duke's third son the mastermind?" Bernard panicked. He was extremely worried. The Duke. Yuri glanced to gauge the Duke's reaction. He coughed a few times and then ordered, "I think we'll end it here for today." Janet forced a smile and stammered, So that's it, Your Highness?" Yuri snorted, prepared to open the door, and offered advice that was really a taunt. "Discuss something bigger than my petty mana form." He left that remark behind amid their anger, as if defending against the Klein Duchy and the orcs. He spoke his final words, then the door closed. "Don't trouble yourself over a pubescent brat." The sun was setting, and in that looked rather old. From inside the crystal globe, Haim asked aloud, "Is that so? The third prince said that?" Calcio replied, "Yes." Calcio recounted what he'd learned and said, "There are rumors he isn't the same as before." Haim seemed to seek his opinion. "What do you think?" Calcio recalled Yuri's question, "Aren't Klein's troops stationed there too?" and gave a sly smile. He also offered some praise for Yuri. "Not bad," his looks said. Haim stroked his chin and ordered, "We need to keep an eye on him. Calcio, investigate the third prince." Calcio didn't know where to start and asked, "There's not much on the surface. Should I investigate his background?" Haim replied, "If necessary." He prepared to stand and obey. "I will do so." Haim instructed, "I will be in contact." The globe's blue light went out and returned to normal. Calcio looked down at the street scene and sighed. So peaceful, despite the border troops dying every day. From afar, he saw something in disbelief and murmured, "Huh, that is..." Yuri's cloaked figure passed by with his face hidden. He quickly guessed, the third prince. But then he wasn't sure and let it go. Probably not. Hernando, who had snuck out with Yuri, recalled his childhood and said, "I snuck out because of you. So nervous. I used to sneak out all the time as a kid." Yuri, with a knowing look, asked, "You mean you snuck out 3 times a day?" He answered, "Almost. I was very mischievous as a child." He leaned over and whispered, "Oh, that girl over there is looking at us. Has she recognized us?" Yuri pouted and said, "Why so eager? You can leave the palace whenever you like." Hernando laughed and explained, "If it were just me, it would be a stroll, but with you it feels like a revolt. So what are you planning to do? Something scandalous?" Yuri replied, "No, and if there is, I won't drag you along." He feigned sulking. "Oh, come on, that's disappointing." Hernando still didn't know where they were heading and asked, "Your Highness, where are we going?" Yuri picked up a gold coin and cheerfully answered, "The casino. We're going to the most illegal gambling den in the capital." He froze. Hernando's head was full of worries. "Wait, but you said we wouldn't do anything bad." Yuri replied calmly, "I won't. You're just taking me there. You won't ignore me, right?" Hernando answered as Yuri predicted. "When drunk, I'll go there instead of home. But still, Hernando..." Yuri explained, "Let me tell you first. This is for the good of Brial." Hernando was surprised. "Don't tell me." He silently praised Yuri. How much had His Highness prepared in advance? Truly worthy of His Highness. You planned this all along. He excitedly raised his hand in agreement. "Very well, Your Highness. Today we'll turn the casino inside out." In his previous life, among Brial's people, there were a few who caused quite a stir across the land. A kingpin who once dominated the underworld and a notorious usurer. They were giants in the commercial world, leading the entire continent. And the other was the one who beheaded the infamous underworld bosses and spread fear along Brial streets. She was an extraordinary assassin. Yuri frowned. And the person she killed was... He looked at the procession before him. It was this man, the most skilled usurer today. Goryo, while Yuri was still lost in thought, approached and introduced himself. "I never expected a patron like you to do business with us. It's an honor." You folded your arms confidently and replied, "It seems you already know who I am." Startled by the situation, Hernando blurted out, "What?" Goryo, sly as a notorious traitor, responded swiftly with practiced tongue. "Of course. The mage and the third prince personally wish to meet us. Even with limited power, someone must shoulder responsibility." Sensing the sharp implications in his words, your face tightened unconsciously. You frowned and said plainly, "Indeed, a correct assessment. I did not come only to gamble or amuse myself." In an instant, he realized your purpose and couldn't hide his excitement. His eyes lit with interest as he regarded you. He then shifted to a hospitable posture, gesturing toward the gilded casino inside. "Shall we sit and talk, Prince?" The two of you, one tall, one small, sat on a plain yet luxurious sofa. Hernando whispered to Yuri worriedly, "Prince, you said you wouldn't gamble. You never mentioned this to me." You frowned and hissed softly, "Be quiet." You and he sat opposite the old man. One serious, the other sweating as Goryo said, "I heard you didn't come just to play at the casino. Could it be that you came to borrow money?" Yuri looked at him with utter nonchalance and stated his intention plainly. "Yes, I plan to use a loan as an investment." Sensing this, the old man cautiously probed. So you intend to set up a private slush fund?" Goryo smiled cunningly like a crafty mouse. "And since you borrow from me rather than the bank, does the third prince harbor greater ambitions?" Hearing the greed in his question, you cut him off. "Stop." You smiled at him, your eyes sharp. "Interrogating me is none of your business." The old man accepted your warning and, knowing his place, refrained from prying further. "Forgive me for that." As if sensing something lacking, he added a perfunctory apology. "I wish to offer my apologies." Seeing him humble himself first, you didn't argue and gave him a way out. "That's fine. After all, I'm the one who needs the money." This time he didn't press directly, but probe bit by bit. "Then could you get to the point and say exactly what the loan will be used for?" With nothing to hide, you remained indifferent and replied, "I'll use the loan to buy back Migranja, Klein Spice Lands. Sooner or later supply won't meet demand." Hernando, silent until now, could not stay calm and turned to you, urgently asking, "Prince, you intend to..." Goryo, too, began to look intrigued. He stroked one side of his beard and quickly analyzed. Mugranja is indeed essential for producing high-grade spices, but I remain doubtful whether it's worth investing a huge sum into it. Noting his doubt, you quickly affirm to convince him. That will happen soon. Hernando listened to the conversation between Yuri and the old man, stroking his chin. He hadn't expected things to be like this. He'd heard that fighting had broken out in the Duchy of Klein, and orcs lurked everywhere, but he hadn't thought spice prices could rise so high. Suddenly, the corner of his eye brightened, as if he'd thought of something beyond the plan. Could it be that His Highness simply wants to corner the regional specialty first? He kept watching Yuri's every gesture that looked his eyes. On this side, Goryo was also calculating and analyzing Yuri's intentions. Yuri Bryal was unlike the rumors, and it seemed he was acting on more information than he had revealed. The quiet was broken by your question. Now decide the sum. Speaking as an investor, not a prince, how much can you lend me? A classic candelabra hung from the high ceiling, the golden candlelight continuously warming the room. The entrance from the second floor to the first was a narrow corridor that looked very empty. Goryo suddenly slammed his hand on the table, as if he'd reached a decision. Goryo looked at you, his face no longer teasing, but utterly serious. Please sign this loan contract. It seemed the first step of your plan had succeeded. You secretly smiled in anticipation. Under the pale moonlight, Yuri and Hernando continued their plan. You walked holding the loan contract attentively. After leaving, Yuri carried the contract as they went. Hernando still couldn't fully process what had happened and asked you again. Did Goryo really lend you the money? And such a huge sum? Objectively speaking, Yuri is a prince of Bryal, so borrowing such a large sum worried him. But this is too much, Your Highness. Yuri paid little attention, adjusting his hood and looking at him with mild suspicion. Hernando was clearly displeased you hadn't told him the plan in advance. You could at least have given me a heads up. From a start, you didn't intend to gamble, right? You fired back. If I had said so, wouldn't you have dragged me straight to Father's place? The two continued talking as they strode down the empty street. Now we're heading to the deal. Yes, I have something I want them to do. Actually, Mugranja can guarantee profits. The only metallurgist knows the formula, and the Duke of Klein's assistant will be the first to die in the coming war. This is a commodity that can be sold at any price, at least until a substitute appears. An old signboard hung above, swaying in the wind. I can't entrust this matter to anyone else. Hernando and Yuri stopped in front of an old house. The wind's whisper made the scene a bit eerie. Yuri tilted his face to the sky. We're here. His words startled him for a moment. What? Hernando pointed at the old house before them and declared clearly, wait a moment. Such a dilapidated place? Despite his shouting, Yuri still moved closer to the door. He raised his hand and knocked hard on the door. He kept knocking repeatedly, calling loudly, Elaine Wood, are you there? Hernando sensed something was wrong and tried to stop him. Prince, wait. This we could hand over to a major trading guild. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone opened the door. Someone. A beautiful girl with gem-like blue eyes and neatly tied hair stepped out. I am Elaine Wood. Yuri saw her emerge and stepped forward to introduce himself. Elaine Wood, I am Yuri, the third Prince of Briol. Hernando stood to the side, helplessly covering his face and sighing. With the bearing of a prince, he raised a hand in goodwill. I have a task for you. She looked clearly surprised, stammering, Briol? A prince? Night stretched endlessly as the wind stirred. Hernando's face twisted with constant questions, accusing you. Prince, are you mad? Hearing that, your expression dimmed slightly. There's nothing a prince can't say. Hernando trailed behind you, nagging without stop. Anyone who saw you like this would say the same. You're entrusting the repurchase of Mugranja to a trade guild on the brink of collapse? This isn't pocket change. You ignored him, lost in your own thoughts. For now, she might simply be a struggling merchant. But before long, the name Elaine would be known across the continent as the leader of a trade guild no one had heard of before. And unlike Goryo, who hid behind a facade of trust yet would resort to dirty tricks when cornered, Elaine regarded promises to clients as sacrosanct. In a previous life, she could only have been a legendary merchant. In this life, I'll turn her into a legend beyond legend. He laughed at the thought, leaving Hernando puzzled. What's with that laugh? Still, he felt some worry. He sighed quietly and asked you, Anyway, are you finished with your tasks? Hearing this, you pointed a finger forward to Hernando. Not yet. There's one final thing. He heard it and felt deflated, drawing out his voice. What? Not wanting to wait for Hernando, you strode off quickly, leaving him flustered as he ran after you. Wait, Prince. He trudged wearily behind you. Where are you planning to go now? But you had no time to care. A grand plan still lay ahead. Underground loan bosses, tycoon merchants, all the others were ready to become your allies. Now I only need to convince one last person. A dark, severely dilapidated house stood before them. This was a low slum where even the rats ran rampant. Hernando and Yuri asked an old beggar by a wall for directions. The beggar pointed toward where they needed to go. They watched their surroundings carefully as Yuri searched urgently for someone. She had to be somewhere nearby. Sure enough, in a dark alley where hungry children gathered, you found the person you wanted to meet. Found her. You quietly approached where Asana sat, a little girl with tangled blue hair and clothes full of holes. Hello. A gust of wind lifted your hood, but you paid no mind. Placing a hand on your chest, you introduced yourself. I am Yuri, Prince of Betrayal. Hearing that, she abruptly stopped what she was doing and turned her head to look back. After a long pause, Asana finally spoke. Prince? You answered quickly. Yes. Her face was fully revealed. The one who had mercilessly killed Goryo in the past. A surviving member of the Assassin's Guild. Looking at the girl now, she still seemed childlike, with none of the cruelty of her past life. You called softly, Asana. She stood up to speak to you, tall and thin, her face pale and lifeless. Prince, what is a prince doing in a place like this? Noting Asana's guarded stance, you gently reassured her. You don't need to be so wary of me. Her face visibly relaxed at your words, a little more at ease than before. I only came because I thought I could help. Then you turned to Hernando and ordered, give it here. He had to restrain himself hard not to shout. Finally, he gave up. Hernando sighed and took out a large pouch of money, handing it to you. Here. Your gaze suddenly dropped a little. Looking across, there was a timid little girl clutching the sleeve of the person beside her and shrinking back. Is it this child? You seem to partly understand why, in your previous life, Asana had borrowed such a large sum. She had taken a huge loan from Goryo just to treat this child. Like so many who borrowed from Goryo, Asana's life was ruined by him as well. That drove her onto the path of an assassin, and she ultimately became one of the most notorious killers. My goal is to prevent that from happening. Without hesitation, you handed the pouch directly to Asana. Take this money and bring the child to the temple for treatment. Asana's face showed awkwardness. She was deeply puzzled by your strange action. What do you want? Unreservedly, you stated your purpose. What do I want? Just one thing. She froze at that. Your face lit up a bit, eyes sparkling as you looked at her. I am Yuri, the third Prince of Betrayal. Remember that name. Amid the stunned faces of the two who remained, Yuri and Hernando turned and left. He looked back, puzzled like Asana, and couldn't help asking you, why did you give a beggar that much money? Yuri didn't want to say more and replied with one cryptic line. It's an investment for the future. I've built relationships with the people I'll need in the future. Now, only one person remains. Thinking that, you glanced at Hernando, causing him to halt. Yuri stopped and turned to Hernando. Hernando, I want to ask you something. He responded, feigning surprise, with a skeptical sound. You're always so blunt. Ask him directly about the matter in the king's tomb when it was first unearthed. What did you see in the founding king's tomb? His eyes closed, curving into a thin crescent, a smile playing at his lips as he uttered two words. Gambling. He seemed incredulous and asked again. What? He, like a different man, smiled knowingly. I played a game betting my life at the Barthliga's casino in the Empire. Seeing his grin, annoyingly infectious, Yuri thought it made sense. It sounded plausible. You had no time to probe further and change the subject. Well, whatever about what happened today. Hernando put his hands on his hips and looked at you, yes. Yuri smiled amiably and punched him lightly in the chest. Keep it a secret, okay? A new day arrived. Sunlight filtered into every corner of the magnificent palace. In the great hall, Flores sat on his throne and spoke quietly. Hernando. As a servant, Hernando replied gently. Yes, your majesty. His face showed no expression, but his words were sharp. I heard you went out with Yuri yesterday. He answered composedly. Ah, yes. Flores' words were like a request, but left no room for refusal. Can you tell me what happened? Hernando kept little expression on his face. His amber eyes looked straight ahead as he quietly recounted. He persuaded me to leave the palace with him. Then we went to a casino, the largest casino in the capital. Puzzled by Yuri's actions, Flor asked again, a casino? The boy gambled there? Hernando's face softened a little. His expression grew richer with a carefree smile. Yes, he did. Floor leisurely raised a hand to stroke his chin. Is that so? Hernando continued his clear report. I thought he was good at gambling, but it turns out he was terrible. He lost all the money I lent him. Floor, sharp-eyed, noticed the issue and asked again. Then what happened? He hesitated for a moment, then. He took money from Goryo's place and gave it to some old merchants' guild. After that, he handed a heap of money to some orphaned child. We strolled about and observed how the people lived. Hernando gently summarized for Floor. He seemed very interested in how people live their lives. Floor pressed for details. Did the boy go back afterward? His eyes closed tightly for a moment. Hernando, clearly unwilling to say more, answered quietly, Yes, that's all. Floor understood and didn't ask further. I see. Floor pondered for a moment, but said nothing more. As if remembering something, he asked Hernando about attending the ball. The question made his face briefly show surprise. Hernando, will you attend the ball? He replied without hesitation, Yes. Surprised that he agreed so quickly, Floor remarked, I thought you weren't interested. Hernando smiled. People's hearts change. Then his expression suddenly turned serious. It's been a long time since I danced. The sky seemed a bit cloudy, making the air hotter than usual. Yuri sat on the ground panting. Opposite him, Bernard stood firm, feet shoulder-width apart, one hand pointing a sword toward him. His face was smeared with dust. Beads of sweat ran from his brow to his cheek. Feeling awkward, he wiped them away and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Bernard relaxed his stance slightly, turning toward what Yuri was pointing at. Bernard, it seems you're quite famous. He too looked surprised. Huh. Though marked by time, his face had lost none of its charm, which drew glances from the maids behind. Seeing him look, they blushed and hurried on with their work. Yuri teased. The maids kept glancing. Looks like you'll have to attend the ball. Surely many will wait for you there. He only sighed softly. I'm not very interested. Quickly, Bernard returned to their training. Regarding that sword technique, he was right. The move has no fixed form. You stood up and picked up the wooden sword lying on the ground. Yes, I told you. Just follow the flow as you move. Still hesitant, he analyzed the situation for you. A mana method that is also a sword technique. I truly can't comprehend it. I must see you fight in real combat to study it, but that's not easy. The two faced each other. He offered praise as encouragement. In any case, you've progressed very fast. You also handle mana well. Honestly, I'm quite surprised. I didn't expect you to be so skilled with mana. You swung the sword back and forth while other thoughts crossed your mind. You felt a bit guilty. Things unfolded this way because you tried to erase every trace of the betrayal method you learned in your previous life. Suddenly, Bernard's words cut through your thoughts. Your face flickered with a faint agitation. Your inner self was clearly startled. Don't be too hasty. I'm worried about you. You asked back? Worried? Bernard patiently explained. Yes, you're too fast. Clearly, your use of sword techniques from your past life has shifted the balance. Bernard judged it as too hasty. Achieving so much at this age is remarkable, but your body hasn't fully developed yet. You gave a gentle, amiable smile, clearly trying to reassure him. Don't worry. I'll keep everything perfectly balanced. It's past rest time for a round. You reminded him. Let's continue training. He, still uneasy, asked again. Are you sure? The wooden sword was thrown down decisively, accompanied by your affirmation. Of course. In a flash, you drew a real sword, gleaming and finely forged, gripping the hilt tightly and unable to contain your excitement. Let's spar with real blades. I need to get stronger fast. Bernard quickly matched the new intensity of the duel. Very well. You broke from guard with one hand and thumb toward yourself, proposing a wager. How about a bet? If I land a hit on you, you must attend the ball. He hurriedly refused. No, thank you. Curious, you asked why. He smiled calmly. I'll win anyway. Besides, if I lose, you'll find an excuse to cancel. You're not exactly reliable. Hearing Bernard's teasing and sarcasm, your face twisted at the hit to your pride. You tightened your grip on the sword, clearly determined. Just wait and see. The two of you surged at each other like twin storms. The blades clashed, sparks flying. Yuri declared defiantly, I'll catch you. Yet he still failed. He couldn't do it. In the dark, the sound of horse hooves thundered. A caravan of coaches hurried into the city a few days later on the day of the ball. In moonlight that glittered like silver, George sat leisurely by the window, one hand propping his chin, the other resting on his knee, a faint smile playing for the person opposite. His blue eyes sparkled like a finely carved gem. His words were composed and courteous. Your gaze hasn't left the window, has it, second prince of the empire, George Ivarnagranian? At his call, Catherine, Her golden hair and the exquisite deep blue dress, making her look ready to leap out the window, was overwhelmed with excitement. It's been so long since an occasion like this, so I'm just eager. She turned back inward with a soft, expectant smile. I also want to see someone else. The Empire's princess, Yekaterina Ivarna Granzan. The tall tower with its red roof stood out against the night. Moonlight illuminated the sky and surrounding trees when a sudden voice rang out, breaking the silence. Your Highness, how do you find it? Yuri wore an elegant suit studded with glittering gems, standing with his hands on his hips and a slightly flustered expression in the lavish room. Yuri closed his eyes and said helplessly, "It's too fussy. So many accessories. It's overwhelming. Remove some, please." Aina continued tying his cravat and replied gently, "I think it looks good. You used to like these things a lot. Has your taste changed?" Then she said, "Done, Your Highness." At that, Yuri opened his eyes wide and looked straight at Aina. He suddenly called her name, making her turn. "Aina." Yuri extended his hand to invite her. "Will you dance with me?" Startled by the sudden proposal, Aina hesitated and then replied, "Yes." Yuri scratched his face and explained awkwardly, "I want to practice, but I don't have a dance partner, so." Aina's face showed an incredulous expression. She drew her hand back slightly and said, What should I do?" Seeing her expression, Yuri looked puzzled. "What expression is that?" Aina placed her hand lightly on yours in response to the invitation and said, "You won't step on my feet or make me fall, will you?" Yuri answered, "Of course not." Then he suddenly pulled Aina toward him. "I don't mean to prank you." Startled by the sudden tug, Aina flinched. Their faces came close, the distance very small. Yuri smiled, gripping her hand firmly. "Follow me, slowly." Hearing your words, Aina fell silent. The light obscured her face, leaving only flushed cheeks. Aina gently placed a hand on Yuri's shoulder and smiled. "Are you underestimating me, Your Highness? I'm a good dancer, you know." Yuri returned a smile. "You've danced a lot? With whom?" The moon now shone brightly outside the palace. Their voices lingered in the air. Aina teased, "I may not look it, but I'm somewhat famous. Besides, this is the first time my partner has been this short." Hearing that, Yuri replied cheerfully, "We'll see. Height difference isn't a problem." Outside the window, the silhouette of the two dancing hand in hand was visible. Yuri said, "But Aina, you just stepped on my foot." Aina closed her eyes and smiled in reply. "Oh dear, I'm sorry. I misstepped." Yuri raised an eyebrow. "Again?" "In asmilid happily. Used sleep it." Two musicians in ceremonial dress played instruments while soft golden light spread through the elegant room. In the magnificent great hall, couples gently danced to the melodious music that filled the space. A man sat on the throne, looking down over the ballroom and gently swirling a glass of wine. King Floor sat upright on the magnificent throne, took a sip of wine, and continued to watch below. Cedric and Joshua held plates of pastries. Opposite them stood Yuri, back turned as he spoke with Cedric, while Joshua ate and listened attentively. Yuri stood with his arms crossed and suddenly noticed a man beside him, a man with his hand behind his back. His presence seemed overwhelmingly powerful, Yuri thought. Only now did I notice the Count's sailor is here. As expected, he's on a different level from ordinary knights. Last time, only Baron Arancia attended. He turned his head. Yuri noticed the conspicuous eyeglasses tucked neatly in Cedric's coat pocket. Concerned, he asked, "Hey, aren't your eyes getting worse? You seem to wear those glasses often." Cedric smiled, plate in hand. "It's not that bad. Nothing to worry about." Trumpets sounded. The great doors to the hall began to open slowly, and those standing nearby quickly stepped aside. The Empire's second prince, George, led the procession in. He noticed the king seated before him. Floor reached out to shake his hand. "Thank you for coming to this humble place." George approached, smiled, and shook the king's hand. "Thank you for hosting us." Then he extended his hand to introduce a woman entering with him. "Today, I have come with my sister." Seeing the woman enter, Yuri's eyes widened and his face filled with disbelief. Catherine stepped forward, gracefully lifted her skirt, and bowed slightly as she spoke. "Your Majesty," she said, then looked up. Her blue eyes and long golden hair only enhanced her beauty. Seeing her, Yuri's thoughts seemed to grow confused as well. "Catherine." Images of you from your previous life, walking hand in hand with Catherine, appeared before your eyes, and those memories gradually shattered. Then you remembered the 3 words written on the paper burning away. Recalling those memories, Yuri squeezed his eyes shut, frowned, sweat running down his cheek. "I'm no longer betrothed to Catherine. I won't repeat the mistakes of my past life. Never. Catherine suddenly noticed Yuri standing hidden behind Cedric's shadow. She looked at him and gave a gentle smile. The party continued to the strains of sweet music as Catherine and Joshua chatted happily with Cedric. Yuri sipped his refreshments while turning his head to watch them closely. You looked towards Cedric dancing with a young lady and thought to yourself, just as I suspected, Cedric never treats anyone carelessly. You watched the young ladies casting glittering glances at Cedric and remarked that is the quality of a king. You continued comparing yourself when suddenly your train of thought was cut off. You turned and froze as you saw Catherine staring at you repeatedly. Someone suddenly greeted Catherine. Hello. Catherine paid you no mind and turned to speak with Joshua. Yuri held his face and muttered irritably. Damn it. He wondered how he was supposed to feel about a relationship that would end badly. A gentle voice spoke up. Your Highness, would you like a cookie? Aina smiled and stepped closer to Yuri, holding a tray with a plate of cookies and a glass of wine. Seeing her, Yuri cheerfully said, Thank you. Aina, you've worked hard. Aina set the tray on the table and replied softly, It's nothing, Your Highness. Yuri suddenly asked, Was it hard? Aina waved her hand and sighed with a playful look. Not at all, compared to cleaning up someone's mess every day. Hearing that, Yuri's face showed displeasure as he said, Whatever, give me the tray of cookies. Aina lifted the glass, smiled, and turned to leave. Call me if you need anything. Yuri, one hand on his hip, answered happily, Will do. After Aina left, you leaned back against the table and exhaled deeply. Suddenly, footsteps approached where you stood. You opened your eyes and looked. George stepped up to you and said, You are. Yuri looked at him and thought, The Empire's second prince, George Ivarnagramzan. An image of George in clerical garb, riding a horse and raising his sword heroically, flashed through Yuri's mind. He had once commanded many battlefields on behalf of the Emperor. Before George, Yuri bowed and saluted. I'm the third prince of Bryal, Yuri Bryal. In his mind, he kept thinking that he was also the one who had driven Bryal to the brink of collapse. He bowed, hiding the pent-up wrath on his face, and silently reassured himself to stay calm. He couldn't reveal hostile intent yet. At that moment, George's expression suddenly darkened. His finger touched his chin, and his green eyes flared. Ah, so it's you. Geox it. His gaze fixed intently on Yuri, a look that seemed to see through him, making Yuri widen his eyes in fright as waves of aura from George swirled around him. The approaching auras made Yuri hastily raise his head, eyes wide and on guard, sweat streaming down his cheek. George's green eyes brightened, and he smiled. 13 years old this year, is he? No wonder he's Floor's son. Then he turned and left, leaving Yuri stunned, and tossed back a remark. Truly an outstanding talent. Yuri clenched his fist so hard it trembled. It was only a test, but it was worrying. He'd assumed George was still young, yet he was already at that level. Yuri frowned, turned his head, and muttered, Goosebumps. Those two are exactly alike. Suddenly, Aina collapsed to her knees in a panic. The glass shattered, and the wine spilled onto the hem of George's garment, causing him to turn away with a darkened face. Those nearby whispered and murmured, The Imperial Royal Emblem. How dare she commit such an offense? Aina trembled on the floor, stammering, I beg you, I'm sorry, sir. George smiled wickedly and spoke in a contrived tone. Oh my. He turned his head and looked directly at Yuri. That girl. Yuri stared in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with panic. George grabbed the sword at his side. He continued speaking. She's committed a crime, then drew the sword and placed the tip on Aina's shoulder. He went on slowly. Under Imperial law, beheading is the appropriate punishment. Seeing this, Yuri's face tightened with anger. He realized one thing. This bastard is deliberately picking on Aina. At that moment, in the great hall of the ancient mansion, a crystal chandelier hung from the ornate ceiling, casting pale golden light, creating a magical, luxurious atmosphere. The quiet atmosphere was ripped apart by a voice from afar. She has committed an offense, as George pointed his sword at Aina. George spoke, in accordance with the law, making her tremble with worry. He then looked down coldly. Execution will suffice. Yuri clenched his teeth and stared at him in disgust. While the two flared at each other, a voice spoke up. Have you come here to ruin my ball? The speaker stepped forward slowly. It was Floor descending the stairs. If you want to see blood, do it on your own soil. George looked back, but did not reply. Then he sheathed the sword with a bow and apologized. I am sorry. He tried to show sincerity. Your Majesty, the Empire and Bryal have respected each other until now. Floor cut him off. Yes, but you seem unwilling to respect us." Seeing Floor's displeasure, George blurted out, "Do you remember Gatentia?" Floor did not answer, and looked as if he was about to lose his temper. George, unafraid, stared back arrogantly and continued, "When you executed an imperial knight, our emperor respected your honor and did not require you to answer for such actions." Finishing, George turned to Aina and said, "This is the same. I do this to protect the peace and honor of both nations." As Yuri looked at George, he recalled that in the past his father personally killed an imperial knight. Floor pressed a hand to his forehead and did not reply, only listening to George. "I do not wish to do this either," resolved it quickly. Floor's mind was torn. If that is brought up now, our honor is at stake. He kept speaking. "There won't be much bloodshed." Then he pointed the sword at Aina's throat. Yuri watched from afar, his soul conflicted. Stopping him now would be tantamount to provoking the Empire. Needs and conditions, ideals and reality, reason and force. All those titles felt like invisible hands trying to restrain him. But he remembered the teachings of a late knight. Betrayal never abandons its honor, no matter what. Then he stared with resolve. That is Betrayal's oath. He spoke up, Prince causing him to pause. Stepping forward, he said, "She is my servant. Are you trying to trick your way out of this?" "But her fault is also mine," the voice said, making Floor turn to look, thinking to himself that he had forgotten. He approached as he spoke, and those around followed his retreating figure, whispering, "I'm also a prince, so please take that into account. Besides, I was once a criminal, and in this life I must bear that stain. Yes, I had no choice from the start." At that moment, Hernando watched from behind him and smiled. Catherine looked at him calmly. "Please withdraw this sentence of execution." Instead, Yuri declared firmly, "Please consider a duel." Now, under the light of the crystal chandelier that filled the room, a loud laugh shattered the silent atmosphere. You stood firmly, watching George. You didn't know what George was thinking as he laughed loudly. Then he looked at you with the gaze of a hunter sizing up prey and said, "All right, your name is Yuri, right?" You replied casually, "Yes, Your Highness." He added, "May I call you Yuri?" You answered without fear, of course. He repeated, "Fine, Yuri," causing the guests around to fall silent in fear. George turned to Floor and asked, "Your Majesty, the third prince has made a reasonable proposal, so I intend to accept it. What do you think?" Floor, unable to do anything, closed his eyes and agreed, "Yes." George smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then he looked at Yuri and said, "I should fight myself, but for honor's sake I will send someone in my place." He added that because you were young, he would choose the youngest among the royal guards. You only bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Then he turned and walked away. "Very well, until we meet again." You did not answer and watched his retreating back. Aina was still trembling with fear. Yuri stepped closer and called to her, "Aina." You sat down and helped Aina to her feet, saying, "Aina, stand up." Aina, still not fully composed, stammered, "Pri Prince." Seeing Aina like that, you comforted her, patting her back and saying, "Go rest." Aina, still terrified, held your hand tightly and choked out, "But how could I, Prince?" You reassured her again, "Don't worry about me." And then you watched as the others led Aina away. After that, you intended to go outside. Then you suddenly saw Catherine, which made you freeze in shock. The name Yekaterina appeared in your mind. She stood quietly, watching you intently. Seeing your thoughts wander, you reassured yourself that they were just unnecessary ideas. Then you walked off in another direction. Hernando, drinking, saw you pass and stared. It was now outside the party, in the dark hallway. You walked alone, quietly. Lost in thought, you didn't notice Cedric leaning against the wall and walked right past him. When he saw you pass without noticing him, he called out, "What are you thinking about?" Which startled you. Only then did you realize, and Yuri looked at him and said, "Ah, it's you." You turned back to Cedric and said, "I can't let him kill Aina." He, exasperated at your words, exclaimed, honestly. Cedric stroked your head and said gently, "Good grief." Being patted on the head left Yuri momentarily dazed. He stared at him. Then he smiled inwardly, thinking it's been a long time since he last felt this way. Suddenly he called out, "Yuri." With a cold expression, he said, "Do you want to lend a hand?" The person you are about to face pretends to be kind, but in truth is the opposite. As you say this, you recall George telling Yuri at the banquet that he should have fought himself, but for honor he would send someone instead. Because you were young, he would choose the youngest royal guard. Cedric then said that if the two are of the same age, even accidents in the duel could occur. You replied calmly, "Yes, I know what you're worried about. Seeing you so confident puts me at ease, so you don't need to explain further. I will handle everything." Seeing him ready to help, you hurriedly stopped him. No, I started this, I'll finish it. Once I'm determined, I'll do whatever it takes to see it through. Cedric smiled at that and said nothing. Then he lightly poked your cheek and said, I trust you, Yuri Bryal. You affirmed, of course. You asked, what about the ball? He turned back and answered, it's a bit messy now, but I'll take care of it. Go rest. You replied cheerfully, all right, thank you. If the kingdom hadn't fallen, he would probably be ruling Bryal now. He looked back at you and smiled. Then you turned and walked on, pondering that you would witness what Bryal would become under his rule in this life. And you silently vowed to fight so you could see it with your own eyes, no matter whom you had to face. The sky arched high and clear blue, sunlight blazing over the vast arena, brightening the space where you and Rosso stood. Beside you, George and Catherine chatted while others watched the match. Across from you, Saint and Fleur looked worried as they watched. Hernando cheerfully said, the third prince is taking part in the duel. Captain Sandy, what do you think? He replied, the opponent's composure is steady. He's very skilled with the sword despite not being a knight, and watched him wield the blade expertly. Suddenly, bang, the sword tip stabbed straight into the ground. He stood at attention solemnly. Saint said, the Empire's guard is indeed very elite. Saint whispered, I wonder if the prince is all right, then saw Hernando smile and asked, why are you smiling? He only replied, look. Saint looked down, worried, while Hernando smiled with amusement. You stretched as if just waking. Then your face brightened, quickly regaining spirit. Hernando, seeing this, told Saint, I don't think you need to worry. Archmages are a rank no one can easily attain. Within the hierarchical system for mages in the magic order, it is granted only to those who have comprehended the primal magic. Among those, the supreme magic that can reveal the world's fate is called destiny-revealing magic. In this world, only Hernando has reached that level. At that moment, in some room a voice rang out. Earlier you were all show. It was Yuri teasing Hernando jovially. Couldn't even win a single round? Pathetic. Here's a hint for you, he said, looking at you in disbelief. This was the first time he'd lost to a game since gaining the primal magic. Hernando used his magic to inspect the wager. Could it be mere coincidence? No. He looked again at your face, that incredulous joy. Normally a single glance lets him read an opponent's hand, even the flow of fortune. Yet he could read nothing from that kid. Instead, what he saw was an illusion of Sword Mountain. The face of someone who had endured some crisis, that gaze. He witnessed a youth with black hair and eyes, the symbols of Bryal's royal house, and the unmistakable proud look of the third prince. Even though his body was soaked in blood, he kept fighting, kept swinging his sword and never faltered. The vision ended as he collapsed in despair. He was so shocked by that scene that perhaps everything began then. The story he once thought a random coincidence started to converge on a single point. Then he spoke up. All right, maintain proper decorum. However, after witnessing the Prince Yuri's unusual actions on his recent outing, Hernando became convinced that that miracle, the destiny-revealing magic, could indeed be used. Hernando's mind could only call his name. Yuri, Prince Yuri, a person without fate. Besides saying, puzzled, he smiled and asked, why are you laughing? He replied, look, down on the arena Yuri is watching his opponent with delight, adding, there's no need to worry. Yuri called out to Rosso, we're ready on our side. How long do you intend to twirl your sword in the air? George propped his hand on his chin, looked down at the match, and said, do you need more time to prepare? Yuri said indifferently, I can start whenever. Rosso beside him replied, same here. Seeing they were ready, Fleur declared, very well. I hereby announce the judgment duel begins. As the words rang out, the two immediately assumed combat stances. Then, shouting begin, Yuri flashed like lightning, only a blur, as he sprinted toward Rosso. Rosso, unable to match Yuri's speed, was astonished. Then a slicing cut across his cheek, blood spilling out, shocking him. He quickly gripped his sword and struck back at him. The two fought evenly, neither yielding. Suddenly Rosso struck hard at Yuri, forcing him to retreat. You merely smiled at him, saying nothing, as if you had anticipated it. Rosso's face darkened. He glared at you with displeasure. While watching the match, Fleur called out Hernando. Hearing his name, Hernando looked up, bowed, and answered, yes, your majesty. Fleur stared down and asked, what do you think the outcome will be? Hearing this, Hernando glanced downward and replied, right now the two are still fighting fiercely. Yuri was now covered in numerous cuts and wounds, yet his fighting will did not falter in the least. Hernando only smiled. He smiled and said, I don't know. Fleur, Hearing him say that changed the subject. You once said your coming to Bryall was ordained by heaven, correct? He casually replied, yes. While the two spoke, Saint and the other knights were secretly worried. Flor asked, is it time for you to leave now? Hernando answered, no. Flor closed his eyes in satisfaction. I'm glad to know you don't intend to leave yet. Hernando smiled cheerfully. You have bestowed too many honors on a humble mage like me. I'm very grateful. Flor's expression changed as he said, excessive humility can bring misfortune. So, I take it something significant is about to happen? Hernando replied, who do you think is stronger? Rosso's face burned with anger as he swung his sword, delivering a powerful arc. A sharp glint flashed across his features. Flor looked down and said the opponent. Hernando answered, it seems you think so as well. Then, watching the match, he thought back to when he first set foot in Bryall. Everything then was guided by omens from heaven. And looking at Flor again, it showed him that the one who could turn the world's fate, the strongest on the continent, was here. But the sword had never been drawn, so I once thought I had no reason left to stay. Suddenly Hernando spoke. Flor turned to look. I thought my time here had ended. Rosso then lunged straight at Yuri. Yuri stood motionless. He continued, but it seems that moment has not yet come. Yuri smiled and stared at Rosso. Then blue mana flowed from his sword. Just a probe, that was enough. He flashed like lightning toward Rosso. His eyes glittered coldly as he said, let's finish this. Rosso, seeing him rush forward, grew anxious. He'd suddenly become faster. His gaze held a frost-like light as he swung his sword with no mercy. Yuri's strike was lightning quick, ending with the blade at Rosso's throat. He gripped the hilt tight. He let the sword touch Rosso's neck lightly. Rosso's pupils contracted in disbelief. Me? He shut his eyes, as if accepting his fate. I'm going to die. George and Catherine, watching from outside, were astonished. Flor was stunned and incredulous. Saint panicked and cried, my gods, oh my gods. Hernando only smiled as if he had foreseen the outcome. Someone else said, unbelievable that he turned the blade at that exact moment. Well, Yuri merely snapped Rosso's sword. Rosso sta merd, You smiled, and those around yelled in awe. In the end, Rosso conceded honorably. I yield. As the words fell, the stands erupted. Amid the cheers, Hernando stood, full of joy. I'd come here to follow omens, and I found one that defied them. Life turned to death, and death turned to life at the third prince's blade. The fate given to the royal guardman changed with that boy. George applauded as he thought this. Each step he now takes is against heaven's will. Yes, he is someone outside the world's fate. Yuri Bryall, the one who rises above destiny. Hernando began to applaud. You are extraordinary, Prince. Truly, I eagerly wish to witness. Seeing Yuri smile, Hernando thought of how the prince would continue to reshape the world's fate from now on. Hernando smiled joyfully at the lively scene before him. Fate led me here, and I met someone resisting his own destiny. He looked at George, clapping not far away. Life to death, death to life. The third prince's sword had altered the fate of the maid and that man. Amid the guards' cheers and Flor's pride, every step he takes runs counter to destiny. Yes, he is someone beyond the world's ordained fate. And there stood Yuri, proud amid the cheers and praise. Yuri Bryall, the one who transcends fate. Seeing him smile so brightly made Hernando even more eager for his future. I long to see how you will use your will to bend this world's destiny. 5 years later, someone ran down the corridor in a panic. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The maid with her hair in a bun ran as fast as she could, her face full of worry. How did I end up in the wrong wing? What if I'm discovered? As she kept worrying, a voice suddenly called out, Hey, you there, making the maid with a bun startle and stop. Joshua strode over aggressively, hands in his pockets, brow raised as he looked at her. Newcomer? Seeing him approach, the bun-haired maid panicked. Black hair, the emblem of the Bryall royal family. When she didn't answer, Joshua asked again, What are you doing here? The maid's face filled with fear. She stammered and couldn't form the words. Her heart flooded with anxiousness. She swallowed gently and silently coached herself. Calm. Stay calm. Answer as the seniors taught. Seeing her remain silent, he grew impatient and raised his brows higher. I asked what you're doing here. The maid's mind raced through her lessons. 1. If the face looks weary, it's his majesty. 2. The crown prince is said to always smile warmly. Though this man looked scowling, so deny it. It's not him. She continued listing. 3. If there are sly eyes and unsteady steps. While the maid was lost in these theories, Joshua lost patience, scowling. His tone hinted he was about to get angry. Huh, are you ignoring me? Hearing that tone, she turned aside, covered her mouth, and muttered, it must be the second. Joshua, standing nearby, caught the word and wore a questioning look. The maid clutched her apron and hurriedly offered an excuse. I have to go somewhere. At that, Joshua understood somewhat and stepped closer, raising his voice slightly. What is this? Were you taught how to deal with people like us? Am I on a list to avoid? The maid stepped back, flustered. Seeing her stammer, he flew into a rage. His face darkened, murderous intent thick in the air. You lot. I'll have to teach you a lesson. Before Joshua could strike, a voice rang from afar. Brother. Both turned their heads toward the sound. What are you doing? Seeing the young man approaching in the soft morning light, the maid recalled another lesson, and finally, a confident face. Always carry your sword. Yuri came over, smiling with a teasing tone. Are you bullying her? I'm the third prince. Yuri popped a piece of pastry into his mouth. He was idly strolling the corridor in the morning sun. With the last bite in his mouth and crumbs still at his lips, Yuri glanced intently outside. He remembered the earlier conversation with Joshua. Why you always pick on the maids? Hearing that, he snapped back angrily. No, I don't. Because Yuri had come to rescue her, the bun-haired maid was spared, so she gave him a bag of pastries. Thank you, to show my gratitude. He wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth and praised. The cookies you gave are really good. Then he brushed his hands off. His expression grew serious, combat readiness. He looked at his hand full of mana, channeling mana through his grip to ease the strain on his hand when wielding the sword. He focused on his hand, then relaxed it and clenched again. I've come this far. Yuri recalled his previous life and the strange regression. 5 years had passed since he died under Roland's sword and was reborn. He strapped on his gauntlets and, staring into the distance, told himself the peaceful days were nearly over. They're probably busy discussing that now. In another palace, there was a raucous commotion. Yuri knocked on a door, but only a loud uproar replied. Can't you hear me? I didn't. Before the other could finish, someone interjected. You're the one who won't listen. You've been standing outside, helplessly knocking with no answer. A nearby guard spoke up to dissuade him. I think they didn't hear the knocking because they're in a meeting. Yuri angrily gathered mana in his hand. Seeing that, the guard hurriedly suggested, they might hear if you knock again, Your Highness. Then the guard cried out in alarm, wait, but he wasn't faster than Yuri's hand. Yuri used mana to blast the door off its hinges. Those inside were equally astonished, eyes wide. Yuri spoke up, well then, sorry about that. Yuri put a hand on his hip and nonchalantly explained, I knocked a little hard because nobody responded. The guard felt his knees in helplessness. See, it wasn't the knocking, I'm the one being punished. Seeing Floor seated in the main chair, he softly asked permission. Father, I'd like to join the meeting as well. He then took the seat prepared by the attendants. Yuri cheerfully addressed everyone. Let's continue. The blonde, having settled, cleared his throat and resumed. What I want to say is we no longer have enough manpower to assist the Allied forces. No sooner had he finished than someone retorted. So, do you mean we should ignore the Empire's request? The blonde remained indifferent. Then other houses can send more troops. The brown-haired man slammed the table and shouted, That's irresponsible. The two then plunged into a fierce argument. Yuri sat with his arms crossed, watching the scene. He had already seen through each person's selfish motives. They quarreled only for their own gain. He pulled a document on the table toward him and read. Right, this happened around this time. The Empire's request for reinforcements from its allies. The Empire demanded additional manpower from many nations and sent them to fight the orcs in the east. But the campaign failed. Instead, the orcs went berserk and increased pressure on the participating countries. Except for the Empire itself. That's when we realized we'd been set up by the Empire. Thinking of this, anger welled up in him and Yuri crushed the document on the table. Looking at the blonde man, Yuri thought, that was when many skilled knights died, including Lien's, so he is Lien Flandre. He clenched the document. His expression hardened with resolve as he told himself he would not let that happen again. The gray-haired man refused. We won't send anyone. The orange-haired man slammed the table and stood. Do you think we have idle knights? Before he could finish, a voice cut through the argument. Stop. Hearing that, everyone turned their gaze toward the speaker. Yuri stood and said with absolute determination, I will join the Allied forces. The rest of you must do something as well. Do not tarnish the name of Betrayal. Fulfill your duties as nobles. Seeing his son so resolute, Floor at his side smiled faintly. He propped his chin on his hand, wondering inwardly, Do you really think that? Meanwhile, Yuri was training with his sword in the courtyard. Joshua approached and loudly called Yuri. Hearing his name, Yuri paused mid-strike. Having heard the news, Joshua had rushed over, hands on his knees, panting. Are you really joining the Allied forces? Yuri replied, yes. Hearing the admission from Yuri himself, Joshua was astonished. Why? The royal family has no reason to enlist. Yuri explained, as I said before. He sheathed his sword with a smile and answered, it is the duty of the royal family. Joshua threw his head back in resignation. I see now. Yuri, I understand your thinking. Yuri asked, you only understand now? He vowed fiercely, return safely. I'll guard the palace while you're gone. Then he ran off happily. Bernard, witnessing the scene, sighed, you two are really close brothers. Yuri replied reluctantly, I just hope he doesn't cause trouble. He then turned to look at the man. You're worried about me? Bernard answered me. He teased, as a reminder. I believe you'll return safely if you don't do anything reckless. Yuri chuckled. You think highly of me. Bernard grew serious again. His voice was a little hoarse, but please, be careful. He explained to Yuri what he would soon face. Orcs are hard to deal with. They're stronger and more brutal than you think, especially the ones carrying flags on their backs. Orcful, they're particularly berserk. Yuri noticed his concern and stepped closer to reassure him. Don't worry, I have a plan. At that moment, Aina ran in and called from the door, Your Highness. She was out of breath and urgent. A guest has brought the item you requested. Yuri turned to Aina and smiled, answering Bernard's question. A plan? Sunlight fell on him like the halo of a victor. Quite striking. Yuri picked up a short dagger, sneered at him, very precious indeed. Yuri gathered mana and levitated the dagger, briefly explaining, they're sacred relics sealed with ancient magic. Seeing the dagger whizzing above his head, the man turned pale with fear. It moves on its own. When the blade stopped before his ashen face, Yuri reassured him, it's fine, you won't die. Guillermo, voice trembling, look, you control it with mana? Once he grasped how it worked, he breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't think your highness was so powerful to use mana this way. Yuri sheathed the dagger, folded his arms and smiled. You think I spend my days idling? Suddenly, he noticed a strange movement and looked over suspiciously. Guillermo, confused, asked what's wrong. Yuri sheathed his sword and replied, nothing, it's nothing. Then he asked a favor. Send my greetings to Iline, and next time report on that Empire branch situation as well. Guillermo stood, nodded, and took his leave. Yes, your highness. I'll take my leave now. After Guillermo left, Yuri leaned back in his chair and admonished, you can show yourself now. Following his words, a pair of legs slowly appeared. Asana emerged from the black mist. Yuri folded his arms and closed his eyes, already guessing, Asana. His smile vanished as he turned to her and asked, what did you do to Goryo? Asana pulled down her mask to report, I warned him under your orders. I planted the warning on his pillow while he slept. Yuri chuckled at her report, good job. He's always eyeing Ilin's money. Then Asana, uncertain, asked, your highness, are you really joining the Allied forces? She hesitated and added, I heard the palace servants gossip. He answered, uh-huh. Asana lowered her head and looked away, her voice laced with worry. Please be careful. He interjected, you speak as if it's none of your concern. She looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? Yuri closed his eyes and, with a serious tone, said, you should come along too. You'll be able to keep up with me, right? Asana paused, a bit surprised, then smiled and replied, anywhere is still better than my origin. Yes, I will contact you later. She then turned into a wisp of black smoke and drifted away. A few days later, on the day of departure, Bryal's flag fluttered proudly in the wind. Yuri was carefully putting on his armor when Cedric called, Yuri. He tilted his head and smiled, his voice warm as spring breeze, travel safely. Yuri looked at him, firm-voiced, don't worry, I'm unbeatable. I'll raise Bryal's renown even higher. Then he returned to a teasing tone to provoke Cedric, and you should rest. Take care of your eyes. Cedric chuckled and replied, I know. Cedric looked at him and quietly smiled with relief. He embraced him and murmured, stay healthy, my brother. Yuri closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Yes, I'll return. The horns sounded resoundingly. Floor stood on the ramparts and loudly proclaimed, the send-off ceremony officially begins. Yuri climbed each step, the steps marking the start of a new future. The wind whispered. His expression was grave. He stood behind the podium and asked him, are you worried? Yuri replied resolutely, not at all. After Yuri spoke, Floor called out, look behind you. Yuri obeyed and turned to look. Floor then entrusted him, All the soldiers before you are precious lives you must carry on your shoulders, Yuri. He closed his eyes and thought, his face tinged with melancholy. Not everyone will return alive, but at least I must help them not die in disgrace like before. Floor asked seriously, are you confident? Yuri looked back at him and replied with great confidence, yes, father, of course. Before he could finish, Floor interrupted, then accept this. As soon as the words ended, Yuri felt an indescribable, strange sensation. A murderous aura. He saw the air around his father thick with it. Now Floor seemed distant. He was only a shadow filled with killing intent and piercing eyes. His body, he felt it started to go numb. No matter what he tried, he couldn't move, and Yuri panicked, unable to move. Looking at the strange shadow before him, he thought his instinct told him what was approaching was death. The shadow drew near, its face ferocious, its mouth and eyes a sickly red and demonic. Seeing the shadow raise its sword, he did not intend to dodge. If he dodged, death would be the same. Then he wondered, what if I refuse? No. A stream of blue mana gradually appeared and began to grow stronger. He drew his sword. The blade was poured full of mana. Yuri's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he swung his sword, cutting a razor-sharp arc. He parried Floor's incoming strike, creating a considerable shockwave. Floor smiled with satisfaction. You parried it. Hearing him say that, Yuri set his teeth. He looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. Not letting him wonder long, Floor explained, that stands for a blessing. He sheathed the sword and said concisely, I don't have much to say. Return safely. Yuri replied respectfully, yes, father. He glanced downward. The tip of the sword flashed brilliantly. Yuri raised his sword high and loudly proclaimed to the army below, I am the third prince of Betrayal, Yuri Betrayal. He wore a proud smile and confidently shouted, trust me. Then he added one final command. The army march. Betrayal's flag flew high, followed by countless spirited shouts from the soldiers below. In contrast to Betrayal's excitement and pride, a certain dungeon was utterly silent and desolate. A large hand gripped a blade. An orc stood in the cell, both hands clamped on the bars, his blood-red eyes flashing murderous intent at the person before him. Haim stood outside. His face was solemn. After 5 years, at last he could meet you again, your highness the third prince. Sunset began to filter through the leaves, and the birds were racing back to their nests. Yuri and his companions were resting in the forest after a grueling journey, where the trees offered shade. While Yuri was drinking, he suddenly heard someone approaching. He glanced around the woods to assess the situation. It turned out to be Lord Raymond coming toward him. Seeing the approaching figure, Yuri called out from a distance, and then asked, Lord Raymond, how far have we come? Raymond, hearing him, replied that they had reached the gates of Sadr. He began to say that if they pressed on a little further, they'd reach the coastal town of Sadr, and he continued that afterward they planned to cross Gid and head straight to the rendezvous at Balshad. This man was Betrayal's knight, Raymond. Yuri continued conversing with Raymond, praising him. Good. This pace is fine, right? Raymond answered, of course, sir. While the two of them talked, someone stood watching from a distance. Yuri and Raymond began to notice and turned to look at the same time. The scene from that year flashed through Yuri's mind. The knight's voice that had ended his life once rang out, and only one name occupied Yuri's thoughts. Roland Flandre. The name that had ended his life in a previous life. The eldest son of Count Flandre, Roland Flandre. Now standing before him was still a youth with bright, shining eyes. Roland stepped forward and performed a courtesy. It is an honor to meet you, sir. He bowed deeply, full of manners as he introduced himself. I am Roland Flandre. Yuri was taken aback by his behavior and stammered, After the greeting, Roland raised his face, hand over his chest. His voice was sincere and his gaze determined. There is something I wanted to tell you since before we met. Yuri was surprised and immediately asked, what is it? Roland's face flushed slightly, his eyes sparkling as if he had longed to say this. I admire you, sir. His frank words were something Yuri had not anticipated. Yuri let out a startled sound. Roland began to tell that since hearing about the incident 5 years ago from his father, His Highness had become his idol. The story Roland referred to was when Yuri had defended the maid. Roland recalled Yuri's heroic scene, the day he raised his sword for his servant. His eyes lit up at the memory as he spoke with great admiration. That was a perfect example of a true knight. Roland, with eyes full of stars, looked toward Yuri, who stood helplessly before him. Yuri helped Roland to his feet. Roland looked slightly embarrassed, and then smiled. All right. I've heard about you from your father, Lord Lien, from time to time. I look forward to working together. Roland exclaimed happily, "No, it's an honor to serve you, sir." Roland stepped aside, his eyes still sparkling, and at that moment Raymond stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, it's time to depart." Yuri immediately replied, "Yes." Raymond frowned with worry as he mentioned the Count of Sator. If you don't know, Count Sator is not one for hospitality, so even if we aren't warmly received by the Count, do not take it to heart. Night gradually fell, and at last Sator began to come into view. A banner was raised reading, "Welcome to His Third Royal Highness." Two people stood at the city gate to receive Brial's party. Seeing the scene, Yuri was excited. What a grand reception. Count of Sator, Haim Theodore, now appeared formally before Yuri. The old man announced respectfully, "His Highness has arrived." Yuri slowly dismounted and courteously returned the salute. "Thank you for the warm reception, Lord Haim." He spoke with a tone of mockery. "We are merely showing respect to someone who dared to charge the front lines at such a young age." He looked at Yuri and asked, "Have you ever fought an orc?" At the question, he half closed his eyes and calmly said, "Of course," then caught himself as if he'd misspoken. He paused slightly, then continued in the same composed manner, "Not really, but I've read about them in books." Yuri turned to look back at the knights from Brial and spoke honestly. "Most of the soldiers here have no experience fighting orcs, so at least I need to learn a thing or two." Haim smiled faintly. "I see. Wonderful." He stepped closer to Yuri, placed a hand on his chest, and bowed slightly. "If that's the case, Your Highness." With a crafty look, he asked, "Would you mind if I offered you a gift?" Night had fallen, and everyone moved forward toward a large gate. The lock on the gate was opened. Yuri followed Haim. They stood waiting as the gate slowly opened. When the gate was fully open, Haim carried a torch and stepped inside. He turned to lead Yuri. "This way, Your Highness." Yuri led the group, and one by one they passed through the gate, each carefully observing their surroundings. Once everyone had entered, the large gate began to close again. This astonished the knights. Fear showed clearly on their faces. As their leader, Yuri kept his panic hidden, but his expression shifted as he asked Haim, "What do you think you're doing?" Haim remained calm, even smiling as he lit torches and reassured them, "No need to be alarmed." Having lit the torches, a wide avenue ahead became clearly visible. Yuri noticed something and silently glanced to the side. The knights also saw it, and astonished, stammered, "Teeth, it is an orc," now lying in a cage, appeared before Yuri's group. Haim acted as if it were nothing and calmly said, "For now, call it a prisoner." He looked at the orc clutching its head in pain inside the cage and explained, "To survive, I had to study even their small habits and instinctive behaviors, anything useful in combat." After hearing this, Yuri spoke seriously, "Is this the gift you mentioned, Lord Haim?" He smiled wickedly, but remained polite. "Yes, the war with these creatures is upon us. There is no gift more valuable than this." Yuri suddenly laughed. "Thank you," though inside he was more shocked. This man was crazier than he thought, torturing orcs too. He abruptly glanced at the people behind him. He turned fully and asked the man, "What's your name?" The knight looked surprised, but introduced himself solemnly. "I am Simon Peshu, son of Baron Wolf." Looking at the trembling orc, he asked Simon, "Tell me honestly what you think." Simon, anxious and hesitant, then spoke his mind, "I don't think this is necessary. This seems excessive for a prisoner of war." Hearing this, Yuri glanced at the orc and said, "Fine. For now on you may think that." Then he looked at Haim and ordered, "Lord Haim, open the cage." Haim closed his eyes and replied, "Very well." Yuri then asked Simon to confirm, "Your name is Simon, right?" Simon immediately answered yes. The orc was released. Its foot slammed down, cracking the ground around it, and Yuri's voice cut through, "This is real combat." He stood behind with his arms crossed, watching Simon advance with his sword, then ordered, "Strike the orc." Simon gripped his sword tightly. His eyes flashed with seriousness and resolve. Before him was a ferocious face. The orc roared, as if it could lunge forward and tear him apart at any moment. Its screaming grew louder. It slammed its face onto the floor, cracking the stone. Simon froze, staring at the monster before him. Fear gradually showed on his face. He clenched his teeth and stood rooted to the spot. Orkville rose up and began reaching after the panicking Simon. Yuri's reproachful voice rang out, "Just as I thought. This has gone too far. You must fight a prisoner who has lost the will to fight." Orkville caught up to Simon and punched him with a devastating blow right beside his ear. Simon was struck so hard his helmet dented. He screamed pitifully. The comrades outside, seeing the terrifying scene, called his name Simon. Under that desperate cry, Orkville tightened its grip around Simon's neck, preventing him from resisting. Yuri's commanding voice began to ring out, "All of you, prepare to fight." At the same time, Haim's calm voice interjected to reassure them, "Don't worry, we've cut most of its tendons." Yuri listened silently. The two beside him continued, "Your Highness." He spoke each word sharply, "This is an orc." The dungeon was cloaked in darkness. Haim stood beside Yuri with a cold face and sharp eyes. He bowed his head and spoke quietly, "Your Highness." The expressions of both then turned grave as they looked ahead. When he spoke, "This is an orc. If you show the slightest weakness, it will rush in and kill." Haim's urgent voice rose as he saw the soldier being strangled by the orcful. "Your Highness, we must save him." Yuri calmly assessed the soldier's condition and reminded them, "Stay calm. We've cut most of its tendons. It won't die, though it may be injured." Orkvul still held the young soldier tightly and let out a huge roar that echoed through the dark dungeon. He tilted his head and quietly asked Haim, "Is it holding him hostage?" Haim frowned and replied urgently, "I'll have the interpreter called." Haim ordered sternly to the figure shrouded in a hooded cloak, "Interpret." Corey stepped forward timidly and awkwardly, looking mysterious, as Haim called Corey, "Corey." Yuri regarded him with curiosity. Corey's voice was strange and shy as he replied, "Yes, yes, sir." He put his hands to his ears, concentrated on the Orkvul's screams, and then solemnly relayed everything. "If you do not put down your weapons, it said it will begin to crush the knight's bones one by one." They began to grasp the young soldier's hand and break it, causing him to scream in agony. "Aya!" Yuri's voice immediately rang out, "Hernando." He stepped back to give way to Hernando. "Go." Hernando then stepped into the circle and formed a vivid green magic circle with his hands. A surge of green magic suddenly burst violently from Hernando's hands, enveloping the monster that was clutching the soldier and causing it to howl in despair. He furrowed his brow and shouted, "Now." Yuri smiled with satisfaction and praised as he rushed forward, "Well done." In the blink of an eye, he had seized the soldier, successfully freeing him from the Orkvul's grip. Very quickly, Yuri returned to his comrades and gently laid the soldier down on the ground. The monster, furious at being blatantly robbed, bellowed loudly, "Craw." The group took a cautious step back as a giant Orkvul with bloodshot eyes roared in anger. Yuri observed quickly and asked, "Lord Haim, this isn't a normal orc, is it?" Haim replied without taking his eyes off the creature, "No, small, but very experienced." He recalled the horrifying image from earlier. It was eating a knight alive when we captured it. That orc had killed many people. A young soldier shouted angrily, "Bastard! I don't care if it's a prisoner. I'll kill it myself." Yuri turned to him and gently reassured him, "Stay calm." The soldier showed a flash of worry and said, "Your Highness." He glanced back with a serious expression. "It's not that I want to stop you, but look behind you." Yuri's voice rang out as the tall shadow of the Orkvul fell across the ground with heavy steps. "They're probing for a gap. That orc isn't special. Those we meet on the plains are worse." He stepped forward, patted the young soldier's shoulder, and reminded him, "Focus, this is training. Learn how to kill orcs." The young soldiers gripped their swords, which glowed faintly blue, their eyes fixed on the approaching Orkvuls. One of them swung a burning torch high and hurled it outward. Hernando, standing before Yuri and Haim, immediately raised a shield and blocked the flaming torch. The Orkvul, surprised, spat out a mouthful of blood and showed sudden, painful shock. A young soldier appeared suddenly behind it and decisively drove a sword through its back. It slowly collapsed, coughing. Yuri clapped loudly, smiling with satisfaction and praising, "Well done." Although they had felled the Orkvul, their faces could not brighten. Seeing this, he asked, not satisfied. Yuri approached the carcass lying in a pool of red fluid and said with understanding, "It's to be expected. This was just a test against an enemy that couldn't fight back. But this experience raises your survival odds on the battlefield. Be grateful to Lord Haim." When Yuri mentioned him, Haim respectfully placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Some may think this unbecoming of knightly spirit. Then he turned decisively and began to walk away. They don't deserve chivalry. Follow me. I have one more thing to show you. Everyone followed Haim, leaving the Orkvuls lying motionless on the cold ground. They were nothing but brats. In the dark dungeon, only the scattered glow of torches lit the path. In the orc camp, their acts were even more horrific. Haim carried a torch to light the way and opened a door, revealing the consequences of their actions. Yuri frowned slightly as he followed Haim's direction, his face still unpleasant as he thought, "I see." The young soldier beside him was equally shocked by the sight. This is... Emaciated, Skeletal orcvils shackled by chains at their feet reached out toward them, half-orcs. Yuri glanced down, thoughtful, and said, "More than I thought." Haim did not deny it and nodded lightly. "Yes, and digging them up wasn't easy either." He calmly explained, "The orcs capture humans and treat them like toys. This is what remains after their games." The young soldier felt nauseous and had to cover his mouth. Ugh. Yuri then turned and quietly asked Haim, "Do you hate orcs?" Haim pondered for a moment, looked away, and answered decisively, "I do, until the day I die." He fell silent and stared intently at Haim. Yuri tightened his sword at his side and thought to himself, "Calm down. It's as if the Lord is used to this chaos. Everyone has an eternal enemy. For me, it's the Empire." He recalled Haim sitting silently in the rain, tears streaming. For Haim, it seemed to be the orcs. He had retrieved his son's body from an orc village. That image still haunted him, just as I cannot forget the devastation of the kingdom. The morning sun shone upon the magnificent castle. A call rang out, causing Yuri to tilt his head and turn. "Your Highness." Haim appeared and pushed Corey forward, saying, "Please take him with you, Your Highness." He smiled and quickly recognized him as the man from the dungeon yesterday. The old man nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, his name is Corey." Yuri smiled and couldn't help praising. Speaking orc is a valuable skill. Corey reacted a bit slowly and stammered, Sir, there's something I must say." Yuri put up a hand to stop him. "Stop." Yuri nodded slightly and continued, "I know." Corey went blank and said, "Yes." Yuri continued, "I know what you're worried about, so don't think about it." He placed something in Corey's hand. "I'm giving you this. I hope you'll serve well." Corey grew anxious and stammered, "But this is so valuable." Yuri seemed unconcerned and instead called out loudly to the side, "Lord Raymond." He smiled and asked, "The border is just beyond here, right?" Raymond nodded slightly, "Yes. There will be some monster packs, but no need to worry about ambushes." Yuri closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. "No, you are wrong. The monsters are a threat to the border, just like the orcs." His commanding voice echoed across the rugged mountains. "They must all be eradicated." A group of merchants appeared in the dense forest with a large wagon loaded with goods. The sound of hooves clattered increasingly closer. A scarred man appeared, smiling menacingly. He drew a blood-soaked sword, terrifying the merchants. A murderous gleam appeared in his eyes. He leapt forward and swung his sword down toward the merchants. Red liquid spurted everywhere. Yuri rode majestically at the head of his troops, charging ahead. He glanced back over his shoulder. Yuri watched Corey riding a small horse beside the tall Hernando and thought to himself that the company would be noisy once they discovered Corey was a half-orc. Then he broke into a satisfied smile, thinking, "I'm assigning him as a guard. Hernando will handle it well. Haha, what a nuisance." Yuri opened the map in his hand and studied it thoughtfully. He suddenly raised his hand and called, "Jared." Gerald immediately answered from behind, "Yes, Your Highness." He urged his horse forward to ride alongside Yuri and glanced over. He looked seriously at the map and said, "From now on you'll be in charge of scouting. I'll mark the locations, go, and report back." Gerald, concerned, asked, "Scouting? But this area is full of bandits." Gerald frowned and added, "They'll only run if we find them." "Are you sure?" Yuri stared at the map and replied solemnly, "We'll pursue them to the end. They harm the border merchants, do they not?" He curled his lip into a mocking smile and continued, "What? Not confident? That doesn't suit someone as talented as you." Every word from Yuri struck Gerald like a knife. The other soldiers were too tense for this duty. "I'm just a young prince with little experience, while you're a sword genius who doesn't understand ordinary people's feelings." Pressed into a corner, he shouted and spurred his horse forward. "I'll go now." Yuri, watching from behind, laughed with satisfaction. "All right, go. I like the enthusiasm." Raymond rode up beside Yuri and said, "You seem very fond of him." Yuri, still smiling, replied, "Fond is too much. I'm just bringing him along." Yuri smiled and turned abruptly to the side. He cheerfully continued, "Lord Raymond, may I ask you something a bit dull?" Raymond smiled politely and answered, "Please, Your Highness." Yuri's question left even the prepared Raymond momentarily stunned. "What do you fight for?" He hesitated. "It's been a long time since anyone asked me that." Raymond's gaze grew serious as he glanced at Yuri. "However, my only answer is an old one." Yuri replied calmly, "I am listening." This time Yuri was taken aback by Raymond's answer. The safety of Bryal. A small, satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Not a bad answer. Yuri tightened the reins and called out, "Keep this marching pace. I'll go check on Gerald a bit." Then Yuri urged his horse and galloped after the Gerald who had just ridden off. Deep in the woods, on a clearing, A group had pitched tents and gathered their camp. A stranger was tied up and thrown to the ground with force, screaming in pain, "Ack." Another man stepped forward and commanded in a powerful voice, "Silence." Yuri crouched, gripping a razor-sharp dagger, and spoke in a terrifying tone that made the man tremble with fear. "At least learn to value your life, don't you think?" Gerald looked down through his spyglass, observed, and reported, "Your Highness, I found it." He pointed to the group at the foot of the mountain and said, "That's the bandits' base." Yuri didn't hesitate to praise Gerald. "Well done, Jared." Then Yuri glanced at the bound man on the ground and interrogated him. "So you say he scouted alone? He went without anyone. Really? Your commander sent you alone?" Bound tightly with rope, the man could only stammer, Yes, that's right." The man added, and Yuri frowned immediately, "I'm just a recruit, so I don't know much." The blazing red necklace at his throat caught Yuri's attention. "HM." Without a word, Yuri plunged his hand into the man's shirt to search him, causing the man to panic and scream, "Kaya." He pulled out a pendant that glowed with red light. "What is this?" Yuri interrogated. "Is this yours?" The man recoiled and answered timidly, "No. Big Brother gave it to me and told me to wear it on patrol." Yuri's face darkened as he drew the gleaming sword at his side, which looked like a magical weapon. "What magic is engraved on this?" The man screamed, "I don't know anything." Yuri's voice dropped low as he stepped closer to the trembling man. "Is that so? Then there's no other choice." He smiled confidently, turned, and walked away. "I'll capture your big brother myself and question him properly." The sun was sinking behind the mountain, and darkness was beginning to fall. Yuri gripped the spyglass tightly, sitting in the bushes and watching intently, when a loud call rang out, "Your Highness." Gerald returned with a few knights after scouting and reported. "As you ordered, we've deployed forces along the routes we expect they'll flee, and have also instructed scouts to prioritize determining their numbers." He immediately put the spyglass away and smiled brightly. "Good. If I cause a commotion from inside, they'll fall into the trap themselves, right?" The man looked puzzled at Yuri's words. "Sorry, cause a commotion?" Quickly he mounted his horse and shouted, "Go now. If you're late, there'll be nothing left to share, understood?" While everyone was still confused, Yuri spurred his horse forward at speed, causing Gerald to shout in alarm, "Wait, Your Highness." Yuri paid no heed to the shouts from behind and kept urging his horse on. "Going alone is dangerous," they shouted. Yuri smiled, reined in, and called out loudly, "Soldiers, where are you?" A roar erupted with fierce force, shaking the whole camp area. "Charge." The men in the camp were still dazed and didn't understand what was happening. "HM, what's that noise?" Then both of them looked up in surprise. He, on horse, crashed into the middle of their lavish food spread, overturning everything and sending it flying. They sat back on the ground, terrified and speechless at the strange appearance. "Nice to meet you all." Yuri tightened the reins, smiled in a friendly manner, and said, "Bandits." Before a long night fell over the dark, dense forest, Gerald led the startled knights rushing up, repeatedly calling, "Your Highness." He and Raymond hurried a short distance, panting and a little bewildered as they took in the scene before them. The sight of him casually sitting atop the bandit who'd just made the fire, surrounded by many other bandits. "You're late." Gerald stepped up to Yuri in astonishment. "Why did you act so rashly? It's dangerous." Yuri remained relaxed atop the bandit and retorted, "Why didn't you follow me on time? Now all you do is complain." Yuri then turned his gaze to Raymond and asked, "Lord Raymond, did any of them escape?" Raymond became serious and replied, "No, all were eliminated, and we suffered no casualties." He held a skewer of roasted meat, stood up briskly, and said, "Good. Now take their meat and prepare dinner." Everyone had appetizing skewers in hand and placed them by the fire to roast. Tonight's dinner was field-grilled skewers. Gerald offered a helpless comment, "Not very fragrant," but Yuri smiled proudly. "That's the best part. Apparently you just don't know how to enjoy it." While he chatted by the fire, the bandit behind him struggled up and said, "Let's stay here tonight and march on in the morning." The soldiers all shouted in unison, agreed. Suddenly Raymond spoke up, "Your Highness, about the next destination, Gid. Before we reach Balshad, the Allied rendezvous, it seems we may encounter a large force from another kingdom at Gid, since our route overlaps theirs." He asked calmly, but his foot had already swung and kicked the bandit's face cleanly. "Which kingdom?" The man frowned slightly and replied dejectedly, "The Holy Kingdom." Yuri smiled faintly and asked, "A nation using holy magic? Huh, interesting." He continued, "They might heal our wounded if we make good relations." Raymond's face turned worried. "I'm not so sure about that." He recalled the image of a woman, slender and delicate yet resolute and strong. And there were rumors that the Allied army's commander this time was the princess of the Holy Kingdom. However, because she's in a weak position in the power struggle, it's said she is very sensitive about achieving results to secure her standing. So the rumor says she'll do anything to take credit in this Allied campaign. Hearing this, Yuri put his hand to his chin, thoughtful. A princess of the Holy Kingdom. Huh. Raymond stepped forward and asked, "Shall I investigate further?" He folded his arms and smiled. "No, we don't need that." Yuri looked up at the sky. A bright moon shone in the dark, and he showed interest. I could meet her in person. The Allied rendezvous is a stopover for those heading to Balshad Gid. They handle supplies for the Allied forces. Cause trouble and you're ruined. If found guilty in Gid, you'll be judged by Gid's laws. Gid is an isolated zone, so we must obey the rules on their territory. A voice rose in the soldiers' tent. "Lord Raymond, ensure our troops keep proper decorum before entering, including the knights." Raymond's serious voice replied at once, "Understood. We'll wait outside the city for a while to make sure no one slips up when entering. I'll go meet the lord of the city." The lord smiled warmly at Yuri. "It's an honor to meet a prince of Betrayal." Yuri followed etiquette and extended his hand to shake. "Thank you for the reception. Betrayal is very grateful for your support." The lord replied cheerfully, "No problem. We will fully support the Allied forces." Then he sat down, laughter still bubbling. When the king of Betrayal was young, he was famed for fighting orcs. "Those orcs must be terrified he's here, haha." Yuri smiled, sat slowly in the opposite chair, and replied, "I'll do my best." A steward standing outside called in, "My lord," which drew his attention. Then the steward leaned close and whispered in his ear before Yuri's eyes. The lord turned to Yuri with a smile. "The princess from the Holy Kingdom has arrived. Would you like to meet her with me?" Yuri nodded, slightly in polite assent. "Very well." After a moment, footsteps clattered and a woman's figure entered the room. The lord hurriedly rose to welcome her, greeting her warmly. Beneath the bright light of the royal hall strode a female knight in immaculate white armor, exuding authority and confidence. She was the second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Sivilla our saint. Sivilla's expression was stern as she introduced herself. "I'm the second princess of the Holy Kingdom. Call me Sivilla our saint." He rubbed his hands and smiled warmly. "It's an honor to meet a princess here." She was briefly silent, glanced at Yuri, then said, "Are you the lord's retainer?" Yuri looked puzzled at Sivilla's question. She glared at Yuri and said sternly, "But you, pay no mind, we have matters to discuss with him privately." The lord, sensing a misunderstanding, hurried to explain, "Princess he is." Before he could finish, the soldier accompanying Sivilla barked loudly, "Silence. The princess is speaking. How dare you sit there? Show proper respect." Only then did Yuri exclaim, "Oh, me?" The next words out of his mouth left them all gaping and frozen. "I'm the third prince of Betrayal." The lord quietly pulled out a handkerchief to dab his sweat in this awkward moment. The knight from before was now terrified and rushed to explain, "I also oversee Betrayal's forces, your highness me." He shouted excitedly, leaving Yuri dumbfounded. "My fault. I should have dressed properly like the other knights, but instead I look like a beggar." Then the other knights all bowed deeply and apologized to him sincerely. Sivilla, watching this, could only cover her face in helplessness and say, "Forgive us. We were wrong, your highness." They both sat back down at the table. A voice asked, "Do I seem that cheap?" To which came an awkward smile and, "Haha, not at all." Sivilla calmly apologized first. "Sorry for earlier." "All right, that's enough." Yuri, sitting beside her, smiled and teased, "Should I let that slide?" He then held out his tag with a social smile and said, "We should reintroduce ourselves. I'm Yuki, third prince of Betrayal." They shook hands warmly. "Very pleased to meet you." Yuri cheerfully asked, "How old are you, Sivilla?" Sivilla kept a rather cold demeanor and replied, 20. Yuri honestly said, "I'm 18. Only a 2-year gap, not much difference. So let's be friends." With a warm look, he gave a gentle, friendly smile in the sunlight filtering through the curtains, then tilted his head and said, "I won't be formal anymore. Very glad to meet you, Sivilla." She looked a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Ah." The lord was pleased and smiled. "Wonderful. Before fighting orcs, making allies is always good." Yuri eagerly asked again, "Are you okay with that, Sivilla?" Sivilla, taken aback by his quick banter, hesitated briefly and said, "Ah, yes." He frowned slightly and, observing carefully, asked, "I haven't seen the other contingent on the road. Sivilla, did you go ahead with your knights?" She beside him nodded softly. "Yes, the main force will arrive tomorrow." Yuri stroked his chin thoughtfully, looked off in another direction, and said, "HM, hope they're all right." Sivilla frowned in reply. She looked very serious and a little intimidating. The Holy Kingdom's military rules are strict. Do you think something might happen? He smirked slightly and said, "Oh, I meant outside, not internal matters. Orcs sometimes appear beyond the border. They're also skilled at ambushes despite their large size." The Lord nodded quickly in agreement. Yes, they're cunning beyond their size. Yuri smiled, somewhat insincerely this time. There probably won't be a problem. After all, they're the Holy Kingdom's troops. Still, he cast a slight glance at Sivilla and added, "But I think you should keep that in mind." In the sunlit central square, bustling with people moving between colorful stalls, a familiar voice called out, "How are the Holy Kingdom's knights?" Yuri and Hernando strolled through the market talking. "She's going through a hard time," he said, rubbing his chin and looking around. "Do you see anything good in her?" It seemed he was concerned about her. He replied, though his steps faltered, "I think so, but—" Yuri pulled out the red pendant taken from the bandits and held it up, studying it closely. "Are you sure this was bought here?" Hernando also focused on the jewelry shops and concluded, only that place would sell something like this. Yuri stepped ahead holding the pendant and said, "I distinctly remember him saying this can lure orcs. More specifically, he said if an orc smells this necklace, they'll go mad and charge. Sounds like a battle drug." They stopped in front of a shop and peered at the items. Their critical remarks made the shopkeeper flush with anger. "A magical implement? It looks too flimsy. Yes, I don't think it would work." The old seller finally couldn't stand it and grabbed their hands, shouting, "If you're not buying, get out of here." The two turned on their heels and walked away as if nothing had happened. "I don't see anything like that here. Maybe they sold out." Yuri smiled with a hint of regret. "What a pity." Hernando cried out joyfully, pointing ahead, "Your Highness." A group of soldiers walking together entered a tavern. I think they're gambling inside that tavern. Seeing this, his expression visibly darkened and his eyes flashed. One of Bryal's soldiers gambling? That can't be ignored. Both of them rolled their necks and strode toward them. "We can't be a respectable army if disgraceful behavior like this continues." The man following nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Your Highness." In front of the gate of a large building, several knights were gathered there. One stepped forward a few paces and asked, "Was your meeting with the Lord all right?" Sivilla replied coldly, "Yes." He sneered with mocking contempt. "I've heard. Prince of Bryal is untrustworthy. He's the vice-captain of the Holy Kingdom, Fennec." Fennec went on without stopping, showing disdain. How could he lead others? Calling Bryal a knightly song is outdated. Seeing his words go too far, she warned, "Don't speak ill behind people's backs, Fennec." He casually shrugged off Sivilla's admonition. What's wrong with that? He dresses like a mercenary. She frowned slightly, displeased, and his conduct is worse than what I've heard. Fennec paid him no mind and kept speaking ill of him. Once this orc business is over, Bryal will be one prince fewer. Sivilla snapped sternly, "Enough, stop." He finally stopped. "Right." She asked seriously, "How are the main forces?" Saying that, Fennec brushed past Sivilla with a slight glance and a veiled remark. "Of course there's nothing for you to worry about, princess. I'll handle it properly." She turned to watch the soldiers marching away. "We will go on patrol now." Sivilla lowered her eyes, looking troubled. The sky was growing dark, and laughter and lively noise spilled out from the tavern. Fennec led the group of knights into the tavern. He frowned, looked ahead, and asked, "Who are they?" Another spoke up while the soldiers in front laughed merrily among themselves. "I think they're from Bryal." Hearing this, Fennec sneered in confusion, letting common soldiers into the city. "What discipline is that?" Someone else observed and said, "Looks like they're playing cards." The soldiers seem to be having a good time. "What's with Jennard's men? Next, let's see what that gambler youth can do." The more he looked, the more annoyed he grew. "Do they have no discipline?" The knight beside Fennec scoffed. "They're like that because their captain's no good either." He then put on a solemn expression and declared, "We can't allow this. As knights of the Holy Kingdom, we won't stand by and watch." Having said that, Fennec took a breath and shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" His heavy voice echoed throughout the tavern. The knights and even Raymond looked up in bewilderment, thinking, "Is this a place to play?" Fennec raised a finger as if lecturing them. "Even if it's another nation's issue, I can't believe my eyes. Do you take the Allied forces for a joke?" Suddenly, a familiar voice cut him off. "What did you say?" A firm hand landed on his shoulder, causing Fennec to start and slowly turn to look. Yuri smiled warmly and asked, "What's your name?" Fennec, showing disgust, brushed Yuri's hand off his shoulder. He returned the look with unfriendly eyes. "Third Prince." Then Fennec glanced toward Raymond's group and said, "Such behavior will only get you and your knights into trouble." He grinned smugly. "It seems you still don't understand. You should hand them a sword, not cards. I'm not even sure you've ever held a sword properly. Yuri gave a cold little laugh, huh? His eyes turned sharp and icy. Hey, what's your name again? Doesn't the Holy Kingdom's army have a rank system? Saying that was enough to make the previously smug man falter, stammering, "That." This time another person appeared. When a familiar voice rang out, both of them turned at once. What are you doing? Sivilla put her hands on her hips, stepped forward solemnly, and spoke with authority. Lord Finnick, didn't you say you were on patrol? Finnick bowed his head, his face reluctant as he said, forgive me. He narrowed his eyes coldly, full of killing intent, and quietly ordered, leave this place. Still resentful, Finnick left with a few of his men, and as he reached the door, he cast a quick glance back at her. Sivilla, not one to be bullied, frowned at him. Then she turned to Yuri, sighed, and apologized. I'm sorry. I'll apologize for that incident. He smiled casually and replied, no need to do that. Yuri spoke on, and Sivilla's hand on the hilt of her sword twitched slightly. It's hard to control everyone. Could a holy crusading army be affected? She then turned and walked toward the door, leaving behind, I'll repay this debt next time. Yuri frowned and watched Sivilla leave in thoughtful silence. He recalled what Raymond had mentioned before they arrived, that she was weaker in influence and therefore sensitive about reputation, and he thought to himself, is that what Raymond meant? Yuri shook the thought off, smiled, and stepped forward. After all, he wasn't much different from her. In the lively tavern, his free-spirited voice rang out. Shall we start the next round? A young soldier eagerly volunteered. My turn this time. Yuri laughed approvingly. Good spirit. Outside, Finnick stood, seething, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He turned in confusion and challenged Sivilla. Have you become close with that Prince of Brial? She replied faintly. Is now the time to worry about that? Finnick, very displeased, shouted, Your Highness, didn't I say that man holds the post of? Suddenly another voice interrupted. Your Highness, Lord Finnick. Both turned to look in surprise. A knight from afar was hastily riding up on horseback. He stopped and leapt down. Both he and his horse were scratched and smeared with mud. He knelt and said, Forgive my rudeness, but I have urgent news to report. Sivilla, perceptive, sensed something amiss and replied, What is it? His words stunned both her and Finnick. The main force was ambushed by orcs. Armor gleamed and clanked in the night. The Lord looked up at Sivilla, fully armored and mounted, and asked with utmost respect, Your Highness, will you depart at once? Worry showed on his face. Shouldn't we request help from Brial's forces? She fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. The Lord spoke up. If you want to minimize losses to the army, it would certainly be better if, when a harsh voice cut in. What are you saying? Finnick, who had somehow galloped over, sat high on his horse and said down from his vantage, The Holy Kingdom will handle its own affairs. Lord, do you think we'd lose to lowly orcs? The Lord waved his hand and smiled, hurriedly explaining, of course I didn't mean that. Sivilla spoke gently. It's all right, Lord. She stood under the moonlight, her strength enhancing her beauty. She smiled softly. I understand your concern, but we can resolve this matter easily. Thank you for your care. Then Sivilla urged her horse hard and shouted, Mount up. Thus a column of knights, led by Sivilla, thundered down the forest road at night. The Lord clasped his hands behind his back and watched the troop galloping off. The young soldier beside him turned and said with a puzzled look, The Holy Kingdom is stubborn indeed. The Lord's face, creased with age, still showed undeniable worry as he added, Especially the vice-commander. He's even more headstrong. We have no choice. He then turned to the young soldier and ordered, Ride to the Brial camp immediately and find the third prince. The youth bowed and replied, Yes, sir. The Lord frowned, his tone urgent. Hurry, there's no time to lose. Under the bright moonlight against the dark night sky, Raymond approached Yuri, who was reading a paper intently, and asked, Your Highness, what does the paper say? His eyes did not leave the paper. With a serious expression he replied, startling the man beside him. The Holy Kingdom's main force was ambushed by orcs. Yuri frowned and continued, The Alliance asked that we help clear out the nearby orcs as a favor. Raymond said with some concern, but the request comes from Gide, not the Holy Kingdom. Yuri's gaze lifted from the paper. He glanced up, recalling Finnick's cold remark. She seems very stubborn. Then Yuri turned and ordered, Lord Raymond, prepare to march at once. Raymond placed his hand over his chest, bowed slightly, and replied at your command. He turned to the young soldier beside him and asked, What is your name? Still kneeling, the man nodded respectfully, Roy, your highness. Upon hearing this, Yuri said, All right, Roy, Go to the tavern by the Char Market and summon the Bryal troops. He leaned down and whispered a small secret. Tell them I'll only take the first 10 who arrive, and they'll rush over. Roy quickly caught Yuri's meaning. Yes, your highness. Yuri clenched the paper in his hand and watched the direction where Roy rode off. Yuri put the paper back on the table and said, now, then. He raised both hands and brushed off dust. Then Yuri smiled with amusement and said, let's do a little night march. After a while, he rejoined his troop, and they rode off to join the battle. As he rode, Yuri looked back and smiled. I didn't think you lot had sobered up. Immediately, the knights raised their swords and shouted, no, we're sober. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ha ha, very well. Yuri glanced at Gerald and teased, Jared, you don't look well. You're pale. Jared was extremely dizzy but tried to reply, I am fine. The sound of horses' hooves suddenly rang out loudly. Roland hurried up from behind, smiling as he called, Your Highness. Yuri answered in turn, Yes, Laurent? Then his eyes shone with admiration, sparkling as if stars were circling. Once again, I'm truly amazed by you, Your Highness. Yuri forced an awkward smile as Roland kept talking. No, not only forgiving the holy knights who offended you, but also reaching out to help them now. Your eyes have learned that petty revenge isn't necessary. I admire you for that. He continued to flatter Yuri, truly the far-sightedness of a prince, seeing not just the surface, but what's within. Yuri shrugged helplessly, forcing a smile, and quickly explaining, haha, it's not like that. Yuri thought to himself, when did Laurent become like this? A face hidden in the darkness curled into an inscrutable smile. I am very grateful for your loyalty. He kept thinking about Roland's expression. He's completely different from my previous life. Strange, but I'm different now too. He kept praising Yuri nonstop. He said he just knows how to appreciate people more. This fool may have been influenced. Raymond shouted and pointed forward. Your Highness, look ahead. Ahead, a chaotic battle was underway. The Holy Knights of the Holy Kingdom. Yuri's powerful voice rang out, raising all the knights' spirits and focusing them for battle. Listen up. This is our first fight against the orcs. From now on, I will be the first in and the last out in every battle. He rode forward, a murderous aura already radiating around him. The third prince of Bryal, Yuri Bryal. Yuri's command carried an invisible weight as he ordered them on. Horses neighed across the woods as his dignified voice declared, no one is to be wounded. Back a short while earlier, before the Empire's knights appeared, Sivila's face had shown a flash of displeasure. Inwardly, she blamed herself for being too complacent. She should have anticipated an ambush. Images came to her mind of when our protagonist warned her that orcs sometimes appear from inside the border. Thinking that, she chastised herself silently again. She should have been more cautious. As she thought this, they saw the group of knights ahead clashing with the large orcs, both sides hacking at each other fiercely. Someone in Sivila's group suddenly shouted, they're still fighting. From Sivila's perspective, seeing her detached group still holding on brought her slight relief. She thought, okay, our banner still flies. Then she turned and ordered her subordinate, Lord Fennec, we will charge straight for their commander. Hearing that, Fennec immediately nodded into position. We will charge. At his signal, the band of knights spurred their horses and surged forward, while Sivila at the rear silently prayed to her pendant. O holy saint, your servant is devout. Grant us strength. Right after she spoke, a white radiance began to emanate from the pendant, enveloping her and her horse. The knight raised her sword forward and shouted, faster. Then, led by her, they soon encountered a grotesque skull that looked intensely evil. As the group approached, its eye sockets flared bright red, and some kind of magic array on the ground was activated, causing the ground to split into many fissures. The horses panicked, and the princess, sensing it, shouted, it's a trap. Unfortunately for her, before the group could react, they fell straight into the deep pits the enemy had prepared. Falling, Sivila's mind filled with regret. Have I made the wrong decision again? People praised her when she awakened her powers as a child, saying she was extraordinary. Their warm words. I began to learn swordsmanship to live up to those expectations. When my blade defeated my brother, I realized that learning swordsmanship was the worst decision I ever made. My brother pushed me onto the battlefield because he feared I would steal the heir's position. A flash came to her mind of a young man handing her a document and saying, Miss Sivila, you must join the Allied forces. It is the will of God. Your soul will be saved and ascend to heaven if you fight for our holy saint. Back in the present, Her face twisted as she swore, "What nonsense. He just wanted me dead." All around, knights trembled in pain as they fell below. Still, Scylla forced herself to reassure them. "Everyone focus." Then she noticed the black liquid clinging to her and wondered, "Is this oil?" Then, as if remembering something, the princess hurriedly looked up. Sure enough, standing at the rim of the pit were orcs holding burning torches, ready to throw them down to burn them alive. One orc raised a torch as if preparing to hurl it down. Seeing that, Scylla's face went pale. Her mind spun in chaos, barely able to think, an ambush leading to a fire trap. What do I do now? How do I survive? What am I living for? Countless questions rang in her head before a familiar voice appeared. "Scylla, open your eyes. Is it so hard to ask for help with your mouth? Are you really okay?" The one who appeared was none other than our protagonist, Yuri. At that moment, he had already beheaded the orc with the torch and cheerfully told those below. Next, while Yuri's men threw down ropes to help Scylla's group climb up. As soon as she reached the top, Scylla didn't forget to thank him. "Thank you. I owe you this time." Yuri shook his head slightly. "It's nothing." At one side, the annoying Fennec also interjected. "Your Majesty, Deputy Captain of the Holy Order." Fennec presents himself to the third young master of House Bryal. "Please forgive my rude behavior at the tavern the other day. Fennec will never forget today." His words surprised the princess. She couldn't believe Fennec was genuinely apologizing. Yuri, however, seemed unconcerned. He smiled and accepted. "I accept your apology. Let the Holy Order aid House Bryal when we face difficulties in the future." Before their reunion lasted long, the group was drawn by sounds coming from the battle. Yuri turned his gaze toward the battlefield. The fight was raging fiercely. Then suddenly an orc pulled out a horn made from a buffalo horn and blew hard. Hearing that sound, the remaining 8 orcs scrambled to their feet and fled. Someone shouted, "They're retreating." They failed in their plan to assassinate the Holy Knights. "Don't let any of them escape," Yuri yelled, and the group answered in unison, "Yes, sir." As they pursued briefly, Yuri narrowed his eyes when he spotted a distinct orc among them. With his knowledge, the protagonist immediately recognized it. It was an orc Val. Knowing its danger, Yuri reached out to stop Scylla from advancing further. Across from them, the orc Val began to draw its bow, even channeling its magic into the weapon. Then released, firing a sharp arrow aimed directly at Yuri and Scylla's position. However, this simple attack was not enough to trouble our protagonist. With a single swing of his sword, he easily sliced the arrow cleanly in two. Afterwards, he was so brisk that he even teased, "Looks like the orc commander is angry. Because of me, I should probably respond to his provocation." Then the protagonist wrapped his body in a soft blue aura and began to step forward slowly. Behind him, Princess Scylla showed a flicker of worry on her face, but she did not reach out to stop him. On Yuri's side, he bent down slightly to gather momentum and said, "I'll be back soon." His words startled Scylla, who hurriedly asked, "Hey Yuri, you're not going alone, are you?" Before Scylla could receive an answer, our knight had already dashed forward to cut down the orcs. Of course, the monsters weren't stupid. They immediately turned to fight back. One orc from the group quickly grabbed a spear from somewhere and hurled it straight at Yuri. The projectile flew toward the protagonist at wind-tearing speed. Seeing this, Yuri instantly brought his sword back, his eyes widening as he tracked the spear's trajectory, and then at the moment it was about to hit him, Yuri began to recall 5 years earlier when Uncle Benar mentioned the soul segment to him. Countless variables arise on the battlefield, terrain, environment, and more. It boils down to expanding adaptive ability through repeated training. But the young master's soul segment is different. He immediately grasps the entire surrounding situation, instinctively recognizing the optimal path, then transforms it into a super sword. When young Yuri heard his uncle say that, he found it long-winded and complained irritably. Explain it more simply. Bernard could only sigh and continue. "When a moment comes, you'll understand for yourself. Your body will react in that way, allowing you to defeat enemies most effectively." Back to Tai. It seemed Yuri now understood the meaning of those words. The corner of his mouth curved into a slight smile. He immediately tilted his head to one side, dodging the dangerous spear. However, that was not the end. Yuri immediately sensed another dangerous aura. It was heading for him. He quickly turned forward and saw another spear hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Reacting to this, Yuri immediately dropped to the ground, then sprang up powerfully, just in time to avoid the spear as it struck the ground and created a small crater. Next, His heroic body lightly landed upon the shaft of the spear. He used its rebound to launch himself onto the heads of the monsters. Opposite him, the two orcs, surprised that Yuri had easily evaded their attack, were startled. But before they could do anything, they were struck by two swords from our protagonist into their chests, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining orcs, seeing their comrades fall so quickly, howled in fury and rushed to overwhelm him. Realizing this, Yuri quickly calculated a response in his head. One on many, direct confrontation is too dangerous. However, it's been so long since I returned to the battlefield. There's no way I'm going to miss this opportunity. Thinking this, an expression of intense excitement briefly crossed his face. Yuri's eyes widened, focusing intently forward very quickly. In his sight, cutting streaks began to appear. I see it, the optimal sword path. Following the guides he saw, Yuri began unleashing countless slashes at breakneck speed, causing the unlucky orc to let out a miserable cry as he met the king of hell. Next, of course, the two green-skinned ones behind him couldn't escape the same fate. Following their comrades, hoarse screams began to ring out until all sound faded. Orc bodies lay scattered around in pools of blood. Yuri himself gently sheathed his sword, and in his head he began to reflect on the fight. My body still can't keep up with my thoughts. For now, I'll be satisfied with this. Thinking that, he turned his gaze to a spear lying on the ground, and Yuri reached out and picked it up, raised it high into the air, then shouted, "Orc Val." Not far away, the Orc Val heard the call and turned toward the source of the voice. Immediately, Yuri's hand tightened around the spear. He showed no hesitation, enveloped the spear in an aura, and hurled it forward at lightning speed. Responding to the attack, the big orc hurriedly raised both axes before his chest to block. But seeing its action, Yuri broke into a supremely confident smile. As it turned out, Yuri had never intended to aim at that orc Val. Instead, his spear shattered the enemy's formation, causing the remaining orcs' morale to visibly drop, while the leader of the orcs had eyes blazing red with rage. After a few seconds to calm himself, it seemed to sense it could not win this battle, and began muttering orders for its subordinates to retreat quickly. Turning back to Yuri's thoughts, I thought they'd all charge at once, but they decided further losses weren't worth it. Thinking that, he smiled and said, "Hopefully this is enough to avenge the earlier arrow." No sooner had he said that than Princess Sivila's anxious voice rang from behind. "Hey Yuri, are you hurt anywhere?" Yuri turned and smiled. "No, I'm fine. After all, it looks like everything's over now, right? So Sivila, how does it feel to have won your first victory as part of the Alliance?" Hearing the question, the princess's face unconsciously broke into a gentle smile, and she said, "Thank you. It's all thanks to you." Cut to the Orc Val's location. It still wasn't reconciled to its defeat and vented its anger on a nearby tree, leaving a large dent in the trunk. It began to radiate an intense, murderous aura, enough to show how berserk the creature had become. Cut to a small tavern in town, the noisy air thick with beer and laughter. Suddenly, a shout rang out, shattering the bustle. "Really?" Razor clenched his beer mug with one hand and his other into a fist, his whole body trembling with excitement. He spoke sheepishly, voice full of zeal. "I'm serious." He continued, eyes shining as he recalled. Prince Yuri suddenly lunged, snatched the torch out of midair. At the moment it was about to fall into the fire pit. It was truly spectacular. Hearing this, the two nearby soldiers exclaimed in unison, one "ah," the other "oh," their eyes shining with admiration. Another guy, voice full of doubt, interjected, "Rumor says Prince Yuri is useless in combat. I thought he was just a gambler, always partying and playing cards." "I'll admit he's good at gambling, though." Roland, sitting beside him, immediately rebutted with a proud look. "All those rumors are nonsense." He placed a hand on his chest, exclaiming, "Clearly he carries the noble blood of the royal family, kin to the king." Another soldier quickly cut in a booming tone, "Don't. Let me tell you in detail about the prince's extraordinary martial skills." Someone else laughed, teasing, "Hey, this guy's drunk. Who's been feeding him so much ale?" In a shadowed corner of the tavern, a mysterious figure silently watched the conversation. The purple-haired woman, eyes cold and sharp, murmured to herself, "Prince Yuri, how strange. Just a regular royal. Yet he saw through the assassination techniques I hid. And now he willingly throws himself into the battlefield. When I tried to stop him, it felt like he was always a few steps ahead, as if he could foresee the future." She turned and, in a low voice, called to the innkeeper, "I need to find someone." The innkeeper, wiping a glass, looked up in curiosity. What kind of person are you looking for? She replied, cold but clear. He has dark brown hair, carries a sword, and is a master swordsman. The innkeeper rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, then shook his head. That's hard to identify with just that. She continued, voice sharper. He's not fluent in the continent's tongue. His speech is heavily accented. At that, the innkeeper flinched as if remembering something. He clapped his hands, eyes bright. Ah, now I remember. Not sure his hair is brown, but there was a fellow who spoke the continent tongue clumsily. He ordered risotto with no seasoning and asked for directions to Balshad. The woman nodded, slid a gleaming coin onto the table. I understand. Thank you. Seeing the coin, the innkeeper's eyes lit up and a broad smile spread across his face. Ha, I'm not saying this for thanks, but I will gladly accept the gratitude of a patron. He turned his back and walked away, while the purple-haired woman sank into thought. Balshad, the Orc Alliance's rendezvous point. That's also where the prince is headed. I'm gonna set out first and find him. One of the strongest swordsmen in the East. Cut to Yuri. After the battle at G-Day, the army quickly moved to the next location. Along the way, they made camp many times, and thanks to experience from previous occasions, everyone prepared more thoroughly. Watching the troops grow more proficient, Yuri smiled contentedly. Everyone is quicker after a few drills. I thought I'd have to teach from scratch, but this is great. Raymond, standing beside him, replied, We've camped many times and are getting used to it. Yuri nodded. Thank you, Raymond. It's all thanks to your hard work. With that, he turned, calm in tone, I'll go scout the area. Please oversee things. Raymond bowed and replied respectfully, Yes, Your Highness. Yuri walked alone through the vast forest, thinking to himself, just stepping away from camp for a bit makes everything so quiet. The risk of a nighttime ambush may be higher than I thought. Suddenly, from deep in the woods, a loud shout rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Yuri immediately headed toward the noise. There, 2 soldiers were berating Corey. One of them snarled, I told you not to draw attention. He continued, sneering, You filthy orc seller. Faced with the insults, Corey said nothing, tears quietly falling. The soldier grew more aggressive. You look like a spy. Aren't you deceiving the prince, colluding with the orcs? Corey hurriedly looked up, voice trembling. And no, that's not true. I'm absolutely not. The soldier stepped forward, grabbed Corey's hand, and yanked forcefully at the glove she wore. Not true. Thief, give it back. Corey begged. I didn't steal anything. Please return it. At that moment, Yuri stepped out, voice cold as ice. Hey, you lot. People are setting up tents. What are you doing here? Seeing Yuri, the soldier stammered, Your Highness, this one. Yuri spoke, eyes sharp. It seems you don't understand. I'll say it again. Get out. Confronted with his authoritative tone, the 2 soldiers trembled and replied in unison, Yes, Your Highness, sorry. They quickly turned and fled. Yuri looked at Corey, voice gentle. Are you all right? He returned the glove with a smile. Here, take it. Corey, grateful, bowed her head. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Yuri continued, I have the authority to punish them. Do you want me to? Corey shook her head, voice low but resolute. No, it's fine. People admire the beautiful and despise the ugly. That's human nature. If you help me, things might be easier, but my dream will become more distant. Yuri, curious, what dream is that? Corey hesitated, then answered, I want to be accepted by everyone, to live in harmony with them. Yuri pondered, that's not an easy dream. He placed a hand on Corey's shoulder, voice warm. Corey, you're with Hernando, right? Learn the orc language from him. Learn the orc language from him. Cut tonight. The camp remained on high alert. Inside a tent, someone asked, How are the defenses against nighttime raids coming along? Raymond answered, voice steady. All supply areas have been covered with fireproof tarps. Guards are posted around the wooden palisade. Razor interjected skeptically, Is this necessary? You've increased manpower above normal. Yuri pointed to a spot on the map, voice low, This is orc territory. Anything could happen. The likelihood they'll use dark magic is high. While he was explaining, a soldier burst in, panting, shouting, Your Highness, it's bad. The orcs are attacking. The whole tent shook, and everyone rushed outside. Chaos struck Yuri's eyes. Soldiers fought fiercely with the orcs, flames leaping from the tents. Yuri lamented, This is worse than I thought. A large barrel suddenly fell, releasing a pitch-black miasma of dark energy as it slammed to the ground. Behind Yuri, a massive explosion went off, startling him. What's happening? Looking at the blaze before him, Yuri asked, Are they using gunpowder? Hernando, beside him, shook his head. Not gunpowder. That's corrupted mana magic. This is a large-scale attack. Yuri turned, voice firm. Hernando, what's the strategy in this situation? Hernando pointed ahead. They're crafting magical bombs and throwing them down. We must stop whoever's behind it. Yuri hesitated, then shouted toward Raymond and Razor. Disperse by units and take command. He tightened his grip on the sword, eyes blazing. I'll find whoever's behind this myself. A surge of mana burst from Yuri, carrying terrifying power. He muttered, voice resolute, and I'll see his face. Yuri looked to Hernando and asked, which direction is the magic coming from? Hernando pointed forward and replied, over there. Without another word, Yuri stomped hard on the ground and said, all right, I'll go and return later. Saying that, he dashed off in the direction Hernando had indicated. While moving, something caught his eye and made him startle for a moment. He noticed the broken flag tied to the back of the orc vow that he had previously snapped. Clenching his sword, he lunged forward, teeth gritted. So it was you. The orc vow didn't give him the advantage. It immediately drew the axe from its back, swinging it forward to block his incoming strike. After that, the two exchanged blows for a while. Yuri stepped back, looking at his trembling arm, thinking to himself, its strength is no joke, and its movements are very strange, like someone with a great deal of combat experience. I don't like this, but first I must keep my distance. Before he had time to think, the orc vow lunged, raising its axe and swinging a heavy blow at him. But with his quick reflexes, he easily stepped back to dodge that attack. It followed with a series of strikes aimed at Yuri's position, but he used his agility to evade them. This angered the orc vow. It roared and launched another attack. This time, Yuri chose not to dodge. He immediately raised his sword to meet its assault. As soon as he parried, he spun his blade and delivered a powerful slash straight at the orc vow, making it cry out in pain. His face grew dark as he murmured, I admit he's different from the others. He's on a completely different level. Then his gaze turned serious as he said, all right, let's see how skilled you really are. With that, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword hard toward the orc vow's neck, forcing it to flinch away. Suddenly, dense, dark energy seeped from around it, as if it were being empowered. It then swung the axe down with tremendous force, striking the ground and shattering the earth. Fortunately, Yuri had time to step back and avoid that attack. Sliding across the ground, he continued to watch every move of the orc vow with extreme care. Then he spoke, clear the forward area. This is the moment. Following his gaze, the orc vow was completely enveloped in the dark energy. Looking at it, he exclaimed, some kind of mana technique? The orc vow tightened its grip on the axe and calmly stepped in front of him, showing no fear. Seeing that, he murmured inwardly, when I heard they were using magic, I should have been suspicious. Could that orc mage really wield mana? Recalling the scene of the burning camp, he exclaimed, could they even use gunpowder? Hernando beside him answered, not gunpowder. That's twisted mana magic. Meaning among the orc warriors, one has mastered a form of mana magic. Thinking that, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Then he tightened his grip on the sword, stared straight ahead, and said, you're one of those elite fighters, aren't you? His eyes flashed, and he used the soul-seizing slash technique. Countless invisible blade marks appeared all over the orc vow's body. Unaware of this, it madly charged at him to attack. He defended while observing the weak points that had appeared on its body, then immediately swung his sword, thrusting straight for its throat, leaving it no time to react. The moment the blade touched its throat, it reached out and grabbed the sword to stop it. Its gaze looked extremely fierce at his action. Seeing that, he exclaimed, you bastard, you're channeling mana into your neck to reduce the damage? It then violently pulled his sword out of its throat, uttering enraged cries. Its arm was still gripping his blade, but he tightened his hold on the hilt and swung a powerful slash, severing the fingers holding the blade from its hand. He immediately used his agility to step back, avoiding the attack it was delivering. Blood ran down his shoulder. A cut had appeared. He clenched his teeth, silently admitting in anger, this one isn't ordinary. Then a smile spread across his lips as he said, so light strikes don't work on you? With that, he infused a large amount of mana into his sword, looked ahead once more and smiled. All right then, let's have a proper fight. Both sides now maintained intense focus, facing each other, not daring to lower their guard. Then they lunged at each other like two arrows, unleashing a flurry of slashes that shook the surrounding air violently. Immediately after, a large explosion occurred where the two were fighting. When the dust settled, only large craters remained on the ground. Alongside them was a fragment of an axe blade stuck into the earth. Yuri's gaze turned extremely cold. He stared at the orc Val kneeling before him without hesitation. He rushed forward, tightened his grip on the sword, and shouted, "It's over." Then he thrust his sword hard into the orc Val's chest, making it cry out in pain. Its body then rolled onto the ground. Pulling his sword out, he looked at the orc Val. It was still moving, and he thought inwardly he's still alive. This one isn't elite, so he'll certainly know a lot. Killing him now would be a waste. At that moment, soldiers came running from a distance, shouting, "Your Highness." One called out, "Are you all right?" The other glanced at the orc Val and asked, "Is it an orc?" He nodded in agreement, yes. He asked, "How's the situation at the camp?" The soldier saluted respectfully and replied, "It's almost stabilized, Your Highness." Yuri sheathed his sword gently and said, "Good. Gather all surviving orcs in one place and bring this one along." He glanced down at it and said, "From now on, the orc interrogation will begin. Return to the camp." At that moment, Hernando stepped forward, looked at Yuri's wound, and said, "This is a very vulnerable spot. You must regularly relax it properly if you don't want an injury." He began to treat it. Yuri turned and asked, "Did you get into another scuffle with an orc again?" Hernando smiled and replied, "What? You just wander off and let others take the hits?" Hearing that, Yuri snapped, "You brat." After a few minutes of treatment, Hernando released his hands and said, "Done." Thankfully, the wound isn't too deep. Yuri lightly rotated his shoulder joint and felt the motion was easier. He smiled and said, "Feels good now." But before he could finish, Hernando interrupted, "Your Highness, please wait a moment." He turned to a soldier and said, "Bring that chair here." Yuri flinched slightly and looked at him. A finely carved chair was then set down heavily. Hernando spoke, respectfully introducing the chair of a commander who commands respect on the battlefield. "Now you shall conduct the interrogation right here." Yuri looked puzzled and asked, "What is this, Hernando?" Hernando smiled from behind and said, "A commander should have presence. I had a soldier who used to be a carpenter make it." Looking at the chair, the corner of Yuri's mouth lifted into a smile. He bashfully approached and said, "Since you went to the trouble of making it, I can't refuse." He then sat down with a satisfied look. He remarked, "Not bad, actually quite decent." He cleared his throat a few times and looked down at the orcs below, saying coldly, "From now on, the prisoner interrogation officially begins. Now, pull them up one by one." Following his order, Jared hauled each orc up and pressed their heads into the cauldron of oil, scorching their faces and making them cry out in pain. Witnessing this, the remaining orcs recoiled in fear. Yuri then said, "You have only one chance to answer." Then he asked, "Who ordered the night assault?" At that moment, one orc shouted loudly as if trying to say something. Corey beside him began to translate. "Oh, Your Highness," this orc just said, but before she could finish, Yuri raised his hand to cut her off. "Never mind, you can tell it's cursed by the look of it." He then ordered Jared to proceed with his work. Jared immediately grabbed the rope binding the orc, and once again forced its head into the cauldron of oil, eliciting pitiful screams. This served as another warning to the remaining orcs. Seeing this, both Hernando and Corey in the rear flinched in fright. The orc's body was now engulfed by flames as it screamed in despair. Above, Yuri deftly manipulated the small blade in his hand, staring coldly at the orcs below and saying, "I'll ask once more, and it'll be brief. It's up to your answers." As he spoke, he guided the blade toward the orc lying on the ground. With a single cold motion, the blade pierced the orc's chest, causing a pitiful scream. He continued coldly, "I might give you a quick, painless death." At this point, the orc was still alive, and Yuri immediately ordered Jared, "Continue dealing with him." This made the other orcs below scream in fury. He turned to Corey and asked, "What did he say?" Corey replied, "He said they're just low-ranking soldiers, so they don't know anything. But they confessed that the one who gave the order was Orcball. They begged us to punish that one and spare them." Hearing this, Yuri smiled and said, "Haha, I see he's trying his best." Then his tone turned cold. "So this raid was ordered by Orcua, correct?" Upon hearing that strange name, those standing behind began to whisper, "Orcua? I've never heard that name before." The king of the orcs, Orcua, must be the one who stirred the Orc Alliance to rise up, the one who slaughtered countless knights in his previous life. In this war, he is someone who must be killed and erased. Corey turned and translated clearly. He asked if he'll be spared if he answers. Yuri added yes. Then Corey began translating his words to the orcs below. After hearing the orcs' words, Corey awkwardly faced Yuri and said, "Your Highness, this orc Val wants an oath." Yuri asked curiously. An oath? Corey continued. He says that betraying an oath and striking an opponent is like dragging your honor through the mud. Hearing that, Yuri smiled and said, haha, seems he's had quite a lot of contact with humans. An orc with muscles in his head speaking like that? Then he immediately said, very well, I swear. Jared behind him was startled by those words. Jared spoke up, Your Highness, what are you thinking, letting that one go? Yuri immediately reassured him, it's fine, Jared, calm down. He then turned to Corey and asked, is it really Orcua's order? Corey translated, he's right. It was exactly the order of the chieftain of the Han tribe. The Han tribe chieftain acted on Orcua's orders. Yuri continued, and the Orc Alliance, how did they know our march route? Corey replied, he said Orcua has his own methods of gathering information, but he himself doesn't know how. Jared next interrupted, Your Highness, so you mean this Orcua knew our march and ordered the attack? Yuri sighed softly and answered, yes, the Qing state's rendezvous probably used the same method. Then he looked down and asked, Orcval, this is my final question for you. Orcua, how strong is he? At that question, the Orcval growled a few times, then said something that made Corey flinch. She began trembling as she translated. He says that even a whole pack of Orcvals charging together cannot defeat him. He swears that no creature in this world is more savage and powerful than Orcua. Thinking this over, Yuri nodded in agreement. Yes, maybe so, but remember this. Humans are more treacherous than the orcs and far craftier than you think. As he spoke, he picked up a pendant, which made the Orcval below widen its eyes in anger. He continued, you want to provoke me? I intend to keep my oath. Hey, are they really going to charge? The Orcval was thrashing and trembling now, but the rope around him began to show signs of snapping. Seeing this, the soldiers behind gasped and shouted, the chain is fraying, damn it. Immediately after, the rope snapped completely. The Orcval stamped hard on the ground, clenched his fist, and charged straight at Yuri, letting out a cry of hatred. But Yuri stopped him with a word. He continued, it's a pity someone who babbles about honor all day is truly not worthy. At that moment, the Orcval was surrounded from three sides by Yuri's three close guards. Yuri paid no mind, turned away gently, and said, take him to meet your elders. As soon as he finished speaking, a spray of hot blood spattered across the ground. Time passed quickly, cutting to the human army's encampment. At the same time, inside the tent, the groans of pain from the soldiers began to sound incessant. Not far away, a warm voice also spoke to reassure them. Stay still, it'll be fine. He said this as he began using his healing arts to mend the wounds. From the palm of his hand, a stream of golden light began to envelop the soldier's wound, helping it recover at a visibly rapid pace. But before he could rest for even a moment, another urgent voice called out, Priest, please check over here too. Hearing this, Father Germain simply turned and replied, all right, I'm coming. As those words ended, Hernando's reminding voice sounded from behind. Priest, attend to the patient on the other side first. I'll handle this one. Seeing that, the priest nodded and answered, ah, yes, thank you. On the other side, his old friend Corey, carrying a large bucket of water, entered the tent and said, Priest, I've brought the water. Hearing him, Germain replied, good job, Corey. Step back. After saying this, the priest began to apply his holy magic to the bucket of water. From his palm, countless pale golden sigils floated out, making even Corey, who stood to the side watching, blink in amazement. His mind filled with admiring thoughts. It was just ordinary water a moment ago, but when the priest enchanted it, it emanated a strange radiance. Ignoring Corey's thoughts, Germain finished his work and said, Corey, use this water to wash the wounds. It's holy water. It will cleanse the evil taint from the injuries. Corey quickly nodded at these words. Meanwhile, Germain heard another urging voice. Priest, over here, please hurry. All right, I'm coming, Germain replied and hurried off with his bucket. Back with Corey, he still couldn't take his eyes off the priest. He kept thinking, it's amazing to see the priest use magic. Those contorted faces quickly grew calmer. So this is magic? With that thought, the half-breed's face showed constant excitement. Time quickly passed until dawn. At this point, Hernando, Germain, and Corey were sitting outside the camp resting, each looking exhausted after a night of rushing around to treat the soldiers. While resting, Hernando, smiling, spoke up. It seems things have calmed down somewhat. Hearing this, Father Germain nodded slightly. Thank you for your help, Mr. Hernando. At this, Hernando laughed heartily, then slapped Corey's shoulder encouragingly. You did well too, Corey. Hearing that, Corey bashfully pulled his hood up and replied, it's nothing. I didn't do much. Turning to Germain, the priest continued. Fortunately, the damage wasn't worse. Germain nodded and elaborated, because this was only before the real battle. How could Germain not understand that? Still, he folded his hands, certain that there would be worse things in the coming fight. If it's God's will, then so be it. From Hernando's perspective, seeing the priest's heavy mood, he also offered reassurance. But I don't think things will be that bad. His words left the priest somewhat puzzled. But fortunately, Hernando continued, glancing at the soldiers singing all around, then added, "Look, even after a dangerous battle, they are still helping one another, tending each other's wounds, and using our magic as well." At the end of his sentence, Hernando snapped his fingers, releasing a surge of magic that shot straight up into the sky, creating a brilliant radiance that made the soldiers all around look up with beaming faces. Seeing that, Hernando added, "This is just a little strength to bolster their hearts." Speaking of our friend Corey, his face stared blankly up at the sky as the cold wind blew. He turned to Hernando at his side and said, "Sir Hernando, please teach me magic." He spoke with a face full of longing. However, on hearing this, Hernando's body suddenly stiffened. It had been a long time since he'd received such a request. So Hernando smiled, lightly ruffled Corey's hair, and asked, "Corey, what made you suddenly want to learn magic?" Corey stammered, fidgeting with his fingers, then whispered, "Your Highness suggested it to me, and because magic makes people smile, I only wish I could do the same." It was a beautiful wish, and Hernando fully supported it. "So that's it? A half-beast using magic for the sake of others? That would be wonderful," he encouraged. Time quickly passed, cutting to the protagonist's location. They were resting briefly when a call suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "Your Highness." Yuri turned and asked, "What is it?" The soldier stepped forward slowly and reported, "The Empire's knights have come to visit. They say they wish to meet you." Beside him, the knight who had heard this curiously asked, "Do you want to see them?" Yuri rose slowly and answered, "I must meet them to see why they've come. Balsha is right before us." Then he ordered the soldier, "Bring them in at once." The soldier nodded and hurried away. Before long, the Imperial party had come to meet Yuri. Their representative stepped forward and introduced himself. "It is an honor to meet you, third young master of the Betrayal family. I am a knight and the second son of Count Zenon, Rapio Artem." In response, Yuri smiled and greeted them. "Welcome. So the Empire reached Balsha before we did?" Rapio nodded and explained more specifically, "We are the Vanguard. We confirmed the presence of enemies around Balsha and relayed this information to the nearby armies." Turning toward Yuri's point of view, he suddenly noticed an aide standing behind Rapio and curiously asked, "Who is the knight behind you?" Hearing the protagonist ask, Rapio grew flustered and seemed about to explain, but before he could, the knight stepped forward and spoke, "Apologies for not greeting you sooner. Unfortunately, I am not in a position of honor at the moment." As he said this, he began to remove his helmet. Opposite him, when Yuri saw the knight's face, his expression turned to surprise and sweat broke out. In his mind, he thought, "So we meet again like this, the symbol of the past I most wanted to forget, Graham Hartfall." At that moment, Graham drove his sword into the ground and saluted formally. "I, of the lost 11 who forfeited knighthood, humbly present myself to the third young master of the Betrayal family." In his previous life, the protagonist had once been forced to kneel before this man to beg for his life. Though a bit bitter, Yuri calmly greeted, "It is an honor to meet you, Sir Graham." Hearing this, Graham slightly bowed to show respect. "Please don't address me with such honorifics. I am no longer a knight." At that, Yuri began to ask back, "If you say you've lost your knighthood, are you fighting in this war without title then?" The protagonist's words made the knight seem embarrassed as he admitted, "Yes, though it's shameful." Before Graham could finish, Rapio interjected, "Graham did nothing wrong. He just ran into a bad superior." Not letting Rapio continue, Graham raised a hand to stop him, as if asking him not to say more. However, Rapio still sounded a bit annoyed and continued, "I mean, am I wrong? There's no knight as renowned as he is." Returning to Yuri, he quickly began to piece the story together in his head. Hearing that Graham had been stripped of his knighthood by the Empire for some reason, he hadn't expected to meet him again within this alliance. Yet the man who had been more righteous and knightly than anyone he knew now doubted his own worth and the spirit of knighthood. Thinking this, Yuri spoke up to encourage him. "Indeed, I've heard much about you, Sir Graham. It's an honor to meet you." Graham cleared his throat a few times, awkwardly. "You don't have to praise me so." On our side, the protagonist began to smile and stated his purpose. "I meant to ask, Sir Graham, would you like to come a Betrayal with us?" The sudden offer left the faces of both across from him visibly surprised. Yuri himself reminded himself inwardly, "I may not hate the Empire's knights, but he is an exception. In my past life, he spared my life, and he paid that price alone." Back in the present, Yuri continued offering, "So, Sir Graham, If you come to Bryall, I will treat you well. For a moment, at his words, Graham's face suddenly broke into a faint smile. Then the knight bowed and declined. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Those words left Yuri silent for a few seconds, but then he smiled. He had already expected Graham to say that. It was unavoidable. I respect your decision, Yuri replied. Time passed quickly. At this point, Yuri's group had moved to Valshard. Gazing at the enormous city before them, Yuri murmured, We've arrived. Valshard, the Alliance's gathering point. It's much larger than I expected. Hearing this exclamation from their young master, Hernando quickly chimed in. It's a city in the middle of the plains, and its scale and influence are immense. Yuri continued to scan the walls and remarked, they even used magic to build the fortifications. It's terrifying. The ducal family of Valshard is a line of mages, isn't it, Hernando? Hernando smiled and explained to his young master. Yes, the Entree family has produced great archmages for generations. Hernando's mood also turned tense as he cautioned. Relevance matters more than deadlines. Be careful. If you are negligent, you will be swallowed. He said this with a face like he was trying to intimidate a child. However, Yuri was not afraid. Instead, he was curious. Archmage, you say? A mage? Surely an old stubborn man? Hernando quickly pictured an elderly man. By then the city gates had opened, so he set that aside and entered. Time passed quickly, cutting to some banquet scene. The host's voice rang out, welcoming everyone. Welcome to Valshard. I am the Duchess of Valshard, Marie Rose Entree. I am the Duchess of Valshard, Marie Rose Entree. Seeing her, the protagonist glanced at the attendant beside him and complained, not an old man after all. Hernando chuckled, as if pleased to have fooled his young master, and explained, the title was passed down not long ago. On the other side, Madame Marie stepped forward to greet the two. It is an honor to meet you, Knight of Bryall. Are you the third young master of Bryall? She said as she sat down gently beside them. Yuri nodded in confirmation. I am Yuri Bryall, commander of the Bryall forces. Hearing this, the Duchess tucked her hair to one side and smiled. Truly as handsome as they say. If you don't mind, how old are you? Yuri replied coldly, 18. The number only made the beautiful Duchess more intrigued. She boldly leaned closer and said, Oh my, you're only 4 years younger than me. We'll get along famously, won't we? Her words were filled with innuendo, but our protagonist kept a cool head and muttered, We shall see. Then Yuri quietly acknowledged Marie's beauty inwardly. She knows how to use her looks. That alluring smile makes hearts flutter, but in my memories, it's not pleasant. Whatever her intent, I can't view it positively. The more he thought, the clearer Yuri became. He offered a reasoned remark. What does age matter? If goals align, anyone can be friends, regardless of background, age, or gender. As he finished, Marie's mouth fell open in surprise, but then she broke into a seductive smile. Oh my, so that's how you think. What a world. Not sure what scheme she had in mind. She slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, Knights of Bryall, come over here. We have the young master and the knights of House Bryall, the land of knights. From now on, we will go to war together and fight the enemy side by side. By getting acquainted beforehand, why not take this chance to meet one another? She rattled off, her smile never leaving her face. Meanwhile, to one side, the knight Jared seemed to sense something off and turned to ask Hernando, Hey, why is she acting like this all of a sudden? Hernando glanced at the pretty lady before him and forced a laugh. Haha, it's probably nothing. She just has a friendly disposition. Back in Jared's view, he still didn't fully trust that explanation, so he whispered, and she's from Brizon too. Isn't that a small country on the continent's edge? Yuri nodded and elaborated. Yes, and it's a maritime nation, tough by nature, with many fierce warriors. Before he could explain further, a voice drew his attention. Young Master Bryall, I am Jonathan, commander of the Brizon army, the elder said as he quickly poured wine for the protagonist. Yuri smiled and replied, Thank you, sir. However, he was surprised. What I see, this is truly Zao wine of fine vintage. This is not something you'd expect from an outlying country like Brizon. Yuri's words dripped with mockery, and Jonathan's expression turned ice cold. A subordinate behind him could not contain his anger and shouted, How dare you belittle us? Do you call us a bunch of country bumpkins? Seeing him get too worked up, another teammate hurried over to pull him back. Still, the blonde knight shouted, How dare you open your mouth and look down on us like that? You bastard. Not wanting the two to make more of a scene, Commander Jonathan reached out to intervene. Calm down. After saying that, he looked toward Yuri and asked, Should I take those earlier words as a provocation against Brizon? In response, Yuri did not admit fault but fired back. If that's the case, what do you intend to do? Do you expect me to apologize for my rudeness? Contrary to what everyone expected, Commander Jonathan suddenly laughed. No need for that. I see this situation two ways. 1. The third young master of Bryall is as rumored. just a bastard. 2. You're testing us before this alliance forms. The uncle analyzed calmly. A subordinate still wouldn't accept it and shouted, Captain, step aside and let me teach him a lesson. Back to Yuri. He still smiled as if nothing had happened. Nothing is more dangerous on the battlefield than an untrustworthy ally. So, can you prove yourself? He suggested, and this seemed to suit Jonathan's inclinations. So the uncle agreed at once. Of course, a knight proves himself by his sword. On the other side, the pretty Marie clapped in approval at the prospect of men about to fight. All right, then let me lead you to the arena. And so the group quickly led each other to the arena to fight. Each side would have to send one knight from their retinue, while Jonathan, Marie, and Yuri happily sat watching from above. Meanwhile, the red-headed woman smiled and asked quietly, Did you do this on purpose? Yuri smirked. Maybe a bit of provocation, but I'm just glad to see an entertaining show. Marie sipped her wine and replied, Oh, and now you've bitten the bait. Are you waiting for it? Of course. Yuri had his own motive in provoking Bruzin to create this match. In his mind, he thought, testing Bruzin's strength is important, but there's another thing I need to confirm. In the future, one of them may receive a title like their father did. A title awarded to the continent's strongest, the 10 strongest, and their names will be carved into the list of the 10 strongest. It wouldn't hurt to know beforehand. Cut to inside the arena. The Bruzin knight spoke first. My name is Freund. Seeing that, the Betrayal knight replied, I am Laurent. Before Laurent could say more, Freund sneered. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's have some fun, you fool. Laurent answered coldly. I will be honored to receive your instruction. Everyone fell silent, quietly awaiting the duel. The 10 great strongest on this vast continent, among them, is a form of honor bestowed on those nearest to the title of the strongest, the name they carry. In every national conflict across the continent, and in every war, it holds an overwhelming deterrent power. The one sitting at the head of the seat was none other than Yuri. He sat in silent thought, knowing that combining talents like these would surely be a great asset in the future, and as friendships between men often do. It always begins with a duel. Laurent, clad in knightly armor, looked coldly at his opponent, who suddenly called his name. Laurent Flandre. The man was one of Jonathan's subordinates. His mocking voice spat out, I've heard a lot about that name. A prodigy who has won countless sword tournaments, right? Name's Freund, a knight of Bruzin. The rasp of a sharp blade dragged across the ground came in waves as Freund asked in a hoarse, low voice, Aren't those tournaments just playful exhibitions for nobles? He raised his sword coldly and shouted angrily. In the end, they're just rich boys playing with swords. Laurent watched Freund approach, observing his movements with a chill composure. He moved like a snake, slipping and dodging Freund's lightning-fast strikes. He frowned slightly, silently guessing. Just as I thought, the motions are straight from the manuals, classic footwork and orthodox sword techniques, but suddenly his expression turned sly. With a contemptuous cold laugh, he thought, too predictable. Freund spun inward and thrust his sword at Laurent, shouting triumphantly, I'll be the first to win. Laurent bent down quickly, calmly watching the cold blade skim past his head. The sky remained clear, and the wind swept noisily across the castle. In the stands, Mary Rose and Jonathan wore different expressions. She sat holding her wine glass, letting out in surprised "oh" beside Yuri. He looked down at the arena and coldly murmured his approval. Impressive. Roland's face remained unchanged as he now pointed his sword at his opponent. Freund's face went pale with fear. He couldn't believe it. The enemy had the tip of his sword at his throat. The crowd in the stands fell silent. Only the wind and small grains of dust brushed together. A smile suddenly appeared on Yuri's face. He touched his chin and smiled. He recalled Laurent's movement and smiled faintly. Laurent never exposed a real opening, yet he intentionally created one. He had guided the attack toward his shoulder. Then with a wrist turn, he neutralized Freund's force. At that instant, he shifted his center inward. Having parried the attack, he simultaneously moved into position to deliver the next strike. Of course, the Bruzin knight was also excellent. A knight would normally be exposed the moment he couldn't match that speed. But Laurent had read the attack and produced the most effective counter. Laurent excelled another degree in precision. On the arena floor, Freund planted his sword upright, brushed sand from his trousers, and laughed helplessly. Clearly I was red. Then the two shook hands and laughed excitedly. I concede, Sir Laurent, outstanding skill. This match was very instructive for me. At Bruzin's side, everyone clapped and laughed merrily. No one felt envious. In the stands, Jonathan smiled faintly and said, Indeed, Betrayal, a nation of knights, their level is truly astonishing. Yuri replied modestly, You're too kind. Bruzin's knights are also excellent. He shook his head and added, It's not one-sided. Bruzin won't concede here, of course not. Then he looked down and called a name, Jose. The man immediately answered, very well. Jonathan stood on the platform, looked down at Jose, and ordered, "You'll be the next to enter the arena." He stepped out slowly into the fighting pit. He hurriedly rested his sword on his shoulder and slowly presented himself before everyone. Yuri smiled lightly, silently approving him. "Jose, looks pretty strong." Mary Rose covered her mouth and murmured excitedly, "Oh my, look at those muscles." He arrogantly declared, "I'll use the standard sword stance. My name is Jose Erider, Knight of Bruzen." On the stands, Jonathan glanced proudly and said, "Jose is the strongest in our squad. He's aiming for Bruzen's strongest title." Yuri rubbed his chin and quietly repeated the phrase to himself. "The strongest of Bruzen. Huh." Then he ordered someone to face Jose. "Jared." Jared flinched when he heard, "Jared, it's your turn." He was surprised, his finger trembling as he pointed at himself, and repeated bewilderedly, "Me?" "You scolded," urging him on. "Hurry up." Jared, weary and dispirited, trudged onto the field while his teammates cheered him on energetically. "Come on, good luck." Looking at the small man before him, Jose shook his hand and smiled. "Jose Erider, I look forward to your instruction." He replied in a low voice, "Ah, I'm Jared, likewise." He watched Jared's fearful expression and thought to himself, "That's it. No question about it from that face. A pure, unadulterated hunger to win." Jose suddenly smiled and said coldly, "A person who is always probing an opponent. Then I'll strike first." With that, he immediately shifted into a different mood. Jared swallowed and stared intently at Jose's movements. A giant figure prepared to swing his sword down at him. Jared trembled and calculated. He had to block that blow. Seeing the cold, sharp blade coming at him, he fearfully sat down and backed away, thinking, "No, I can't stop this." Jose prepared to swing his sword once more. Jared went pale and sat frozen, not moving. He watched the sword, wary, trembling, and gasping. Suddenly, Jose's dark, demonic voice said, "And you still have time to glance around?" After saying that, he moved like a coiling snake, slashing and cutting at Jared before he could react. Overwhelmed by strength and power, Jared wearily blocked the cold blade. He frowned at his opponent, his body trembling in waves. Yuri sat dazed in the stands, watching the two duel in contemplative silence. Jose Erider possessed orc-like strength, yet he also mastered techniques beyond human limits. Not only swordsmanship, but fighting arts as well. No doubt, he was a knight who would one day be listed among the 10 great strongest. At that moment, Jose had grabbed Jared's younger brother. The boy panicked at the urgency and raw strength. He hurled him hard into the sand with a thud. Suddenly, Yuri's voice rang out. "Enough." He clambered to his feet, gasping. Jose bent down, extended a hand cautiously, and said in a low voice, "Sir Jared, impressive. You held out against my blows for so long." Jared took his hand and smiled in reply. "Thanks, I've learned a lot because of it." On the other side, Yuri suddenly stood up. A faint smile on his face, he said, 1-1. "Well done. Let's end about here." After he said that, Jared's team smiled and applauded. Mary Rose carefully set her wine glass down on the railing and softly said, "So, our getting to know time is over, is it?" He glanced at her, flashed a grin, and replied in a low voice, "Seems so. Building trust among companions on the battlefield is very important." She slowly approached him, then hesitated sadly and said, "But, Your Highness, I feel a bit disappointed." Mary Rose then lightly touched the shoulder beneath Yuri's knightly armor. She spoke in a low tone. "You said that understanding Bruzen is important, but are you really going to postpone getting to know me?" Mary Rose moved closer and placed her hand on Yuri's shoulder, her tone suggestive and coaxing. "You said understanding Bruzen is important." She smiled beautifully, eyes expectant and inviting. "So are you going to delay learning about me?" Mary Rose stroked his face gently and, in a seductive voice, uttered her last words. Your Highness?" At that moment, her full, alluring figure filled Yuri's sight. He looked at her for a while, then suddenly sighed. Just then, Jonathan stepped over familiarly to break the awkward air between them and asked, "Come to think of it, Supreme Mage Duke, didn't you say you'd show us your study?" Mary Rose had to give up midway. She turned around, not very pleased, and replied, "All right, I did say that." Beside Yuri, he sighed again and muttered, "That was an act." He seemed not to notice her still cheerful pleading. "Could you show it now? Everyone's curious." Seeing him like that, Mary Rose knew she couldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. "Very well." She then turned and asked Yuri, "And you, Your Highness?" Before she finished, he raised a smiling face and cut her off. "I have matters to discuss with my knights." He then bolted away with altar-like speed, his voice echoing from afar as he called over his shoulder, "Excuse me, I'll go ahead." Obviously, Yuri's action infuriated Mary Rose. She, embarrassed and angry, shouted so loudly her voice rang through the arena, How annoying. Jonathan beside her, puzzled, asked, "What is it? Why are you acting like this, Supreme Mage Duke?" She, embarrassed and angry, shouted so loudly her voice rang through the arena. How annoying. Jonathan beside her, puzzled, asked, "What is it? Why are you acting like this, Supreme Mage Duke?" At the city gate, a tall, knightly figure had arrived. The news of his journey clearly spread, and word that the Empire's commander-in-chief had come reached everyone. This prompted plotting and scheming to begin, while knights from different places started to contact each other. Each army began probing and weighing the other's strength, except Bryal, and as mentioned, Yuri was leisurely practicing swordplay in his own camp. Hernando came onto the open ground to meet him, slightly anxious, and asked, "Your Highness, are we really only focusing on training?" Yuri answered firmly, "Yes." He remained uneasy and continued reporting on the opponent's situation, noting that other commanders seemed to be sharing strategies and forming alliances. Yuri glanced at the sword in his hand with contempt and replied, "Even so, it's only half measures." He assessed the corps correctly. They're merely gathering skilled swordsmen from each nation. Facing Hernando, who was still stunned by his words. Half measures? Yuri continued before he recovered. "Do you think their pride will lead to real cooperation?" Yuri calmly analyzed. "Everyone thinks they're the strongest, so words won't create genuine cooperation." Hearing this, Hernando was convinced and stroked his chin in agreement. "Ah, that's true." The gleaming sword reflected Yuri's face as he thought solemnly. In the end, only actual strength is the sole proof. Suddenly he turned and smiled warmly, asking, "So how about we spar with each other?" Responding to Yuri was not Hernando, but a third man who stepped forward. As he approached, he replied, "An honor, Your Highness." It turned out to be Roland. He drew his sword and said appreciatively, "It's an honor to spar with you, Your Highness." Yuri pointed his sword at Roland, taunting, "Don't think I'll go easy on you." Hearing that, Roland broke into an excited, delighted smile. Then Roland lifted his sword before him and assumed a fighting stance, replying, "Of course." Yuri immediately grew serious, watching him intently and noting, "Indeed, Roland, his mana is pure." Yuri commented with satisfaction, a worthy opponent to spar with. Moments later, he readied himself as blue mana swirled around him. In the blink of an eye, Roland leapt forward and launched the attack. Yuri reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block Roland's blade. Seeing this, Roland stomped his foot and changed his technique. He held his sword across his chest and focused mana into its tip. Instantly, he thrust the sword swiftly toward Yuri. Not stopping there, Roland followed with a rapid series of dense thrusts. Yuri glanced at the blade as it flashed past his face and marveled at the precision. Watching each line of Roland's strikes, Yuri silently praised him. A blade honed to the point that it won't suffer even the slightest wavering. Yes, he is always like that. Recalling memories from his past life when he was killed, Yuri appreciated him even more. Even in killing me, as if resisting my erupting emotions, his sword held only purity. Now, facing Roland's close-range assault, Yuri smiled confidently. "So, unlike the past, if I can envision a future, I could entrust my back to your blade." In an instant, Yuri shifted from evasion to counterattack. He nimbly swung his sword to parry all of Roland's thrusts, firmly thinking that his duty was to hold the line until he arrived there. Yuri struck strongly and knocked Roland's sword away. Roland was pushed back several steps and braced himself with a hand on the ground to keep his balance. But he quickly sprang up and leapt forward to continue fighting. Yuri also smiled with excitement and charged in. Roland raised his sword beside his head, ready to fight with all his might. Their blades collided violently, sending sparks flying. Outside, the soldiers drawn to the match cheered and shouted encouragement. Gerald crossed his arms and sighed in exasperation. Everyone's really fired up. Suddenly a shadow seemed to fall over him with words of praise. Prince Bryal indeed has formidable strength. Gerald turned to the newcomer and exclaimed in surprise, "And you are?" He looked at the red-haired youth's sparkling, excited expression and confirmed in doubt, "Lord Jose?" Suddenly Jose cupped his hand to his mouth and shouted, "Your Highness, I have a request." Hearing the puzzling shout, Yuri turned to listen and heard his request. "I want to spar too." At that, Yuri stopped and slung his sword over his shoulder, murmuring, "Spar, huh?" Yuri grinned cheerfully and agreed, "Very well." Then he pointed at someone and instructed, "Then you'll spar with Jared over there." The man cried out in fear, "What?" Jose unceremoniously hoisted Gerald onto his shoulder and carried him off while Gerald's pathetic screams echoed, "Your Highness." Yuri ignored the cries, put on a bright face, waved, and called, "Have fun." Meanwhile, Roland sheathed his sword, bowed in thanks, and said, "Thank you for the spar, Your Highness." He replied amicably, "No problem. Let's train again next time. Then Yuri stood silently watching his figure walk away. Leaves crowded the branches above, shading out the sunlight. He walked to the base of a tree to rest. Yuri sat down on the grass and exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he folded his arms and asked seriously, "Learn anything?" Just then, the silhouette of another girl suddenly appeared beside the trunk where he had been alone. He called out, "Asana." A breeze rustled the leaves, making the scene feel very peaceful. Below, Yuri watched Asana's abilities and assessed, "It seems your skills have improved a bit." She replied respectfully, "Perhaps they're more effective on the plains." Yuri glanced at Asana and asked calmly, "So, what about the investigation into the stranger?" She leaned against the tree and reported, "We found traces of him in Balsad." Immediately, information about the stranger surfaced in his mind. One of the 10 great Eastern sword masters, known as the Stranger. In a previous life, he once fought Okyu alone. Yuri pondered and devised a plan. At that time, no one knew why he fought, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. With that, he ordered, "Good. Find him before we clash with Okyu." Asana obeyed without hesitation, understood. Yuri's gaze was calm as he thought of the horrific blood crystal scene about to unfold and worried gravely. "If we're slow, it'll be troublesome." He, during the battle against Okyu, is the one who will inherit a position among the 10 great. The Prince of the Empire, the Emperor's half-brother, and the current commander-in-chief. He is Ragnar Gustav Granzian, a name of someone he had met once in a past life. In an antique-styled room, a soft, flustered voice blurted, "Wait." If caught in this situation, the two were holding each other and wearing matching rings as if cast from the same mold. That person was none other than Yuri. She softly called his name, Yuri. He carefully pulled down his collar and replied with a faint smile, "You're worrying too much. It's fine. There's no one here." Catherine blushed, embarrassed, and stammered, but her gaze looked at Yuri dreamily. She slowly closed her eyes to Yuri's affectionate words, "I'm fine. I'll take responsibility." The two leaned closer until their lips were almost touching. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in annoyance, "Hey, you kids." Ragnar lay on the sofa grumbling, "Go play somewhere else." The two froze slightly. Catherine replied awkwardly, "Uncle." "Uncle? So that person is—" He rubbed his head irritably and complained, "Ugh, such a fuss. What a nuisance." Ragnar stood up tiredly and asked her, "Hey, let me ask you something." Catherine hurriedly said, "Yes, sir." He slowly approached her, observed Yuri, and said softly, "Do you really like this one? It looks all right." He patted Catherine's head. She protested, "Wait, Uncle, what do you mean?" Yes, that's right." After she finished speaking, Ragnar turned slightly and, resigned, replied, "Forget it. He can probably manage and take care of himself. I'm leaving now." The two stood stunned, watching Ragnar leave the room. A new chapter begins, Yuri thought with a meaningful smile. Just a short meeting, but it revealed the depth of a person. In the council chamber, everyone sat facing one another, buzzing with talk. "If it's the commander-in-chief, it must be him. He's the emperor's brother, I heard. This person is president of the Balsad City Council, Your Highness Ragnar." He continued in a raised voice, "It's not often you meet him. This is a good chance to get close to the imperial royal family." Yuri watched him silently and guessed that in wartime, they're always busy with politics. Suddenly, a light voice said, "How fortunate." He flinched slightly. His pupils contracted. That was Ragnar's voice. The man stood behind Yuri and croaked. "The atmosphere seems rather pleasant," and Yuri startled, wondering since when. He walked to the head seat and sat down gently. Ragnar laced his fingers and spoke coldly. After all, he was Commander Ragnar Gustav Granzian. He explained while tapping his hand on the chair, warning that if things remained lax, it would cause trouble. A strong pressure emanated from him as he intoned threateningly, "I'll say this first. I hate cowards." Everyone's faces went pale. At the same time, they shared the same thought. This was the Empire's dreaded intimidator. Even Yuri couldn't withstand Ragnar's immense pressure. He thought wearily that it was indeed a spectacular entrance. Ragnar continued, "I'll cut down anyone who dares flee. The rest will be treated as ordinary knights and rewarded according to the code and outcomes. Any questions?" They stared at one another, probing in silence. After thinking it over, he calmly raised his hand and asked, "I have a question." Ragnar replied softly, "Speak." Ragnar watched his face and those around him carefully, thinking he liked people who dared to hold their heads high before they had power. Those with confidence, even if lacking ability. Then Yuri asked an unrelated question. "How does the Empire assess the strength of the orcs?" Ragnar frowned slightly and asked curiously, "Boy, who are you?" Yuri answered calmly, "I'm Yuri Bryal, commander of the Bryal forces." Hearing his name, Ragnar smiled approvingly and pondered silently that among them he liked those who had both strength and composure. He murmured, "Ah, So you're the boy George mentioned. Then he rose and said lightly, good question. It has been confirmed that a man named Okua has subjugated 3 major orc tribes. They're growing at an alarming rate. He added, tapping Yuri on the shoulder. He stepped close behind him and explained the strategy in a low voice. The vanguard is currently encamped near Balsad. We will go into battle the day after tomorrow. This will be our allied forces' first engagement. And that vanguard, will you take it, Yuri Brial? The council chamber fell silent. At Ragna's question, everyone stole glances at. Suddenly, Yuri exhaled. He looked up at Ragna and said with certainty, very well. I'm honored to stand on the front line. Night fell, and the tents were erected. Yuri sat on a large log with the firelight dancing across his face when a soft voice suddenly asked, what are you thinking about that has you so focused? Mary Rose approached Yuri smiling. He asked curiously, the High Wizard Duke? He didn't look at her, merely asked, is something going on in our camp? She kept a smile and sat down carefully. She, hitching up her skirt, replied, you seize that coveted vanguard position with such grandeur. Yet your expression isn't good at all, which makes us curious. Yuri glanced coldly at Mary Rose and said, you all care about me too much. She turned to him, smiling broadly. Isn't it you who wouldn't give us a chance to get to know you? I'm worried about this battle because of the lives and livelihoods of the people in Balsad. We cannot entrust the vanguard to anyone who will blindly follow, so I feel uneasy. So, instead of that worried look, please answer seriously, Your Highness. Then you can have my support on the battlefield the day after tomorrow, Yuri said, turning to Mary Rose with a puzzled question. How? She explained softly, you haven't forgotten. I'm the Supreme Legal Duke of Magic. A blaze of red fire burst from her hand. Her cheeks flushed as she said, on this stretch of the plains, wouldn't I be more useful than that Hernando fellow? Hearing her explanation, Yuri fell silent and waited in his mind. Then he finally spoke, the day after tomorrow, many will likely die. Yuri rose quietly, prompting Mary Rose's curiosity. He looked at the knights, his comrades, watching them laugh together, and said, the front line is the most visible place on the battlefield, and also where most die. Someone who once shared meals with us here, talking and laughing together, will become cold corpses. Because I decided it today. Suddenly Yuri's fingers clenched together. He said with a wry smile, I'm not putting on a sorrowful face. It's just, I want to take on that responsibility seriously. Hearing him, Mary Rose's eyes widened and sparkled as she looked at Yuri, a touch of admiration in her. She suddenly stood up and said cheerfully, good. That's an answer I'm very pleased with. You are the sort who looks to the soldiers rather than at me. Though I'm not satisfied with that, still. She quickly stepped close to him, then gently stepped back and held out her hand. The beautiful red-haired maiden said softly, I am Mary Rose Anter, Supreme Ducal Mage of Balsad. I will support your highness in the first battle. They agreed. Yuri took her hand and replied with a faint smile, thank you. I will rely on you. And a few days later, the day of our allied forces' first battle had finally arrived. Ragna and Mary Rose, along with the knights, stood on the balcony, coldly watching the vanguard below. Sunlight poured down while the banners fluttered gently in the wind. Yuri's sharp, majestic eyes chilled as he issued an order to all the troops. Behind him followed the Empire's strongest cavalry squadrons. He said coldly, prepare to fight. The Empire's blazing red standard snapped in the wind. Yuri's gaze grew keener. Everyone. He gripped the hilt of his sword and, leading the formidable army, commanded, prepare to fight. Prince Ragnar stood atop the high wall, observing below. His face was tense. The vanguard was about to begin the engagement. Ragnar's eyes flicked back to the woman and asked, why are you here, Archmage? Mary Rose smiled and replied, someone asked me to do something. He frowned in puzzlement. Asked. She nodded slightly yes. The bugle sounded, echoing as the signal that the great battle was commencing. Mary Rose's voice drifted amid the horns. Barely audible, she began to recount from the prince of the Brial kingdom. Ahead, Yuri rode at the lead holding his spear. To the young, skilled knights behind him, he called loudly, everyone. Yuri solemnly asked, ready? The army answered without hesitation, shouting, ready. Hearing that, he held the reins to guide the lead horse and declared, let's go. Immediately Yuri led the force charging swiftly toward the Orkville horde. Seeing his conspicuous figure among the ranks, Ragnar mused, is the Prince of Brial leading the charge? He coldly and calmly judged it reckless. What if something happens? Too risky. But at that moment Mary Rose suddenly raised her staff and used magic. Permission, Commander. Hot flames swirled around her. Seeing this, Ragnar exclaimed in surprise, Archmage. Mary Rose conjured a massive fireball before them and explained calmly, this is the aid he asked me for. A moment later, she raised her staff and pointed straight ahead. The fireball Mary Rose willed dropped from above onto the Orkville ranks. Ragnar frowned, objecting to the disadvantage. They're too close. This could sweep up our vanguard too. Mary Rose closely monitored the situation there and replied gravely, that may be so. Under the blinding flames, Yuri charged forward like a war god with his spear. He flashed a confident smile as he looked down at the Orkful. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly cut down a monster. And at the same time, Mary Rose's final words reached Ragna. This was what Prince Yuri wanted. Yuri halted his horse to press the attack. The steed struck the ground with forceful hoofbeats. And before him, the fireball finally fell, spreading flames everywhere. Seeing the moment had come, Yuri thrust his sword forward. A ribbon of blue water at his summoning appeared, hovering in the air. Yuri directed the water to assist the soldiers in attacking the enemy, ordering sternly, advance. After a time, Ragna silently observed the course of the battle. Through his eyes, a desolate, blazing scene unfolded before everyone. Within that roaring fire, there often appeared streams of cool water that dispelled the heat. Yuri majestically produced the water to shield the troops from the flames. He then urged his horse forward at the head of the vanguard, charging. Wherever Yuri and the soldiers went, they hacked down a swarm of Orkful. But the Orkful were not fearful. They viciously surged forward to attack. In the distance, the spear Yuri had dropped stood stuck straight in the ground. He quickly rode his horse back toward it. Then he pulled the spear free and hurled it directly at an Orkful. The spear struck its head true, ending its life. Suddenly, a monster leapt at Yuri from beside him and attacked. At that moment, a knight rushed up and swung his spear, beheading it to protect Yuri. Seeing this, Jose smiled appreciatively and praised. No wonder Betrayal is called the Kingdom of Knights. So then, moments later, he leapt down from his horse, swung his sword to cleave another Orkful, and excitedly called out, push forward a bit faster. Elsewhere, a red-haired female knight loudly commanded the troops, for the Holy Empire, cover the Betrayal Knights. She assessed the battle and shouted an order. Their formation is broken. Let no orc escape. Behind him, Ragna stroked his chin in surprised admiration. Impressive. He watched the Orkful, who had no protection as they poured through the flames, and praised analytically. By breaking their formation, the vanguard's morale was lifted. Then he looked to his own troops with satisfaction, thinking, above all, they struck the orcs with the Archmage's magic while shielding the soldiers with water magic. Ragna turned to Mary Rose and sternly criticized, still, that was too reckless. Archmage, did you know and yet do it for him? She replied nonchalantly, I tried to stop it when I first heard the plan. Mary Rose tucked her hair behind her ear, amusedly praising, but he executed it very skillfully. She watched Yuri's heroic figure slay monsters ahead and asked with delight, a man who can accomplish the impossible. Isn't that marvelous? The wreckage and carnage of the Orkful flashed before Ragna's eyes. He could only concede approval. Indeed, for the Allied forces' first battle. A red flag, stuck into an Orkful corpse by someone, fluttered in the wind. Ragna assessed with satisfaction. Not bad. Time passed and night fell. In a vast, opulent castle, a few rooms remained lit, showing signs of life. In one of those rooms, Mary Rose sat work. She held a quill and concentrated on writing something on paper. Suddenly, she frowned in annoyance. Good that Prince Betrayal won, she muttered. Mary Rose put down her pen, folded her arms, and demanded, who allowed you to barge into my room like that? She coldly called a name, Hernando. In the empty space before her, a man suddenly appeared. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, why so formal when greeting? Hernando asked helplessly, we were teacher and student. Can't you at least ask how I am? Mary Rose sneered. One who abandons their pupil has no right to call himself teacher. She calmly inquired why he had come. He walked to a chair, sat, and answered, to see the achievements of my former pupil. When she remained silent, Hernando added seriously, I'm referring to advanced interpretive magic. He looked at the scattered books on the floor and judged thoughtfully. It seems to be effective. Mary Rose calmly reported, originally this spell links languages so others can understand. I've now successfully connected it to an ancient rite. Hernando, with a grave expression, made a request. If there is any progress, let me know. She coldly asked back, why should I? But his next words stunned Mary Rose. You seem concerned about Prince Yuri, don't you? It's because of his fate. Help me. She looked at him doubtfully, then admitted, the prince's fate must indeed be important. Mary Rose then warned sternly, you know, a grand archmage should not meddle in human history. Hernando sighed in vexation and replied, I know. He turned toward the window and, with a complex tone, expressed, however, too many people are already involved in this matter. Hernando looked at the bright moon in the sky and solemnly confessed, I think that also applies to the Empire's commander. At the same time, in a distant camp, a blazing fire lit up the space inside a tent. Inside, Yuri stood opposite Ragna, startled. You are? He asked incredulously. You entrust me with reconnaissance duty? The prince merely smiled in trust and watched him in silence. It was evening at their camp. Flames flickered outside, and the command tent remained lit. Yuri stood before the table and said, You intend to assign me a reconnaissance mission? Granzian smiled and confirmed, Exactly. Tomorrow we will move into the eastern grasslands, the Orcs' territory. He pointed to a spot on the map. There will likely be ambushes. The entire allied army will march cautiously. Hearing this, you added, So you want to form a separate unit to protect the main portion of the allied army? Granzian praised, You grasped that quickly. Yuri fell quiet in thought, his eyes still seeming to hesitate about something. Then he made his decision. Thank you for entrusting me with the mission. However, Bryal was at the forefront in the previous battle. I think it's only fair to give other kingdoms a chance. Granzian turned away and sighed. Are you speaking of those who think themselves superior? I only trust skills I witness with my own eyes. He then addressed Yuri, therefore Bryal. Your Highness. Suddenly Granzian paused. At that, Yuri smiled confidently and looked down. What if we do it this way? On the other side, she sprang to her feet. Form a scout unit. He picked up the letter and said, Yes, Your Highness once proposed that. I will accept volunteers who wish to join the scout unit to protect the main force. Jonathan smiled at the paper and added, and not merely volunteers. Kingdoms that volunteer will send troops to compete against other kingdoms. Cut to another scene. Sane set a large cup of wine on the table. See? His Highness wants to make us compete with one another. He smiled and affirmed, That means he despises those who merely wander and do nothing. It's been a long time since I felt this excited. On Hernando's side, after reviewing it, he exclaimed, Seek out orcs on the roads and cut off their right ears. Future allocations will be based on these achievements. He turned back, puzzled, and asked Yuri, Prince, did you propose this? You replied, gently, yes. Yuri smiled confidently. It's the Supreme Commander's order, so people will sign up. Based on the results, we'll learn each kingdom's capabilities. Gerald still asked anxiously, but Prince, reconnaissance is quite different from regular battles. He hesitated fearfully. We really have no experience in this. Then Yuri suddenly raised a hand to stop him. It's all right. He bowed his head, smiled mysteriously, and said, I have my own method. His words echoed across the fields where horses grazed. From now on, I will lead the main force out into the grasslands. Granzian, having prepared his troops solemnly, ordered, Move through the grasslands until dusk, track the orc bands, and destroy them. He turned to his subordinates and said, The kingdom with the most orc ears will receive priority in future task assignments. Sane listened and maintained a stern, unwavering expression. Yuri said nothing, his gaze sharp as he looked straight ahead. Then Granzian looked down at them and shouted very well. He flipped the hourglass and said, Starting now. Next, the three of them turned their backs to one another. The atmosphere grew tense. Granzian observed and curved his lips into a slight smile as he regarded the three of them, as if calculating something. Beside him, Sane asked, Your Highness, you seem to greatly anticipate Prince Bryal's actions. He heard this and still looked forward. Do I appear that way? Granzian raised his head in praise. He's still very young, yet he always stands out. At that moment, the army surged forward with renewed vigor. If Bryal stands out again this time, he mused, I might grow closer to him. At that, a confident smile also appeared on Yuri's lips. From behind, Yuri's subordinate chased and asked, Prince, do you have a whole plan ready? He immediately replied, No, I'm just looking for a few orcs first. Hearing that, he broke into a sweat in anger. Just looking for them. What good does that do? I told you this before. Yuri laughed firmly and said, Don't worry. There's always one. Suddenly he warned, Prince, look toward 1 o'clock over there. At that moment, an orc host streamed past them like a tide. He exclaimed in shock, A band of orcs. The creatures were like holes of beasts, with blood-red eyes and long, sharp fangs. Yuri waved his hand and said, Good. Then shall we lure them this way? At that moment, the red ruby stone gradually flared brilliantly, surrounded by strands of blue magic. The orcs, upon seeing their group, immediately turned back aggressively. One opened its fang-filled mouth and roared as if to threaten. Then the entire pack changed direction and attacked them in unison. Yuri looked straight ahead and reminded those behind him, Everyone knows what to do, right? They all listened solemnly and silently. Each knew what to do next. He added, We only need to cut off their right ears. That's enough. Then they shouted, Charge! And the whole troop thundered forward. Gerald rushed forward with his spear. Sane moved like the wind. Next, Jonathan also charged with his sword straight at an orc. The blade pierced the creature's body and red blood spurted. One monster was felled and lay motionless on the ground. Another creature was felled and lay motionless on the ground. At that moment, An even larger foot appeared. The pack leader stepped forward, raising its weapon-height strike. Yuri charged at the same time. The sound of hooves rang across the field. The huge orc gathered momentum, spun, and prepared to bring its weapon down, its eyes flashing with a fierce red light. But suddenly something flashed across its throat like a decisive, lightning-fast strike. That something was none other than his sword. Before it could reach Yuri, it was destroyed. He raised his head, eyes determined, calculating the next move. Now the beasts lay strewn across the ground, not a single one left. I had prepared 2 things for this mission. Yuri recalled, thinking. One of them was the crystal pendant I stole from the bandits, and the other was... Suddenly Gerald turned and said, "We caught 10. If this continues, we'll surely outdo the other kingdoms." Suddenly Gerald turned and said, "We caught 10. If this continues, we'll surely outdo the other kingdoms." Hearing that, he stood dazed and broke into a cold sweat. What? Yuri suddenly threw the knife down. The blade plunged deep into the ground. Immediately, a column of golden light shot into the sky, and a violent wind rose. He gaped in amazement, eyes wide. Amid that golden flame, a striking blue magical fire flared up from Yuri's body. He smiled and affirmed, "We will only return after we've cleared all the orcs in this area." As is known, spirit severance is a strange magic technique that can transform according to the user's will. A unique method of manipulating mana. The sword, with great power, plunged into the ground. It senses the earth's tremors through the sword's seismic feedback, which transmits into the strength of the earth. If you follow that rhythm with spirit severance and expand the sensation, it can detect the movements of the orcful. It senses each deliberate step they take, and above all, it revealed that a cavalry force was riding toward the forest. Yuri Bryal's thoughts surfaced. You can sense everything beneath the ground, far beyond what the eye can see. A frigid aura radiated from his gaze as he said, "But I cannot be satisfied with merely that. We will hunt down every orc in this area." The third prince's eyes and face were resolute as he affirmed they would only return once every one of them was destroyed. Cut to Lien's place. He watched the hourglass run low and said, "The time has come." Knights approached with worried looks as he continued the order. "Now we will inspect the competition results. Submit the bags containing orc ears." Lien's finger tapped the table, increasing the pressure in the room. He frowned, picked up an empty bag, and demanded, "Which nation is this from?" They volunteered as scouts instead of the expedition team, and handed in an empty bag bold. Then he instantly hurled the bag to the ground and shouted, pathetic, "Next!" But the bags Lien received continued to be empty. He shouted angrily, "This one too." The successive empty submissions only fueled his fury, and this one as well. Lien finally covered his face in helplessness and asked, "Have so many nations failed to kill even a single orc?" Suddenly he caught sight of something that made him pause and question. "This is..." Jonathan stepped forward to answer from Bruzen. He smiled proudly and said, "6 ears, the best so far. We were lucky to run into a scout team." Lien handed the bag to the soldier beside him and praised, "Luck is also a kind of skill. Many have died relying on it on the battlefield." Then he slammed the bag on the table with delight and added, "Our empire also sent a scout team. We can't miss out on such fun." After a few minutes, the soldier reported, 12 ears. Everyone buzzed. Truly the empire. Lien couldn't help but praise. Not bad at all. Jonathan gritted his teeth and thought, "We all know the empire is strong. Twice the numbers, and even an hour behind us. The gap is huge." One of the nearby knights also ground his teeth in discomfort. Jonathan continued, "It seems we've officially become the supporting role now." Unexpectedly, Lien rallied everyone's spirits. "Don't be discouraged, everyone. What matters is what comes next." Then he turned to the soldier beside him and asked, "Is that all?" The man quickly replied, "One more." He placed the bag on the table heavily and announced, "It's from Bryal." Everyone there gaped in astonishment at the size of the bag. Lien, slightly surprised, asked, "What is this?" Then he turned to the man standing there and asked, "Yuri, what is your secret?" Yuri Bryal confidently stepped forward and replied, "Nothing special, just doing my best." After that answer, dusk gradually fell. At that moment, Gerald loudly ordered his subordinates, "Move that over there. Careful, don't drop it." "Yes, sir." Suddenly someone walked by and nudged his shoulder, and none other than Rosso. The two instantly exchanged murderous glances. Gerald rubbed the shoulder that had been bumped and blinked. "What? Who is that?" After a moment, he went over to where Yuri Bryal was tending the campfire and called, "Prince." As soon as he arrived, he complained, "Lately knights from other nations have been picking fights with Bryal." Yuri Bryal rose calmly and asked, "Really?" Gerald grew more indignant as he spoke. "There's also rumor their clients aren't very polite." Yuri Bryal calmly explained, "It can't be helped. Bryal is attracting the most attention. We got the last scouting slot, The others must be jealous. The two stopped somewhere, and on his advice agreed. Let them be. What's important is this scouting operation. They were standing before the cage, holding the orcful. Yuri Bryal then changed the subject. We've captured a living orc mage. He suddenly approached the man in the black cloak and pressed, Corey, did you find anything? The man began to say, Then the orc mage suddenly screamed a piercing string of words in some language. Yuri Bryal immediately asked, what is he saying? The strange man beside him answered timidly. He's saying Blackhound. Then that man worriedly inferred, it seems that nickname is spreading to the orcs. He continued, they say there's a black-haired knight who can scent orcs like a dog. Yuri Bryal seized the point. They're talking about me? The strange man immediately comforted him. Take it as an honor. When the enemy gives you a nickname, it's an honor. Yuri Bryal, slightly annoyed, frowned and asked, all right, but why a dog? Not a wolf like Count Sitter? At that, Gerald nearly burst out laughing. Yuri Bryal turned black-faced and snapped at him. Are you laughing? Gerald, trying to hold it in until he trembled, answered, no, sir. So he forced a positive spin and said proudly, at least it means my reputation has reached them, right? My feats are significant. The man agreed. Yes, precisely. The tale didn't end there. He added that there were rumors the Emperor's Blackhound had its sights on Okiwa's throat. Yuri Bryal stiffened in doubt. The Emperor's dog? In an instant he understood and, furious, exclaimed, so it's those bastards. His face twisted with anger as he drew his sword and muttered, now, they think I'm the Empire's lackey? Just then Gerald shouted, Prince. Faced with his superior's rage, Gerald could only advise restraint and leave the interrogation of the orcs to the men. But Yuri Bryal, still deadly serious, ordered, making the orc mage tremble, kill every one of them for me. But after a moment he seemed persuaded and said, fine, I understand. Then the strange man spoke up again, Prince, about the orc village on the hill. His tone grew serious as he recounted. Under Okiwa's command is Kurui, leader of the hill tribe. They say he's completed all preparations to face the alliance, and Kurui, who unified the tribes by force, is an extremely powerful warrior. Before he finished, Yuri placed his hand on the man's head and said, they say the alliance will be swallowed by Kurui before they reach Okiwa. Yuri Bryal smiled and praised, well done, Corey. The man still shyly replied, yes, thank you, Prince. Then he ordered, watch Jared's back. The man quickly responded, understood. Yuri added, I will report this to the Supreme Commander. A while later in Lien's tent, something left him momentarily stunned. Lien asked with interest, do you have a girlfriend? Yuri Bryal immediately answered, no, I don't. He continued, how old are you? And Yuri replied, briefly, 18. Before he could ask more, Yuri Bryal interjected, and what's this about? Lien, sipping wine, began to explain, not a matter to bring up during war, but his next words hit him like a weight to the spirit. I have a very beautiful niece, you know. Lien, ignoring Yuri Bryal's ashen face, stood and said, let's go. We'll talk about that later. Outside, he still thought in bewilderment. A niece? What if she's Prince Ragnar's niece? Unbidden, Catherine's face came to his mind, and he muttered, don't tell me. For a moment his emotions spun into chaos, and he shouted, impossible. Yuri Bryal grabbed his head as if going mad, and said, of all people, I don't want anything to do with her. Suddenly a clear voice called, Yuri. The speaker asked him anxiously, is something wrong? Are you all right? You look unwell. Yuri Bryal recovered his composure as if he'd found a solution. Here we go. Seeing the girl before him, as if bathed in light, he silently gave thanks to his saving goddess. The bewildered knight asked, why are you looking at me like that? The late night was quiet, the torchlight flickering and throwing shadows. Yuri thought silently. To avoid meeting Ragna, I must pretend to be dating someone. Anyone will do. A light sparked at the corner of his eye. Someone who doesn't truly love me, but owes me a favor. Someone who cannot refuse my request. Yuri fixed his gaze on the girl before him. And it was you. He suddenly gripped her shoulder. She asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Yuri's voice turned serious. Sibylla. He asked again, do you remember when I saved you? Sibylla nodded softly. Yes, of course. He asked again, do you remember when I saved you? Sibylla nodded softly. Yes, of course. Without explanation, he dashed off, leaving only a request. I'll meet you later. Sibylla reached out. Wait. You should at least explain what's happening. Yuri's figure faded, and she murmured to herself, wondering what it was about. Just then someone suddenly appeared. Your Highness. Sibylla startled. Lord Fennec. Is something wrong? He smiled with meaning. You two look very good together. She frowned, clearly annoyed. Fennec gave a thumbs up and declared, Fennec, will truly support you too. He shot a starry glance at Sibylla. She merely returned a judging look. In a peaceful night came a weary sigh. I just want everyone to disappear right now. The next morning the army resumed its march, columns stretching on. Gerald suddenly asked curiously, Prince, I've heard some news. Yuri turned. What is it? He hinted about why the princess keeps calling you. Gerald lowered his voice and said, rumor has it you're discussing marriage. Yuri responded in disbelief. That's not true at all. Wake up, my friend. Yuri then glanced back at those behind him in warning. Are you bored, stuck on such nonsense rumors? At that moment, the sound of wings sliced the air. A flock of black crows appeared, circling the sky. Everyone looked up in wonder. Why are there so many crows? The crows suddenly cawed, spooking the horses. What's going on? Gerald urged his horse forward. I'll go ahead and see. Yuri said, I'll go with you. Before they could act, Prince Ragnar had already galloped ahead. The two hurried in pursuit. Your Highness. They stopped in the middle of the gorge. Everyone frozen. What is this? Before them was a blood-soaked battlefield. Hundreds of human corpses impaled on stakes. Mutilated, the stench of blood thick. Black crows perched densely on the bodies. Gerald turned pale. What is this? Don't tell me that's all of them. Prince Ragnar curled his lip slightly. A strange kind of welcome from these orcs. Yuri covered his nose. They use human bodies as decoration. He pictured the horrific scene of the recent battle. They impaled bodies on stakes and didn't even finish them, only to show off to us. Basically, they're saying, this is your worth. Thinking that, Yuri suggested, Your Highness, this will sap our morale. Let us handle this section. Prince Ragnar nodded slightly. Very well. Immediately, Yuri ordered, Brial, prepare torches. The torches were quickly lit. The entire force dismounted to clear the field, gathering the bodies into piles and burning them. A knight frowned as he worked. How could they do such a thing? Yuri comforted him. Don't let it affect you. He then turned to survey the others. Yuri shouted a warning. Guinness Dyke, don't go in too far. Pull back now. The two reported at once. Yes, sir. We'll return immediately. Guinness hesitated, but doesn't this place feel odd? Dyke brushed it off. How could it be? He analyzed. The arrows are lodged in the ground, but they're pointing the opposite way from the way the orcs impaled the bodies. Guinness guessed briefly. It's like they shot from above. While Dyke was still skeptical. Really? An orc on the cliff raised his bow and fired at the two of them. Hot drops of blood splattered across Dyke's terrified face. Guinness was pierced through the torso by an arrow, vomiting fresh blood. He collapsed. Dyke cried out in panic, Guinness. He immediately drew his sword in alarm. Enemy attack. On the cliff, countless orcs strained their bows. They loosed thousands of arrows downward in a sudden assault. Dyke stood stunned. It's over. I have to run. But what about Guinness? What should I do? At that moment, Yuri leapt forward and shouted, Dyke, your hand. He grabbed Dyke's shoulder tightly. Yuri then turned, shoved Dyke back, and at the same time swung his sword. The flashing blade carved bright arcs through the dense rain of arrows. After a bout of fighting, Yuri landed and softly called, Guinness. Countless arrows fell around him. Yuri's voice was resolute. He still seems alive. Yuri ordered, Dyke and Simon, send a request for aid to the Holy Empire. He emphasized, they'll help if you give my name, Yuri Brial. Simon and Dyke obeyed and supported Guinness away. After that, Yuri turned and looked up at the cliff. There, the orcs stood watching. They had clearly set a trap for them. They did not continue the assault, and in their contemptuous manner, they fell back, as if they had given sufficient warning. Yuri ground his teeth. Do they mean they can kill us at any time? Fine, I accept your provocation, but he sheathes his sword with determination. I won't let this pass this time. The sunlight receded behind the mountain. Prince Ragnar sat on a rock, arms crossed, and asked, an ambush unit hidden on the right. Is that it? He growled. Not good. We have no way through, so we must eliminate the ambush. Ragnar looked straight at Yuri. What will you do, Yuri? He curled the corner of his mouth. Do you really expect any other plan? Yuri may request. Your Highness, I only need your supply units to press the ambush positions so they can't come out. His hands clenched behind his back. From Yuri surged a boiling, determined power. Meanwhile, we'll take the hill. Above on the cliff, the orcs lay in wait to ambush. One of them suddenly heard an odd sound. It stood up cautiously and peered down. Suddenly, countless arrows shot up and hissed through the air. They struck into the cliff where they stood. The orcs screamed in fright. Below, Prince Ragnar commanded the archers into position to draw their bows. He ordered, do not let the orcs escape. This is a hunt for the orcs. At that moment, a persistent hand clung to a protruding rock. Some soldiers tried to climb the high cliff. The vanguard was Yuri, since Ragnar had ordered that Brial lead this hunt. He climbed faster and faster, leaving the others behind. Someone shouted, Your Highness, you're climbing too fast. Gerald panted while advising, Your Highness, if you want to fight, you must conserve your strength. Yuri teased back, saying things like conserve your strength? You're young, but your stamina is limited. His expression turned serious. Now is the chance while the archers buy time. If we miss it, suddenly Yuri's eyes widened. His pupils contracted. Above on the cliff, the orcs were pushing a huge boulder down toward him. Someone below shouted anxiously, Your Highness. Yuri clenched his hand and condensed a thread of magic. He used strength to draw the short swords at his hips, commanding them to fly out of their sheaths. The short blade stuck firmly into the cliff beneath Yuri's feet, startling the two men behind him. With foothold secured, he gathered force and stomped his heel hard on a sword hilt for momentum. The moment his body sprang up, Yuri immediately drew his sword. He lunged toward the huge falling boulder. Yuri's gaze was icy. A slash of his blade flashed and cleaved the rock. Then he drove his sword into the cliff to brace himself and hang on. Once he secured his position, Yuri shouted, "Is everyone all right?" They answered, "Yes, we're fine." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, everyone follow me." With that, Yuri drew his sword and made a rapid dash up the cliff. In no time, his figure shot upward. Yuri gently landed on the ground. Truly, how can I ever express my gratitude for this? The orcs were now surrounding him. Yuri couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected such a warm reception. They screamed wildly as he walked calmly among them. "Right, it's me, you orcs." One of the pack roared in fury. Yuri immediately launched himself at it. With a single stroke, he severed the orc's arm. It counterattacked suddenly, striking at Yuri with its remaining hand. The blow sent a sharp pain through him. His brow knitted reflexively. The orc raised its large axe with the other hand. It brought it down hard, but Yuri blocked it with his sword. "Perhaps you think losing one arm is all that matters." He sneered. "How is it? Can't use your strength like you thought, huh?" But this was getting tricky. At that moment, two more orcs appeared behind Yuri to try a sneak attack. He quickly knocked the attacking orc's axe away, then spun and sliced off the ambusher's weapon. It attempted a kick, but Yuri was too fast and cut it off with his blade. At that instant, another orc took advantage of the opening, thrusting its spear straight at his back. Yuri spun around instantly, his blade rising in time to parry. Under the orc's overpowering force, he struggled a bit. Yuri shouted, "What are you waiting for, move?" No sooner had he finished than a hand reached the cliff top. "We're up here." The vanguard soldiers had finally climbed up. They quickly joined the fight, swords flashing as orc after orc fell. Yuri broke free from his tight spot and counterattacked, quickly killing the orc. He turned and ordered, "No time to rest. Press the attack." The others, having arrived, surged forward with momentum. The clash was fierce. One by one, the orcs fell. Below the cliff, Prince Ragnar watched quiet. Pride was clearly visible on his face. The battle ended. That night in the camp, fires still flickered from the tents. At Yuri's quarters, Gerald reported that thanks to their handling of the ambushing orcs, the main force had passed through the gorge with no significant losses. He added that ahead was the camp of Kalui, a subordinate of Okua. Yuri nodded slightly. "Understood. Thank you for your effort." Gerald wasn't finished and relayed a message from the Queen of the Holy State. Yuri was surprised. "Sibylla?" He recounted her exact words. "Your deeds have earned too much credit and vex me. But if you need troops, I will send them." Suddenly, Gerald's expression brightened, as if a thought struck him. "Your Highness, could it be the two of them? Could it be—" Yuri cut him off at once. No, could it be? What could it be?" He waved a hand dismissively. "Anyway, it's done. Pull back." Gerald bowed. "Yes, sir." Rest well. Alone in his tent, Yuri rubbed his chin thoughtfully and stared at the map on the table. He suddenly spoke up. "I thought I'd get a little rest." Yuri glanced over. "Since when have you been here, Asana?" She stepped forward to report. "I've found the stranger." He brightened. "What? Perfect timing. Where is he?" Asana hesitated. "Right now?" She pointed to a spot on the map. "He's here." Yuri was astonished. "The stranger is inside the orc camp?" He propped his chin and frowned, speculating. Could he be collaborating with the orcs? Asana objected. On the contrary, she explained, "Their guard is tight, so I couldn't get deeper." "The stranger is currently a prisoner." Asana also warned. "I know you care about him, but be careful, Your Highness. He may have come here for some purpose and is posing as a captive." She emphasized, "If his purpose is obstructed by the allied attack." Asana concluded slowly. "Then who knows? He may turn and regard the allied forces as enemies." At the same time, in the orc camp's prison, a tall figure was bound in chains. In the darkness, his eyes opened slightly, flashing a sharp glint.